I shall be crowned king. Greetings, fellow multiversal adventurers. It's an honor to have you back in this saga that has us all hooked. Official channel statement: this story is 100% epic fiction. So please don't attempt real magic, the results aren't guaranteed and insurance won't cover it. The rights to this masterpiece belong entirely to its brilliant original author. We are just a barge sharing it with you. Do you want to keep being part of this amazing community? Join our ninja army of subscribers on YouTube and give this content a like. And for true fans, our Patreon has exclusive ninjutsu waiting for you. Chapter 851: The Meaning of the Church's Existence. Every tool is given value the moment it is created. Steel is used for casting, screws are used to fasten steel, nuts are used to fasten screws, wrenches are used to tighten nuts, and steel is then used to cast wrenches. No matter why it was created, it has value. We, humans, don't. We can give value to tools, or everything we can control, but we cannot give value to ourselves. Therefore, some great geniuses believe that this is a mission that requires a higher being to complete, such as the gods they've fabricated. We emphasize that we are special. At the same time, we constantly explain that this is not complacency, but rather a higher, something you've never seen, something we probably haven't seen either, something that exists only in noise and scribbles, as designated by a supreme will. Therefore, humanity is a highly advanced multifunctional wrench, which the supreme will never tire of, relentlessly driving us to perform all sorts of inconceivable, illogical, and self-contradictory missions. And guess what? We do most things terribly, to the point that the God who gave us value seems like a complete traitor. But when it comes to dealing with those who don't believe in fate, refuse to acknowledge this value, or think they have other values, oh ho ho, we do a fantastic job. Can we abandon this assigned value? No, even if it's a deception, we really can't find another way to make humanity meaningful, even if that meaning is probably meaningless. Therefore, my dear Tower, this is my answer: flesh and blood humanity has no future. As a collective, we find it too difficult to have any clear and consistent goals. As individuals, our potential is clearly incomparable to that of spellcasters. We are somewhat like standard units in a petri dish, achieving a delicate balance in both quantity and quality, providing the foundation for the birth of something better. So, considering how much breath I've wasted, could you please stop spouting that idiotic nonsense about me being a chosen one of the Order of Gods? Because honestly, I can't come up with anything more depressing. Making a genius do this kind of thing. You're wasting social resources. This part of the notes seems to continue Isaac and this person called Tori's previous discussion about religion, mentioning a very crucial term: chosen one. As a graduate of St. Isaac's Academy, former Anson does indeed have memories of this. The title originated from the chosen one conferment incident. Isaac's research and improvement of the steam core entered mass production, while Clovis achieved a decisive victory on the battlefield, completely solidifying his control over the South. The Ivory Cult, Seeking Truth Cult, then advised King Carlos I to confer the title of Chosen One upon the meritorious Isaac, thereby strengthening the sect's position, and King Clovis was happy to see his friend's religious status further enhanced, preparing a grand conferment ceremony, which ultimately ended hastily due to Isaac's strong refusal. At this point, there were still 3.5 years until St. Isaac's death. In other words, the time frame in the notes should also be around this year, 3 years before the end of the saintly calendar, and it can be seen that as the research progressed, St. Isaac became increasingly dissatisfied with his apostolic church origins, and his sarcastic remarks were no longer concealed. Meanwhile, the apostolic church, with its strong research and educational spirit, was constantly refining its theories, increasingly resembling a popular sect serving the interests of the ruling class. As for the Tor mentioned in the text, Anson suspects that this is probably a nickname, because Isaac didn't seem to have the habit of addressing people seriously. His real name should be Telether. This man was one of the core figures of the Truth Society during Isaac's time, with no notable academic achievements, but he was an expert in apostolic church education. After the 47th year of the saintly calendar, Teller, nearly 83 years old, chose to join the church, presiding over the establishment of the current monastery system, organizing a large number of apostolic church research results and books to train church academic talents. He can be considered the forefather of the junior scribe Endowed. But why would Isaac record this in his notes? Although this person does like to record random things, on the one hand, it is already the 44th year of the saint's calendar, and his research on the difference engine should be nearing completion. On the other hand, Isaac is extremely disgusted with religion. Is it just to prove that he won the argument with Tor? Increasingly confused, Anson turned to the second page and continued reading. On August 6th, after carefully organizing the materials, I talked to that apostle friend about the theory of I am the world, and unsurprisingly, I was met with his merciless ridicule. I really felt more and more that he seemed to know a lot, but he just wouldn't tell me directly, so I could only try and fail with him again and again. However, this time was slightly different. He finally told me that it was best to postpone the matter of advancing to the level of a blasphemous mage. Having mastered the 3 major spells, I had reached a certain critical point, and even without his help, it was possible to advance on my own, but according to him, this was extremely dangerous because I couldn't advance in all 3 spells at the same time. I would inevitably fall into one of them, and then there was a high probability that I would clash with the other 2, resulting in mutation or separation of body and spirit into some kind of bizarre existence. I asked him if there was a solution, but he said something like, if there are only 2, we can consider complementarity. Isn't that obvious? HMPH. Even if you refuse to tell me, my dear Babbage, oh, I remember, it's his difference engine prototype. Anson has already given the answer. The key to blasphemous magic lies in accumulation, that is, any mutation in the 3 major spells completes the process from quantitative change to qualitative change. Therefore, ordinary advancement doesn't apply to me, which is why he opposes it. I essentially took a shortcut and achieved an accumulation that other spellcasters might not be able to complete in a lifetime. Advancing is like someone cheating on an exam voluntarily revealing themselves. In that case, how does a cheater enter the next stage? Hehe. By bypassing the advancement process, of course. Doing so will certainly cause many problems, such as without advancement, I certainly cannot possess the twisted domain of a spellcaster, just like you can't have a degree certificate without taking an exam, but that doesn't prevent you from finding a job. After all, in the end, all I need is a longer lifespan, and to ensure that my physical body doesn't age and cause a decline in my thinking ability, and I don't care about anything else. This time, my apostle friend finally revealed something to me, warning that this approach could lead to unpredictable consequences, especially with the difference engine. Whoever masters this method could mass-produce the spellcasters they want, of course. In an age of reason and exploration, anything that can be effectively regulated can be mass-produced. It's a tremendous advancement. I don't quite understand why an apostle would be so wary of this. He desperately wants the return of the old gods era. If this succeeds, producing an army of spellcasters to rule the world again, restoring the glory of the grand plan, it's not impossible. However, he does have a point. This technology is different from the previous steam trains. We need to be more cautious. It's best not to publish it. The notes ended abruptly there. Of course, there was much more to it, but it was mostly just casual notes and diary entries, from improvements to the steam core production process to I burped 4 times while drinking coffee today. Dozens of entries jotted down in a moment of inspiration. But none of that mattered anymore. Anson, who had been barely able to speak, slowly raised his head and met the gaze of Talia sitting beside him. Now I finally understand why Isaac insisted on using ancient runes to encrypt his notes. The girl nodded slightly, revealing an expression of equal agreement. Using the 3 magical properties to take a shortcut, forcibly bypassing advancement through differential calculations, and ultimately mass-producing spellcasters with a high success rate. In the past, Anson had thought that the Church's blocking of the truth-seekers' knowledge and St. Isaac's research results was simply a way to monopolize technology and control the development speed of various countries. Now, thinking about it, this approach wasn't without merit. The creations of Isaac Rand, this genius, were probably not something the world could immediately bear, once completely opened up, or even just without restrictions on technological research. Unpredictable consequences could arise. Telesir, and other members of the Truth Society, were probably willing to join the Church of the Ring of Order for this very reason. Conversely, did the Church of the Ring of Order, having acquired these technologies, truly merely preserve and seal them away without conducting any groundbreaking research? Clearly not. William Gottfried told Talia that while ancient runes were listed as a key forbidden research project by the Church, quite a few priests within the organization had some understanding of them. Of course, most failed to truly grasp St. Isaac's true intentions, but that doesn't mean the Church was completely unaware of these studies. The girl slowly spoke, a hint of fear gleaming in her emerald eyes. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been hunted down by the Inquisitors and forced to flee to the New World. Anson's expression turned grave. You mean, we might need to prepare for the mass production of spellcasters. The raging sea, an unnamed body of water. Under a gloomy sky, a massive fleet struggled against the surging waves, navigating the howling sea. Every ship was tattered and battered. Some masts were broken, some decks were riddled with holes. Some were even leaking from both sides of the hull, and some had their statues missing from the bows. Each one was more pitiful and unlucky than the last. Yet this fleet persisted on the treacherous and turbulent sea, like ascetic monks who had endured countless hardships, dragging their battered bodies through thorns and brambles, relentlessly advancing towards their sacred destination. That's about right. Inside the flagship's cabin, a panting Drake wiped his sweat as he looked at the hole in the hull he had just repaired. He said uncertainly, "It's not completely fixed, but it should be able to hold out until we reach Yankfin City. Thank you so much." Two sailors beside him quickly expressed their gratitude. "Ever since the shipwright died in the last storm, we've all been driven crazy. If it weren't for you, we don't know if this ship would have sunk any day now." "Not at all, not at all. Your repairs were actually quite successful. I just made some minor adjustments to your efforts," Drake, disguised as a shipwright, said with a forced smile. "If it weren't for your help, I probably would have drowned, starved, or died of thirst at sea long ago. This kind of repair is nothing compared to your kindness. No, 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 your contribution is still significant, that's absolutely undeniable." Seeing him still refusing, the two sailors quickly emphasized with serious expressions, they were also planning to have this found shipwright continue to help repair the damage on the other ships. The group exchanged compliments, and the initially unfamiliar atmosphere gradually warmed up. Just as Drake was about to take a step further and learn more about the ship and the entire fleet through the two sailors, a slightly humorous voice interrupted their conversation. Has the hull been repaired?" The three men, still beaming, immediately froze, turning to look behind them. A young man in a long-sleeved trench coat, wearing a tricorn hat askew, crossed his arms, revealing metal ornaments around his neck. He leaned against the wall at the entrance and smiled at the three men. "Nothing much. I just heard that a sailor on the ship rescued a shipwright from the Holy War who was stranded. I was just killing time, so I came to check it out." Before he finished speaking, Drake's expression changed drastically. He suddenly lowered his head and hunched over, trembling and curling up as if he had encountered a tenant farmer from his lord's estate. "It's all fixed, sir fellas, thanks to this shipwright," the sailor beside him quickly answered for him. "Not only that, he also promised to help repair the damage on the other ships, ensuring we reach Sailing City safely." "Oh, the blessing of the Order of the Universe, what a pleasant surprise." The young man called fellas looked surprised, grinning crookedly. "I guess this also proves that we are all blessed by the gods, right?" "Ha ha ha." After saying that, the Legion commander, who suddenly started laughing foolishly, turned around and staggered out of the cabin, leaving only his back to the three of them. In the narrow cabin, Drake, with his head down, was still trembling, not daring to straighten up. There was no mistake, he was absolutely not mistaken. That person was definitely fellas. The adjutant of the Grand Master of the Order of the Judgment Knights had actually become one of the 6 Legion commanders of the Holy War Army? But why? Why couldn't he sense the aura of a gifted individual from him? And the metal ornament around his neck looks like a torture device used by the church to restrain the old gods faction. Could it be that the Knights of Judgment is a spellcaster? Chapter 852, The Isolated Levant. At this moment, Drake's mind was a jumbled mess. Fear and confusion swirled in his chest at the same time. A kind of unease, akin to the big one is coming, was like the sea breeze on the deck, carrying rain and howling into his ears. A dazed look crossed his face as he swallowed hard, looking up at the two sailors he had become quite friendly with. Desperately trying to hide his fear, he cautiously asked, "That? Lord fellas, could it be?" "That's right." Before he could finish, the sailor immediately replied, his face beaming with pride and arrogance, "He is the commander of our Holy War Army, the magnificent Sir Fellas. You must have noticed how remarkably young he is, right? That's because he, and our entire legion, didn't originally exist." Didn't exist? Drake's eyes widened in surprise. He knew exactly what was going on, but he feigned utter astonishment. Why is that? Well, that goes back to the very beginning of the Holy War Army's formation. The two sailors, their eyes locked, smiled mysteriously and began to recount their story in detail. It is said that the Church of the Ring of Order initially designated 6 legions, totaling 120,000 men, to conquer the other world. with each diocese recruiting soldiers separately. However, the cowardly Clovis only agreed to assemble one legion, causing a gap in the Holy War army. Just when everyone was at a loss, Sir Fellas stepped forward, willing to recruit a fourth legion for the Empire. He didn't ask the Emperor for a single copper coin in military pay, sold all his property and manor, and called on all the Ring of Order believers in the Order world to join his legion, and he succeeded. With unwavering faith and amazing perseverance, countless excellent knights joined his ranks, and then countless believers came from far and wide, forming the largest legion in the Holy War army. Unwavering faith and perseverance. Yes, yes, yes. Drake pursed his lips uncomfortably, paused, and then asked, So you two joined for this reason too? Ah, you mean us? Water pointed to herself, then smiled and waved her hand, saying, Of course not, or rather, just one of the reasons. Oh, so the main reason is, mainly money, the sailor said with utmost honesty. The Church of the Ring of Order stopped all trade in the coastal ports, and we had no choice but to join the Holy War army to make a living. Of course, faith is also a very important reason. Ah, that's for sure, Drake quickly said with a smile, his eyes darting around. So, in other words, the entire legion doesn't really know much about this young legion commander. You can't say that entirely. Can you? The sailor frowned slightly. There are some things everyone knows. For example, although he seems approachable and easy to talk to, Sir Fellas is actually a very strict person. The sailor next to him added, everyone must unconditionally obey the rules he sets, or they will be thrown overboard as sacrifices to the Lord of the Abyss. 2 of our shipwrights died that way. That's right, and there are only 2 rules, which are very easy to follow. Another sailor also looked apprehensive. First, no one is allowed to enter the captain's cabin, not even to peek in from the outside or eavesdrop outside the door. Secondly, without permission, no one is allowed to touch the boxes in the cargo hold sealed with the Fairless family crest. Sir Fairless's squires supervise the work there daily. Anyone who gets too close will be warned, and those who exceed the limit will be executed. Drake was taken aback. The captain's cabin, forbidden to enter, mysterious boxes sealed and guarded? Very well, he understood what he had to do. Just as the final main force of the Holy War army was about to arrive in the New World, the war that had just ended at Black Lagoon had reignited. The Holy War army, having just achieved 2 great victories, had no time to catch its breath. As the attack side in the war, the New World Legion did not tremble in fear as the Holy War army had expected, desperately building defenses to prepare for an attack. Its main force, having just arrived at Red Hand Bay, quickly turned back and swept towards Black Lagoon. However, the entire Holy War army was completely unaware of this, even unaware that the nearest enemy had approached to within 3 kilometers of Black Lagoon, close enough to be seen from any vantage point. This was partly due to the New World Legion's adoption of Anson's flexible defense plan. The mobilized 1,000 infantry and over 5,000 cavalry operated in scattered units, half battalions or even half companies, using colonies, mines, and farms of all sizes as bases, spread across the vast open fields between Black Lagoon and Red Hand Bay. Because the various colonies ultimately failed to unify their uniforms, these New World Legion soldiers didn't even need to disguise themselves. Once their guns were hidden and their 13-star flags were folded, they were indistinguishable from ordinary colonists, because they were indistinguishable. Of course, the necessary equipment was still in place. While implementing the flexible defense, Lewis, personally leading the main force of the 20,000-strong New World Legion, was indeed busy constructing fortifications in Red Hand Bay, especially continuing the unfinished coastal fortifications in the areas of Slave Harbor, White Whale Harbor, and Red Hand Bay. The construction of such large-scale fortifications capable of withstanding naval attacks was no easy feat, consuming astronomical amounts of manpower and resources for the Free Confederation. However, they at least appeared impressive, convincing the Jihad army that the Confederation currently had neither the intention nor the capacity to launch a counter-offensive. On the other hand, and more importantly, the Jihad army, having painstakingly conquered 2 colonies in succession, discovered that they couldn't spare the manpower to organize an offensive, let alone maintain order and control the entire colony. First, Ludwig's legion suffered heavy losses in the Battle of Sailing City, with almost all of its artillery becoming spoils of war for the New World Legion. Then, the Arthur Legion's supervisor was captured, resulting in the annihilation of 10,000 men, and further losses were inflicted in the Battle of Grey Dove Castle. The only legion that hadn't suffered significant damage was the Bora E Legion, the smallest of the three. However, Bar 11 wanted to maintain a presence in Sailing City while refusing to share Black Lagoon, stationing troops in both towns and prohibiting other legions from entering Black Lagoon. The Fernando Legion, having finally arrived in the New World after countless hardships, was immediately turned away by Bar 11. Fernando Herd, the commander, was itching to fight on the spot, but his legion's supplies were dwindling, and his crew and soldiers were largely sick, making immediate combat impossible. He was forced to turn back and encamp at Sailing City. Bar 11, who had finally gained sole control of Black Lagoon, found his 10,000 troops barely enough to control the town, let alone send an army to take control of the entire colony. But he also had his own unspoken difficulties. Everyone knew the 11th family had many gifted individuals, but conversely, the number of vassals and knights was several times, even 10 times, that of other powerful families. On the battlefield, these blood relatives were his core strength whom he could absolutely trust. Off the battlefield, they also needed to be rewarded. Rewards for ordinary holy war soldiers could be delayed, but the rewards for these relatives had to be granted immediately. The Battle of Black Lagoon yielded meager wealth, so he could only distribute the land surrounding Black Lagoon among his relatives. Not only did they seize Black Lagoon, but they also used their relationship with the church to prematurely grant them territories. Bar 11's relationship with the other legions plummeted to rock bottom. Even Ludwig, now considered a good guy within the legion, stopped sending troops to assist Bar 11 in managing the colonies, and didn't inform him of the results or contents of meetings after they ended. Isolated, Bar's legion could only control Black Lagoon alone, and then he discovered that what he had gained was not territory at all, but a complete mess. The entire town had been almost completely emptied by Anson, and the warehouses were so empty that even rats would weep. At the same time, none of the colony and manor leaders who should have voluntarily accepted his rule after he took control of the town showed up, completely clueless. Bar 11 had no choice but to send troops to search, and unsurprisingly, he was warmly received by the New World legions lurking in various settlements. Faced with a civilian army that appeared out of nowhere, poorly trained and poorly equipped, but bursting with fighting spirit and morale, Bar 11 remained calm. He had recently learned from the remaining loyalists who had stayed in Black Lagoon that during the previous colonial rebellion, Bernard Maruis, who besieged Black Lagoon, had just massacred the entire area surrounding the port, leaving virtually no one alive. Adding to this, when Arthur Hurd breached Grey Dove Castle, he was nearly dragged down to his death by a young girl supposedly the leader of the Free Confederation. With both old and new grudges, it would be truly strange if the locals of Black Lagoon were to warmly welcome their Imperial Holy War Army. Sure enough, Bar soon received intelligence that large numbers of rioting armed groups, ranging from dozens to nearly 100, had suddenly emerged around Black Lagoon, ambushing and killing Holy War Army supply convoys and patrols, and even openly setting fire to farms on the outskirts of the town, burning farmhouses and fields, and looting markets and warehouses. So, having just finished a battle, Bar 11 not only couldn't allow his army to rest, but also had to immediately suppress the rebellion, otherwise, his holy army wouldn't even be able to keep up with the supplies. However, compared to these foreign invaders, the New World Legion was clearly more familiar with the local terrain and even had the help of some colonists. Small groups of troops simply couldn't catch up. Before even reaching the scene, they had already scattered like birds and beasts, disappearing without a trace. After dozens of such repeated setbacks, the exasperated Bar 11 simply abandoned his plans to conquer the outer colonies, opting instead to hold on to the towns and surrounding manors. He also humbly apologized to Sailing City, offering to cede some of the interests of Black Reef Harbor, just to get some supplies quickly, and preferably reinforcements as well. He then discovered that he wasn't the only one suffering misfortune. The first to encounter a similar situation was, of course, Arthur Hurd, who had also contributed to the capture of the city. Grey Dove Castle was an inland colony, and supplying him from Sail City required a combination of river and land transport, passing through certain unsafe mountainous areas. As a result, the indigenous tribes, who had been remarkably quiet since the colonial wars of independence, suddenly revolted. Poor Arthur was left alone in Grey Dove Castle, surrounded by mountains, with his army reduced to half its strength and aid provided by Ludwig. The occupied colonies were under constant attack. As a legionary commander, he had become a firefighter, shuttling between the dozen or so colonies scattered across the hills and forests every day, and hadn't had a single peaceful night's sleep since winning the battle. If only Salestown remained peaceful and tranquil at such a time, it would inevitably arouse suspicion. Therefore, under Ludwig's secret instructions, the Knights of No Faith contacted the liberals within the city and instigated riots in the mines and farms of the northern region. Striking miners and tenant farmers took up shovels and pickaxes in protest, demanding that Salestown be returned to the true governor, Louis Bernard. Faced with Boer-Leven's plea for help, the commanders of the three legions gathered in Salestown suppressed the riots while warning Boer not to cause trouble recently, and especially not to launch any unauthorized attacks that would worsen the situation. Boer-Leven was devastated. He was now struggling even to leave Black Reef Harbor, let alone launch an attack. But he didn't know that while his legions were caught in a dilemma, the officers, led by the 11th Family Knights, were making a fortune, truly achieving both personal fulfillment and financial freedom through the Holy War. They used the acquired territories as warehouses, selling jihadist weapons to the New World Legion at inflated prices in batches. Each time a shipment was completed, they would immediately respond to the Legion commander's order to go out and suppress bandits. Whether successful or not, they could claim a significant loss of supplies and then request aid. Now, why couldn't the jihadist army catch the attackers who intercepted the supply convoys? Because what appeared to be an attack was actually a customer picking up goods. They knew not only the attackers but also which colony they retreated to after the attack, ensuring the safety of both customers and goods. As for what puzzled Boer-Leven the most, why the enemy always managed to loot the warehouses, it was because the warehouses were empty, the goods had already been moved. The New World Legion's attacks were merely a pretense, giving the jihadist officers an excuse to continue ordering supplies, essentially after sales service. Such a large-scale operation could not possibly be completely concealed from everyone, especially from the city of Sailing, which held the power of supply. Therefore, the Leven's Knights, with their spirit of shared prosperity, had long ago contacted officers of several legions in Sailing, successfully establishing upstream supply channels and achieving a high degree of integration between supply and demand. With Ludwig's assistance, no matter how much supplies Boer-Leven requested, Sailing would offer a discount and readily approve it. As a result, trade between the two sides flourished, and the Legion commander remained completely unaware. A holy war of blood and fire was unfolding in this cruel and absurd way, silently approaching the end of June. 4 months remained until the arrival of winter with its snow and ice. Chapter 853 Trade Volume. Redan Bay, the northern defensive line of the New World Legion. While Boer-Leven was still overwhelmed by the counterinsurgency campaign, Louis and Anson had just received their first shipment sent from Black Lagoon. Crossing a trench 3 meters deep and 2 meters wide, the two arrived at an artillery position still under construction. Soldiers were bustling about, busy ramming earth and laying bricks, so much so that few noticed that two had entered the center of the site. Before them stood 16 brand new 4-pounder cannons and 10 8-pounder cannons, neatly arranged in 2 rows, each equipped with its own carriage and towing device, looking as if they had just rolled off the assembly line. Of course, these were indeed newly manufactured. More accurately, they were new products specially ordered by Bernard Morwis from the Royal Armoury of the Duchy of Valhalla for Arthur Herald's Legion. Beside these artillery pieces stood neatly stacked weapon crates, presumably containing rifles. Based on a standard of 3 rifles per crate, this temporary transport site alone held at least 300 rifles. However, compared to the real biggest deal, these were nothing. Dozens of fully loaded ammunition trucks filled every corner of the site, making even normal movement difficult. The soldiers still working nearby were terrified, fearing they might accidentally set off a spark that would blow the entire position to smithereens. But their worries were unfounded. All the weapons, equipment, and ammunition crates were tightly sealed, indicating they hadn't been opened or even touched since leaving the factory. Looking at these brand new deliveries, even though Louis was somewhat prepared, he was still taken aback. These were all sold to us by officers of the Holy War Army. That's right, and at 3 times the market price. Anson nodded, his expression seemingly nonchalant. Of course, these aren't all of them, not all of them. Louis looked at him in astonishment. What we have here is only about 1/10 of this shipment. Because it's nearby and we need to speed up the army's re-equipment, we had the escorting troops deliver it directly to the front lines. Nodding casually, Anson pointed towards Red Hand Bay. There's also some that's not suitable for deployment here, some that can be stored as war reserves, and some that's best left undiscovered by the enemy for now. They should all be in the warehouses at Red Hand Bay right now. For example. Ah, thank you. Anson thanked him softly and took the list from the junior clerk behind him, glancing at it casually. For example, 2,000 pairs of military boots, plus bandages, spirits, medicine, ropes, 200 boxes of hand grenades, 100 boxes of Barney rifles, 100 boxes of Garand rifles, 100 boxes of Miller rifled shotguns. Due to the emphasis on artillery but not infantry, coupled with its vast territory, the Empire did not experience a situation like the Clovis army being dominated by latent armory. Each major duchy and even the central cities had their own military factories, designing and equipping themselves with their own developed weapons and rifles. Among them were high-end goods like the Barney, exported to various countries and favored by nobles, the Garland, a copy of the Leiden but worse than the Leiden, yet costing twice as much, and the Miller, specially supplied to sharpshooters in the army, costing as much as the Barney but with exceptional range and accuracy. Lewis, silent, casually opened a weapon case, took out a Miller rifle, and loaded it in just 10 seconds, his skill leaving the soldiers still working nearby speechless. But the young knight was not happy at all. He wasn't a fool. These Miller rifles were produced in the Grand Duchy of Edland, mainly used to equip snipers on ship lookout towers. One or two could be considered an accident, but a large batch of Miller rifles could only mean that the Edland knights and officers in the Holy War Army were definitely involved in smuggling. Based on his understanding of the Adran army, Lewis knew that without his father's tacit approval or secret instruction, those men would never have dared to act this way. It wasn't impossible that they had even reached some agreement with Archbishop Luther Franz of Clovis through informants long ago. Yet, at the same time, his father was strongly supporting the holy war of the Empire and the Church, not only surrendering the port of Adran and the Bernard family's fleet, but also sending vessels and knights to actively help Arthur Herd build his legion, even demanding that Lewis surrender to the holy war forces. This contradictory behavior had completely bewildered Lewis. What exactly was his father trying to do? Besides that, there are two 18-pounder naval guns and two 24-pounder cannons. Anson flipped through a couple of pages, adding casually, because they're so heavy, each cannon requires at least 4 to 6 pack horses to barely pull it, so they're still on their way and should arrive this afternoon. 18-pounder and 24-pounder, 2 cannons, the young knight exclaimed, his eyes wide, immediately drawing the attention of the surrounding crowd. To be precise, 4 cannons. Anson gave a helpless twitch of his lips. He had originally planned to suppress this matter, but now, with this commotion, everyone was sure to know. We planned to use all 4 cannons to arm Redan Bay as a surprise for the Holy War Army. They'll surely think our coastal defenses are all small caliber guns. We'll use these big guns to properly entertain these guests from afar. Very good. Realizing his lapse in composure, the young knight quickly straightened his face, straightened his back, and put his hands behind his back. We must build Redan Bay into a true impregnable fortress, preventing the enemy from advancing even a single step and plundering the Free Confederation's territory. Not only that, we must forever remember Miss Paulina Frey's sacrifice, launch a counterattack from this very line of defense, retake Ray Dove Castle and Sailing City, and drive the Holy War Army off the land. As he finished speaking, the young knight clenched his right fist and forcefully raised his arm. The Sailing City knights who followed closely behind immediately took the lead, followed by the soldiers on the construction site who waved their wooden shovels and hoes, bursting into excited cheers. Drive the Jihad Army, drive them off the land, drive the Jihad Army, drive them off the land, drive the Jihad Army. The chaotic yet powerful cheers quickly spread from the artillery positions, and the excited shouts of the soldiers could be heard throughout the entire northern defensive line. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Anson and Lewis also quickly left the positions that were still under inspection and went to a place where work had just begun, and there weren't many people yet. Are all these supplies really sold to us by the Holy War Army? Before he could even catch his breath, the young knight impatiently pressed on. Even if the guns and ammunition can be concealed, how do you explain the 4 naval cannons? You guessed right, not entirely. Not entirely? That's right, we're not just doing business with the Holy War Army, but also with the fleets that brought them to the New World. Anson patted his shoulder, signaling him not to get too excited. To be precise, the Holy War Army itself is secondary. These people are our most important suppliers right now. They're not exactly the Holy War Army, but they're generally well equipped and don't face the risk of being drafted into battle. So they're very willing to sell us their unwanted weapons. Of course, the prices aren't cheap. They're generally much more expensive than what the Holy War Army has, usually more than 5 times the price. Anson spread out a ledger in his hand, pointing to the columns above, and said, "The advantage is that there's no risk afterward, and we can get weapons and equipment that some Holy War Army officers would absolutely never dare to hand over to us, for example, an 18-pound naval cannon." Lewis nodded slightly, his face still showing disbelief. "Then what did we use to pay for it? Timber, coal, or steel? How could that be?" Anson shrugged. "Even if they were willing to accept it, we couldn't transport so many goods from the rear to the front lines all at once, and have an army of only a dozen men stationed in dozens of colonies deliver the goods to them. After all, those people like Borlevens aren't stupid, at least it's not purely, of course, it's real gold and silver." This seemingly reasonable answer only confused Lewis more. "Do we have a lot of cash?" Unfortunately not." Anson shook his head. "The scarcity of precious metals has always been a particularly troublesome problem in the New World. Even our own banks use steel and coal as general equivalents for pricing. The only gold mines we have are small, with very limited production, which simply cannot support our private transactions with a jihad army, but fortunately, we still have some gold and silver reserves left over from before, which can barely cover part of the payment. In addition, we happen to have what the enemy needs most right now." "What they need most? Could it be food?" "Very close." Anson's lips curled up slightly. "It's salt." "Salt." The entire New World salt basically comes from only 2 sources: trade with the 3 kingdoms of the North Sea, plus the colony's own production and consumption. Anson explained, "The former goes without saying. The civil war in the kingdom of Nakhir has almost completely interrupted most of the trade, and the colony's production is mainly concentrated in the coastal salt fields of Sailing City, White Whale Harbor Colony, and small inland salt mines. When we retreated, we took almost all of our salt reserves with us and destroyed the salt ponds in Sailing City. The Holy War Army will either be able to plunder, and they probably won't be able to get a large amount of salt in the short term. It's that simple." Lewis still didn't believe it. "It's that simple." Anson nodded. "At least for us. For us. As I just said, we don't have much cash, but that doesn't mean the Jihad Army doesn't." Anson quietly revealed the answer. "The Jihad Army is short of salt, so they have to find a way to purchase it. In the short term, our only option is to get it from us. The officers who get our salt can win over and bribe the heads of the logistics departments, get them to buy the salt back at a high price, and the problem will be solved." "Right, of course. This would mean that the rank-and-file Jihad Army soldiers would lack ammunition, wouldn't have enough weapons to be fully equipped, and would have to eat bland food because of the high price of salt. But that's none of their business. It's the invisible hand of the market, the rebalancing of supply and demand, take it or leave it. In fact, because their needs are highly complementary, their trade has long extended beyond salt. Coal and iron ore are also traded between them. The Free Confederation provides the goods. The Jihad Army's ships are responsible for transportation, and they are sold at high prices to their homeland. Because both ports were blockaded, only pirates from the New World could smuggle the goods to Black Reef Harbor. Sail City was too powerful to deal with, and load them onto returning ships. The transactions and negotiations were handled by the Knights of No Faith and the bank branches remaining in several colonies. These banks, at least ostensibly, were still established under the auspices of Clovis Colony Governor Sophia France, and could continue operating as long as they weren't targeted. In other words, trade in the New World not only didn't decrease due to the war, but actually increased. Of course, Anson wouldn't tell the honest Lewis this unless absolutely necessary. "I just want to know one thing." Suppressing his shock, the young knight gritted his teeth and looked at Anson. "Since the start of the flexible defense plan, how much weaponry have we actually purchased from the Holy War Army?" Not that much." Anson casually flipped through the ledger again, his face composed. "It's not hard to guess. The Holy War Army isn't blind. How could they not notice the loss of such a large amount of supplies? Am I right, Alan?" "Absolutely right, Lord Anson." The junior clerk following closely behind smiled and said, "Unfortunately, although we very much hope to purchase more weapons from the Holy War Army, the trade volume has not increased much. Each time, we only agreed to maintain it at about 1/10 of the trade volume, and the main commodities are still gunpowder, lead bullets, and various shells. However, because the New World can hardly produce gunpowder independently, and the production of lead bullets has not been able to increase significantly, maintaining the current trade method is still advantageous to us." "Then how much exactly?" Lewis still pressed for an answer. "What exactly are you referring to?" weapons, rifles and artillery. As I just said, these only account for about 1/10 of the trade volume, and it's difficult to give an accurate figure without specific accounts. The junior clerk looked troubled. However, if you insist on asking, I can only give an estimated figure, roughly 20,000 rifles of various types, 60 artillery pieces, plus 2 three-masted sailing ships. Right. Chapter 854 The Disaster of Black Reef Harbor. What? 20,000 rifles, 60 cannons, and a third of the logistical inventory, all gone. Inside the Black Reef Harbor warehouse, facing the completely empty storeroom, a ferocious-looking Bohr-Levin grabbed the logistics manager by the collar, wishing he could devour him alive. Say it again. Where did those bastards put the weapons? Sir, even if you ask again, I really don't know. Seeing the Legion commander's expression, the logistics manager, his face filled with fear, went weak in the knees, raising his hands above his head, his entire weight almost pressing down on the collar being pulled. Since arriving at Black Reef Harbor, the Legion's supplies have been managed by the 11th family knights who followed you. I was only responsible for distribution, not for inventory or bookkeeping. A logistics manager of your stature, and you don't even have the authority to manage the books and inventory. There's a limit to lying. Bohr-Levin was so angry he laughed. Who gave such an utterly stupid order? The logistics chief paused, his pale face and darting eyes darting nervously, too afraid to speak. Bohr was initially surprised, then suddenly realized, the person who gave this order seemed to be, well, it was him. Because he didn't trust anyone else and also needed to secure positions for his relatives in the Holy War Army, Bohr-11 had divided various powers before setting off, distributing them as temporary appointments to the 11th Knights. This way, he both won over his relatives and had absolutely trustworthy people to manage his logistics and army. After all, they were all in the same boat. Now, it seemed the situation was exactly the opposite of what he had imagined. His relatives had all prospered, while only he, the clown as the Legion commander, had suffered. Staring at the empty warehouse before him, and recalling the intelligence he had just received, that the reconnaissance patrol had apparently been ambushed again, luckily suffering 0 casualties, Bohr, his face contorted with rage, threw the logistics chief to the ground, trembling all over. To be honest, he didn't really care that his subordinates, relatives, and enemies were doing business together. If circumstances allowed, he would even like to get involved. After all, the end result was always selling, and managing it himself might make the distribution of profits fairer. But for some reason, Ludwig of Sailing City suddenly announced the next phase of the offensive against the Free Confederation, taking advantage of the arrival of the Fareless Legion. He ordered approximately 60,000 men to seize Red Hand Bay and Slave Harbor, creating a pincer movement against the enemy in the Lake Town and Ice Dragon Fjord regions. Since the goal was to capture Red Hand Bay, Black Reef was undoubtedly the most important logistical base. Therefore, Sailing City issued an order requiring Black Reef Harbor to cease military operations and stockpile supplies to cope with the consumption of resources in the upcoming operations. This really put Bohr-Levin in a difficult position. Because he was isolated and in Black Reef Harbor, he was almost completely unaware of Sailing City's decisions. He only knew that no matter how many times he requested supplies, Sailing City would always send a discounted amount, but he had no idea what the specific reasons were for sending them. Now that the situation was urgent, Ludwig sent people to inspect the supplies, only to discover that these supplies were intended for the next battle, not for replenishing the Barney Legion. And at least a third of the weapons and equipment intended for the attack on the Free Confederation had already been sold to the Free Confederation. Bohr-11 suddenly felt a surge of heat in his head. He had no concrete evidence, but he vaguely suspected that he had likely been tricked by the 3 legions of Sailing City, or more accurately, by Ludwig Franz, mostly because he had publicly expressed his distrust of him. Originally, he had intended to unite the Imperial Holy War Army against the Clovis, while he himself could seize the opportunity to gain benefits. Now, things had backfired, and he was the one being targeted. Looking at the logistics chief sprawled on the ground, a pile of mud, he slightly suppressed his anger and asked seriously, "Tell me, besides the supplies that have already been sold, is there anything else you know?" You mean, for example, their trading channels with those heretics? For example, besides weapons and supplies, did they also sell intelligence about the Holy War Army to them? And for example, Bohr narrowed his eyes slightly, besides our Legion, our other Holy War Army units also involved in this smuggling? Meeting Borlevin's cold gaze, the logistics chief was terrified, as if his soul had been ripped from him, his wide eyes filled with a dull, lifeless emptiness. He stammered for half a minute, still unable to utter a single word. But Bor had already gotten the answer he wanted. So that's how it was, such high resource losses, and Sailing City didn't even ask a single question. What else could it be but something fishy? Borlevin sneered. If it was merely suspicion before, he was now almost certain that there were definitely heretical traitors within the Holy War Army of Yangfan City, and the scope was probably not limited to the Clovis. So the question now is how many of them, and how many of the Empire's powerful families are involved in this, Bori muttered to himself. What? The startled logistics chief looked up, feigning ignorance. My lord, what did you just say? What did I say? Bori paused, glancing expressionlessly at the logistics chief sprawled on the ground. Did I just speak? Huh? The logistics manager's face turned pale instantly, and he twitched his lips in bewilderment. And no, that's right, no. Bori nodded with relief. I didn't say anything. You just heard yourself muttering unintentionally, asking some questions, right? Oh, right. The logistics manager dared not say a word of dissent now. Yes, it was me. It's okay, don't be nervous. I didn't mean to blame you at all. Saying that, Bori gestured, but I didn't hear your question clearly just now. Could you please repeat it? The logistics manager's smile was more like a grimace. Perhaps it was the death knell that brought him a sudden flash of inspiration. His heart pounding wildly, he suddenly spoke up. Commander-in-Chief, since the losses of supplies are so severe, should we suggest that Sailing City postpone its offensive, since the heretics are building the Redan Bay defense line, and there are loyal troops everywhere in the wilderness? Why should we immediately throw ourselves into a battle that the enemy desires, instead of defeating them where they fear most and are most vulnerable? As soon as he finished speaking, the fearful logistics chief seemed to have exhausted all his courage and collapsed to the ground again. Well said, very true. Borlevin was quite satisfied. We cannot fight the way the enemy expects us to. Even the most foolish commander wouldn't let his enemy have his way. Then this battle, fight. We must fight, Borlevin said sternly. The New World has officially entered summer, and the Holy War Army doesn't have much time left. If we cannot achieve a decisive victory soon, the scales of victory may tip in favor of the heretics. In any case, they are certainly more adapted to the winter here than we are. Moreover, our entire legion is not only willing to sacrifice ourselves for the Ring of Order, but also for wealth and honor. To stop fighting is to make an enemy of the entire Holy War Army. Bor sighed and shifted his gaze to the outside of the warehouse. Therefore, we must attack, but not the way the enemy expects us to, and for the sake of secrecy, this battle plan cannot be easily revealed to the City of Sails. Therefore, my dear subordinate, I need you to go to Sailing City and tell them that Borlevin and his legion are fully prepared and ready to fight at any time. When they arrive at Black Reef Harbor, then convey the truth to them from me. The logistics manager was stunned, taking several seconds to finally understand the situation. Then, what exactly do you intend to tell them? Borlevin did not answer, only a sinister smile curled at the corners of his mouth. 10 kilometers north of Black Reef Harbor Colony, at a colonial farm. Roaring roars cavalry cannons blasted through the wooden fences and stone walls, and the fertile farmland was shrouded in black smoke amidst the raging fire. Jihadist warriors waving the banner of the Ring of Order, shouting the name of God, stormed into the farm like rioters, looting the grain in the warehouses and the valuables in the farmhouses. The militia and colonists remaining on the plantations, facing enemies several times, even 10 times, their numbers, lacked the courage to fight to the death. After a brief resistance, they quickly retreated. The jihadists, shouting for the glory of the Ring of Order, did not pursue, firing a few shots to drive them away before focusing on their arson and looting. Similar scenes played out repeatedly throughout the northern part of the colony. Following Borlevin's orders, the 10,000 jihadists stationed at Black Lagoon were mobilized in full force, scattered across the area between Black Lagoon and Red Hand Bay. Dozens of colonies were successively breached and destroyed. The New World Legion stationed there either failed to retreat in time and were annihilated, or they retreated in time without being pursued. This was certainly not because Borlevin suddenly became merciful, but because he was truly forced to act. He knew that his relatives were already deeply involved with the enemy, and even without his orders, they would not have acted ruthlessly, and might even have deliberately staged a charade for him. It was better to have arranged things from the beginning. Not only that, he deliberately staggered his attack targets from the colony where the goods were hidden, based on the timing of the transactions between these people and the other side. He waited until the goods were shipped before sending troops to strike, ensuring absolute success. As for the security of Black Reef Harbor, he directly transferred the remaining 10,000 legions from Sailing City, letting these guys who weren't deeply involved in smuggling handle the suppression and martial law work. Since he had already been isolated and outmaneuvered, Boer didn't intend to waste any more effort and decided to act decisively and alone. However, he was ultimately disappointed. The legion stationed in Sailing City was actually more deeply involved than the group under his nose, even selling several of their warships' cannons to the other side. Recognizing reality, Boer could only give up and pretend he knew nothing. After all, if this were exposed, his relatives would certainly not have a good ending, and he, as a legion commander who hadn't managed his subordinates well, wouldn't gain any sympathy. He would also lose a group of relatives who were willing to risk their lives for him. Either way, he would suffer losses. Under the ruthless burning, killing, and looting of the Boer Legion, the entire Black Lagoon colony collapsed at a visible pace, food prices soared, and the lives of ordinary people were precarious, living in constant bloodshed and terror. This was just the beginning. In order to further purge the colony's liberals, or rather, to completely plunder the land's wealth, Boer 11 devised a detailed and meticulous plan, slaughtering livestock, burning farmland, demolishing houses, filling in wells, polluting rivers. In short, straw had to be burned, stones had to be chopped, and even stray dogs on the roadside had to be caught and boiled into soup, thoroughly implementing a scorched earth policy throughout the Black Lagoon region, with a goal that even if the Free Confederation launched a counterattack one day, they would not be able to gain a foothold here in the short term. Of course, expecting a mere 20,000-strong Holy War army to thoroughly implement this goal over such a large area would be giving them too much credit. Boer 11 himself knew he couldn't do it, but that didn't stop him from making Black Lagoon a place of misery and a nightmare for all military logistics. Meanwhile, the trembling logistics manager arrived at Sailing City at his request, inviting Fernando and Ludwig to send legions to Black Lagoon to plan the next phase of the operation. He then stuffed all the looted supplies into the holds of his fleet and, with his legion of over 20,000 men, sped away, decisively abandoning even a large number of locals who had become their vassals, along with the town and colony reduced to ruins. When Ludwig and Fernando's legions finally arrived at Black Lagoon, they could only stare dumbfounded at the scene before them, while simultaneously questioning the imprisoned logistics manager about the whereabouts of their legion commander. Slave Harbor, that's right. Looking at the bewildered Anson, Carl Bain wiped the sweat from his brow and tossed a nearly soaked letter onto the table in front of him, a letter from Major General Ludwig. The Boer 11th Legion of approximately 25,000 men left Black Reef Harbor half a month ago and arrived around Slave Harbor. Furthermore, the last commander of the Imperial Holy War Legion, Fellers, has also arrived in Sailing City. Intelligence on him hasn't fully arrived yet, but the Holy War Army has already amassed 50,000 legions and 40 warships at Black Reef Harbor, targeting Red Hand Bay and White Whale Harbor. This time, will be attacked from 3 sides simultaneously. Chapter 855 Slave Harbor. Staring intently at the silent commander-in-chief, Carl's expression was extremely tense. His slightly trembling hands clenched into fists, sweat constantly seeping from his palms and leaving 2 obvious water stains on the table. As the Chief of Staff of the Storm Legion and the de facto head of the General Staff of the New Continent Legion, he was acutely aware of the current resources of the Free Confederation. If the enemy launched an attack from 3 directions simultaneously, defeat would only be a matter of time. Moreover, 60,000 troops, the New Continent Legion's current strength was less than 50,000, with 2/3 of them being the Air Force units. Expecting them to fight independently and hold off the enemy was like trying to climb a ladder to the sky, a pipe dream. Since they couldn't hold them all, they had to consider continuing the flexible defense plan, retreating and advancing, holding only 1 or 2 objectives. So, if they had to defend, where? Whale Harbor was undoubtedly indispensable at this stage. Red Hand Bay had a nearly completed defense system and seemed likely to be able to be held as well. Slave Harbor was the furthest away. It would take the main force considerable time to get there, and it was absolutely impossible for them to be faster than the Boer Legion's fleet. It seemed that the slave port was the most suitable place to abandon, but if they wanted to hold the Ice Dragon Fjord defense line, It was the last place they couldn't afford to lose immediately. Karl was in a state of endless inner turmoil. As the Holy War Army gradually amassed its forces, the New World Legion's strength became increasingly stretched thin. Attacking from one or two directions was manageable, but if they were attacked and surrounded from multiple sides simultaneously, collapse and defeat were almost inevitable. In contrast to his terrified adjutant, Anson, upon receiving this intelligence, remained calm, even quite puzzled. Whether it was attacking multiple targets simultaneously or the Boer Legion attempting to flank and attack the Confederacy's undefended eastern front, it was all within his expectations, because he himself would most likely have done the same. Since their forces were several times that of the enemy, why concentrate their troops in the same direction, straining their logistics and doing a lot of useless work? What he truly didn't understand was why Ludwig had specifically told him this intelligence. If it were just about the direction of the enemy's attack, the New Continent Legion sentries and scouts could obtain the relevant intelligence. He even received information about the Boer Legion leaving Black Reef Harbor 2 days earlier than Ludwig's. The movements of the Holy War Army within Sailing City were completely transparent to the New Continent Legion. In contrast, Ludwig's position was crucial. Calling him a core ally of the New Continent Legion was no exaggeration. It wasn't worth risking his life over such information. Major General Ludwig couldn't possibly be unaware of this, so why was he doing this? The Boer Legion seemed to have been isolated and out of control, so they wouldn't cooperate with the other Holy War Army's military operations against Red Hand Bay and White Whale Harbor. Furthermore, the Holy War Army had previously allocated a large amount of munitions to Black Reef Harbor for the next phase of operations. And these supplies had been resold to him by Boer Legion officers. Therefore, the Holy War Army attacking White Whale Harbor and Red Hand Bay might not be prepared for battle at all. Anson's pupils constricted. He suddenly understood Ludwig's intention. The esteemed Major General Clovis, his beloved former superior, his purpose in providing the intelligence wasn't to warn him, but to spread the word that he already possessed intelligence on the Holy War Army. There was likely some conflict among the Holy War Army members in Sailing City, or they were being urged by the Church to send troops as soon as possible. Ludwig couldn't intervene, so he used this method to make the Holy War Army abandon their plan for a swift attack. The battle hadn't even begun, and the plan had been completely leaked. Unless the Holy War Army was exceptionally stubborn, they would definitely cancel the operation, or at least change their objective. 100,000 troops, where one move affects everything, a hastily revised attack plan would inevitably be extremely chaotic. Seizing this opportunity, the New World Legion could focus undisturbed, concentrating on crushing and annihilating the isolated Boer Legion. Having figured this out, Anson didn't rush to tell his still sweating adjutant. After all, this was just his speculation. What if Ludwig suddenly became blunt? Weighing the pros and cons, he picked up the letter on the table and fiddled with it for a moment, then said to Karl, "Have you told Louis about this intelligence?" "Huh? Not yet." The chief of staff, adjutant, paused, then quickly realized, "Is there a problem?" Anson nodded seriously. "This kind of thing might be unfamiliar, but right now our direct superior isn't the Royal Army, but this Marshal of the New World Legion. Strictly speaking, he's your primary superior, and even if I'm ranked higher, I'm only second. As long as it doesn't involve certain absolutely unspeakable secrets, all intelligence should be given to him at least once, and not relayed through me. Some things can be done, but it's best not to make it too obvious." Anson wasn't worried that the honest man would harbor resentment, but the one who could unite the entire New World Legion wasn't him, but Louis. If even the dignified Marshal was just a figurehead, how long could the entire Legion remain united? I understand." The chief of staff took a deep breath, his expression becoming slightly more serious. "Here's what I'll do. I'll have the junior clerk make a copy for you, and I'll take the original and give it to Louis in person. No need for that. Just take it." Anson waved his hand. He had already scanned the entire letter with his superpower when Karl entered, and the content was just an expansion of what they had just discussed. There was no need to waste any more energy or time. The chief of staff nodded slightly, without asking any further questions, took the letter from Anson, put it in his pocket, and turned to walk out of the house. Just as he was about to open the door, he felt an astonishing force coming towards him, as if a steam train was speeding forward, pressing straight down on his face. Before he could even be shocked, the chief of staff decisively pulled his hand away, relying on his years of battlefield intuition to dodge to the right and rear, turn around, cover his head, and crouch down, all in one smooth motion. Just as he completed the entire sequence of actions, a deafening explosion that pierced his eardrums erupted instantly. Bang! The heavy oak door slammed against the wall with a deathly groan, leaving a mark resembling a bullet impact. The culprit remained oblivious. The young knight burst into the room, slamming a letter identical to the one from before onto the table, much to Anson's stunned reaction. "Anson, look at this, we might be facing attacks from 3 sides soon." Clearly, some were simply being delusional. As the governor of Sales City and heir to the Bernard family, Louis had no shortage of connections and intelligence in the New World, needing no second-hand information from those with ulterior motives. In fact, Louis possessed far more detailed intelligence, knowing the organization of the legions attacking Red Hand Bay and White Whale Harbor, and even the names of their commanders. Commander Fernando. I've met this knight from a collateral branch of the Herd royal family once, in the not-so-spacious map room. Louis, still tense, frowned. Sitting next to him, Carl was even more trembling, looking lingeringly shaken, clearly still shaken. "I don't know how you Clovis people evaluate him, but Fernando isn't exactly a particularly outstanding general, just unparalleled in his loyalty to His Majesty Herod. Whatever orders His Majesty gives him, he executes them without question. As for his military leadership, my father once made a rather disrespectful assessment. For Fernando, commanding 5,000 knights and 5,000 goats makes no difference." "Huh?" The chief of staff, who had just been quite frightened, paused. "Disrespectful? Why do I feel like that's a compliment?" "You could say that, it depends on your perspective." Anson shrugged. "In a positive sense, even if you only gave him 5,000 goats, Commander Fernando could command them in battle just as well." "And in a negative sense?" Carl suddenly asked, somewhat curious. "In a negative sense, it means that even if you give him 5,000 knights, his strength would be no different from 5,000 goats. He's an extremely consistent commander in every sense of the word." "My father holds a similar view, often referring to General Fernando as His Majesty's shepherd." Louis nodded slightly in agreement. "But even if he's truly mediocre, the Holy War Army he's leading this time is the Empire's battle-hardened elite force, and even if they're not adapted to the New World, they shouldn't be underestimated. You must know that even your Clovis standing army has suffered defeats at his hands more than once. Underestimating the enemy can really lead to disaster. Besides, he's not leading the army independently this time. Behind him, besides His Majesty, there's the Church, the command structure established by the Church, and the supervisors sent by the Knights of Judgment." The young knight said seriously, "General Fernando's biggest problem is excessive caution, even to the point of being cowardly, but with orders from His Majesty and the Church, he can be braver than any other commander. There are only 2 possibilities for letting him attack Ice Dragon Fjord: nothing will happen, or he'll launch an unstoppable attack regardless of the consequences and costs." The heavy warning echoed in the ears of the 3. So Louis not only knew about the headquarters, but also knew that the Knights of Judgment had sent supervisors to all legions. Anson thought to himself. Ludwig hadn't mentioned this. This probably wasn't intentional, he genuinely didn't know. Colonel Roman, who was responsible for contacting the Knights of No Faith, was unaware of the Knights of Judgment's existence, proving that the Church hadn't planted anyone within Ludwig's legions. If it wasn't for ulterior motives, then it could only mean that Archbishop Ludwig and the papacy had made some deal to maintain Clovis's Holy War Army's high degree of independence, preventing infiltration by the Knights of Judgment. The legionary configuration in the Redan Bay direction is somewhat surprising. Just as Anson was deep in thought, a worried Louis spoke again. The vanguard is the Arthur Legion, but the commander-in-chief is Major General Ludwig. You mean the Legion commanders of the Empire are willing to share the credit for capturing Redan Bay after ceding Sail City to the Clovis? Carl guessed. That's partly the reason, but not the main one. The young knight shook his head. I know Arthur very well. With his personality, unless he is completely convinced and trusts someone from the bottom of his heart, he will never allow that person to be above him, not even you. The chief of staff expressed doubt. Not even me, Louis emphasized. As a friend, there is no more loyal partner than him. The price is that you cannot surpass him or do anything to force or command him, only he can do that to you. As they spoke, Anson and Carl exchanged a secret glance. Clearly, he was unaware of the affair between Ludwig and Arthur. Close Major General had already used his extensive experience and reputation to completely subjugate the Empire's Dragon's Roar. Otherwise, the Battle of Grey Dove Castle, aside from Polina's sacrifice, wouldn't have been so perfect. However, since Ludwig was the overall commander of the attack on Red Hand Bay, There was nothing to worry about, only Slave Harbor and White Whale Harbor remained. Anson had no intention of conceding either of these places, and he wasn't even prepared to easily hand over Red Hand Bay to the Holy War Army. The initial phase of the strategic retreat was complete, and now it was time to exchange land for blood. 60,000 Holy War Army soldiers. They wouldn't be able to besiege Ice Dragon Fjord without inflicting at least half their casualties. This wasn't just to weaken the Holy War Army's morale and dispel their delusion of ending the war before winter, but also to make their allies clearly see the strength of the New World Legion, and to more actively create obstacles for Emperor Herod and the papacy. Otherwise, if the New World Legion crumbles at the first sign of trouble, suffering defeat after defeat without even a fight, it will have no value in terms of even the most basic united front tactics. Why would anyone expect them not to join the seemingly invincible Holy War Army, but instead place their bets on themselves? Therefore, an attack is necessary, even if it comes at a considerable cost. The most devastating victory is 1,000 times better than the most glorious defeat. Thus, on July 5, 102 AD, the New World Legion officially announced its battle plan: 50,000 Legion troops, with a main force led by Marshal Lewis, to guard Red Hand Bay. The Storm Legion's deputy commander, Fabian, would command the Grenadier Corps and 10,000 Rangers, stationed at White Whale Harbor to repel the attacking Fernando Holy War Army. Anson would command the remaining Storm Legion, with 5,000 Rangers, totaling 12,000, marching rapidly to Slave Harbor to defend against the Borny Legion's attack. To confirm his suspicions, Anson persuaded Lewis and the entire general staff not to conceal the intelligence, arguing that it was simply impossible. The enemy couldn't possibly be unaware of our resources, and concealing such a large-scale operation would only catch our own soldiers off guard. Thus, through various rumors and the Good Man of Moby Dick newspaper, news of the New World Legion's actions spread throughout much of the New World. The entire Free Confederation was excitedly cheering, eager to avenge Miss Paulina. Outside the Black Lagoon docks, Ludwig, leaning on the ship's railing, handed the newspaper to Arthur behind him, his expression incredibly grave, barely suppressing his excitement. Our operation has been exposed. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 856: 2 Options. Really? They found out so quickly. Looking at Ludwig's grave expression, Arthur's was much more relaxed, even somewhat excited. Then, does that mean they won't all run away before the fight even really starts? Like before, it's not that simple. We can't immediately confirm whether the information we have is accurate, Ludwig said coldly, inwardly amused. He was now completely certain that this famous dragon roar lacked any of the qualities of a leader from beginning to end. His mind was only focused on dueling the enemy. For Arthur, the most suitable position was definitely not commander-in-chief. Suicide Squad leader was his destined destiny. Even for the sake of commanding the nearly 20,000 remaining Holy War troops, Ludwig had no choice but to patiently explain. The plan being exposed means the enemy can devise targeted strategies against us, turning us into their puppets, constantly exposing us to extremely high risks, attacking our logistics, ambushing us on our routes, shelling our designated positions, and so on. It's arguably the worst possible scenario. Upon hearing this, Arthur finally showed a seemingly understanding expression. So you mean, the best option, of course, is to cancel the operation and cut our losses before danger arises, Ludwig said expressionlessly. Then, under Arthur's changing gaze, he changed the subject. However, this situation is rather special. The Holy War troops cannot be told that there's no such thing after mobilizing tens of thousands of troops. That would be a devastating blow to morale. Therefore, we can only choose a compromise, slightly modifying the original plan. How? Arthur's eyes lit up immediately, his expression like that of someone who had finally received a long-awaited birthday present. Commander Arthur, the decision to modify the plan shouldn't be made by me alone, or even just the two of us privately. It must be reported to the general staff and all colleagues for discussion on how to proceed, Ludwig corrected. But that would be too time-consuming, and even if we propose a plan, we might not be able to reach a conclusion, so I'm offering a preliminary plan. Change the Fernando Legion's original mission at Whale Harbor to feint attack, with a main attack focused on Red Hand Bay. As for how to persuade them, that can be solved through resource allocation. Give the Fernando Legion only the most basic supplies, preventing them from organizing a large-scale offensive. As for the Bora Legion, my suggestion is to simply abandon them and let them act freely, transport all heavy firepower and ammunition to the Red Hand Bay front and do everything in our power to defeat the main infidel force there. Of course, this is just my preliminary idea, and I'm open to any different opinions. Ludwig paused deliberately, revealing a humble and patient expression. What do you think, Commander Arthur? Commander Arthur didn't answer him immediately. The next second, his expressionless face suddenly shot forward, and before Ludwig could react, he opened his thick arms and gave him a tight hug. Bang! Ludwig's face suddenly tensed, his torso felt as if it had been suddenly clamped by steel clamps, and a violent shock surged into his mind. He could even vaguely hear his ribs and spine groaning, the sound of his organs dislocating. But Arthur was completely oblivious to all of this. Holding him tightly, he looked up, his lion-like eyes revealing unparalleled innocence. Thank you, really, thank you so much, Ludwig. Of all the Clovis scum I've met, you're the only one I truly want to thank from the bottom of my heart. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. I swear to the Ring of Order, I will never let your kindness go to waste. Arthur gritted his teeth as if making a vow. Regent Bay, I will conquer it myself, and I only hope you will obey my commands, and not act rashly again, giving others too many surprises. Ludwig took a deep breath, his expression equally serious. I still hope you will act within your capabilities. Even if you fail occasionally, it doesn't matter. This war won't end because of the outcome of 1 or 2 battles. There will be plenty of opportunities for you to demonstrate your talents. I understand. I will accept any suggestion you make unconditionally. Arthur's lips curled into a sunny smile. We are friends, and friends would never hurt each other. Ludwig gave a polite but slightly awkward smile. Releasing his grip on Ludwig's arm, Arthur turned away, unaware that Ludwig had collapsed to the ground. Instead, he sprinted along the deck like a nimble cheetah, leaping to the bow. Wait a little longer, Lewis, wait a little longer, Arthur murmured, gripping the mooring rope with one hand and the hilt of his sword with the other, gazing at the horizon. I'm coming to defeat you, east of Ice Dragon Fjord, around Grey Snow Town. Having obtained Lewis's consent, Anson, leading most of the Storm Legion and 5,000 ranged troops, began a forced march eastward towards the Free Confederation, heading for Slave Harbor. The objectives could be roughly divided into 2, defend Slave Harbor and annihilate the Bora Legion, isolated by the Holy War Army. If both could not be accomplished simultaneously, the second would take priority. This might sound like putting the cart before the horse, but it could very well be the best option for the New World Legion right now. The enemy isn't stupid. Whether the Bora Legion wins or is defeated, their independent operations will inevitably end after this battle. The command sent by the papacy and the Knights of Judgment will absolutely not allow this internal strife to continue indefinitely. In other words, the opportunity to completely annihilate a main force of the Holy War Army through solo operations without worrying about external support from the enemy will never come again. Even though it's very difficult and risky, Anson is prepared to try, and even prepared to pay a price. But after carefully studying the terrain with the Slave Harbor colony speaker and gathering most of the intelligence on the surrounding terrain, he suddenly realized that he might have been a little too optimistic. Topographically speaking, Slave Harbor, despite being called a port, is really just a relatively flat mudflat, no different from the surrounding coastline. The only reason for the colony is its proximity. Pointing to the hand-drawn map hanging behind him, Chief of Staff Carl consistently criticized the overconfidence of some within the Storm Legion. Without a harbor, the docks are completely undefendable, allowing the enemy to choose their attack direction at will, and they may not even need to land at the port. Conversely, it could also be said that the port conditions are poor, only suitable for small boats to approach. And large ships would definitely run aground. The reason for this is that, besides the fact that there are almost no decent ports in the entire eastern part of the New World, the 3 North Sea kingdoms have extremely low regard for their colonies, treating them purely as free prisons for exiling criminals, and have never seriously developed or cultivated them. Not only is the port easy to attack but difficult to defend, the entire slave port lacks walls, fences, or any structures that could serve as defensive strongholds. According to the caravan reports, even their council is a purely wooden structure with no warehouses. They store food and fuel in dug cellars. In other words, even if we can reach the slave port before Bor Levant, the terrain there is simply insufficient for us to hold it. Is that right? Norton Crossell couldn't help but ask. That's entirely plausible, Carl sighed. glancing at the still confident Anson. If we insist on persisting, the 5,000 ranged troops and the Storm Legion will practically become sitting ducks for the enemy's naval guns. Even if we can hold out with our fortifications, we can't stop the enemy from landing, and will be surrounded immediately. Then why don't we withdraw from the slave port and then attack the enemy defending the town? Alexei suddenly asked. Since the terrain is open, why can't we take the initiative to attack the enemy? The reason is simple, we don't have the firepower to withstand the enemy's naval guns. Before Karl could retort, Julian, the commander of the 5th Infantry Regiment, frowned and said regretfully, given the range of the naval guns and the unobstructed terrain around the slave port, before we even get close, the barrage of naval gunfire will cover the Legion's lines. We might have to suffer 1/20th, or even 1/10th, of our casualties just to get close to the town. What about the civil engineering work? Alexei persisted, undeterred by the rebuttal. Is it feasible to dig trenches, stretching from outside the artillery fire range all the way to the outskirts of the town? Of course it is, but have you forgotten our objective for this operation? Leo, the commander of the 4th Infantry Regiment sitting opposite him, couldn't help but laugh. To dig a siege position that avoids the enemy's frontal fire, and to have more than 10,000 men surround Slave Harbor, it would be a massive undertaking that would take at least 10 to 20 days. Considering the operational timeline, are you planning to fight the Battle of Slave Harbor for 1 or 2 months? Alexei paused, looking around at the officers with a blank expression. Is there a problem? Of course not for us, but it might be a different story for the Holy War Army. Karl shrugged. Given the current situation, if they still want to declare victory, they must launch a full-scale siege of the entire Ice Dragon Fjord before October at least. It's highly unlikely that they can afford to waste 1 or 2 months in a small place like Slave Harbor. 10 days. I estimate that if the battle cannot be ended within 10 days, either Bohr-Levens will voluntarily bow down and ask the Holy War Army for help, or the Vatican's command will force the rest of the Holy War Army to reinforce him, because Slave Harbor is the entrance to the siege of the eastern part of Ice Dragon Fjord, and they must take it, so we not only have to annihilate Bohr's Legion, but we also have to do it within 10 days, Alexei exclaimed, as if terrified by this crazy idea. Is that even possible? No one answered his question, all eyes silently turned to the confident figure. Of course it's possible. Meeting the skeptical gazes, Anson declared confidently. In fact, 10 days is a very conservative estimate. If the plan goes smoothly enough, I estimate we can finish the battle in 7, 8 days at most. The rest is cleaning up the battlefield, annihilating the remaining enemy, and gathering the slave port residents for the evacuation to Ice Dragon Fjord. The entire operation will probably last about half a month, and we should be able to retreat just before the enemy arrives. Here in his seemingly matter-of-fact tone, Karl couldn't help but roll his eyes. And what is your plan? Julian asked with curiosity, even a hint of admiration in his eyes. As the only senior officer in the entire army, possibly younger than Anson, highly self-disciplined and extremely sensitive to pride, he always regarded Anson as his role model, hoping to become a brigadier general at a young age, entrusted with important responsibilities by the kingdom and his majesty. Upon learning the truth, Karl was speechless for a moment, unsure whether to advise him to strive for advancement or to find a suitable life partner as soon as possible. Anson's answer was definitely the former. He desperately wanted to advance. My plan. Anson gave him a look that said, you know perfectly well why, and pointed to the 2nd Infantry Regiment commander beside him. Didn't Lieutenant Colonel Alexei just say that? That's right, I said it. Alexei, completely unaware of anything, nodded earnestly, then paused for several seconds before reacting. I said what? The officers exchanged bewildered glances. You said we can't attack the enemy instead? Yet, why not? Anson countered. Of course, launching a preemptive attack on Slave Harbor is dangerous, but we can easily lure the enemy out of town and out of the range of our naval guns to attack us. Yeah, we can, Alexei exclaimed excitedly, but quickly realized, how do we do that? Yeah, how? Karl turned his head, pressing on. You saw the Battle of Black Reef Harbor. Bohr-Levens isn't a fool. In some ways, he's even more troublesome than Bernard. Why would he abandon the town he's already captured and launch a preemptive attack on us? It's simple. Because that way we can annihilate the New World Legion's main force, the Storm Legion, plus 5,000 ranged troops. Anson smiled. At our current marching speed, even a forced march wouldn't be enough to get to Slave Harbor before Bohr's Legion. So let's just give up and put on a show for Bohr-Levens, making him really think we're late. 12,000 men marched day and night, their ranks stretched thin, completely disorganized, and lacking even the stamina to repel a surprise attack. Anson paused, then said, almost as if answering his own question, anyone would want to try this, right? What if he's particularly cautious and doesn't fall for it? Wouldn't it be even better if he didn't fall for it? Anson looked at Carl, who was still quite uneasy. Then we can use Alexei's method to bait the enemy's naval guns, wait until they run out of ammunition, and then launch an attack, as expected of my trustworthy 2nd Infantry Regiment commander. He's provided us with 2 plans at once, in my opinion. How about we call this battle Operation Dukaski? What do you all think? Chapter 857 Dukaski Offensive. Receiving such lavish praise from the commander-in-chief, especially in front of the entire officer corps, Alexei couldn't have been unhappy. He was practically beaming with pride, his mustache practically twitching. At that moment, the phrase radiant with joy seemed to have been coined to describe his expression, literally. Of course, Alexei was also somewhat uneasy. The commander-in-chief wasn't the type to particularly praise others, except for self-praise, and whenever he suddenly showed you favor, it was usually because he felt he had wronged you. A rumor circulated within the Storm Legion. If the commander-in-chief told you personally that you were his most trusted person, then your next decision had to live up to that trust. Otherwise the commander-in-chief would also have to wrong you. This rumor had circulated in multiple versions within the Storm Legion, and after numerous updates, Anson Bach's image had become almost indistinguishable from a wicked god whose words carried weight. Regarding these irresponsible, fabricated, and baseless claims, Alexei, the most trusted, the loyal, Dukaski, declared that there were no rumors, only the truth. So this time will be no exception. Appoint Lieutenant Colonel Alexei Dukaski as the vanguard, leading the 2nd Infantry Regiment on a forced march to Slave Harbor. Your mission is to feign being the main force of the Storm Legion, the Grenadiers, who have become separated from the main force due to their rapid advance, to draw the attention of the Borai Legion, while also undertaking reconnaissance and luring the enemy into an offensive. Once the enemy is successfully lured away from Slave Harbor, the 2nd Infantry Regiment will immediately deploy for defense, covering the waiting Rangers, while simultaneously retreating step by step, leading the enemy into the ambush zone pre-planned by the Storm Legion, if the enemy does not fall for it. The 2nd Infantry Regiment will lead the Rangers to dig trenches outside Slave Harbor, creating the appearance of a large-scale siege, drawing enemy naval fire, and awaiting the arrival of the main force. Having given the orders, Carl Bain sighed, handed the mission plan to the despairing Alexei, and patted him on the shoulder expressionlessly. Alexei, frozen for nearly a minute, looked at the plan in his hand, then at the Chief of Staff, hesitating several times before finally speaking. Lieutenant Colonel Carl, I have a question I have to ask. Why you? Right. Carl gave him a I knew you'd ask this look. Frankly, for no particular reason. That bastard Anson, our beloved commander-in-chief, said that anyone could do this task, except for the relatively inexperienced Lieutenant Colonel Julian. There's no specific candidate? Huh? Then why? Because of everyone, you're the most proactive one. Carl sighed again. You've twice offered suggestions and questions that perfectly aligned with the commander-in-chief's ideas, praising him more professionally than I, the deputy, the chief of staff. Who else would I choose if not you? I bet you're thinking now that you'll never be this proactive again, right? The chief of staff glanced at the 2nd Infantry Regiment commander, whose expression had suddenly changed, and gave a cold snort. I advise you not to get your hopes up. You know our commander-in-chief. The only way to avoid his malice is to not know him, so, accept your fate. With that, Carl slapped him hard on the shoulder, and the distraught Alexei collapsed to the ground. Meanwhile, in the Storm Legion's command tent, facing almost all the officers present except Alexei, Anson expressionlessly stopped playing with his pipe. Everyone, listen up. I'll only say this once. Not a single word about any information involving the Dukaski family is to be leaked to Lieutenant Colonel Alexei. There is no room for discussion, and no explanations will be accepted. Not even rumors can reach Alexei's ears. Understand? Understood. The officers nodded slightly, their eyes filled with utmost seriousness. Anson nodded slightly and lightly tapped the documents on the table. This was intelligence just delivered by Lieutenant Colonel Norton Crossell, or rather, the Truth Society, revealing that the Borai Legion not only contained the Levin family, but also many other gifted individuals from southern families. They learned of this because of the side effects of the previous flexible defense plan. Through smuggling, the New Continent Company, the Knights of No Faith, and the Truth Society had all successfully infiltrated the upper echelons of several legions, obtaining almost the complete officer rosters of the Holy War Army. They were then surprised to discover that the current heir of the Dukaski family was also in the Borai Legion, serving as the commander of a cuirassier regiment. According to the imperial military system, cuirassiers were the core and absolute fighting force of an army, typically responsible for assaults and decisive blows. In other words, in any conflict with the Borai Legion, this cuirassier unit would inevitably have to deal with the Storm Legion. Given this, Anson naturally had to consider preventing a direct confrontation between his trusted 2nd Infantry Regiment commander and the enemy. He needed to find a reason to keep him out of battle, or allow him to enter the battlefield later in the fighting. But giving him a task like covering the rear would be too obvious, hence the scene at the military conference just now. Alexei, as far as we know, he ran away from home for some reason and had no intention of joining the Clovis Royal Army. Norton, sitting on the left side of the long table, leaned on the table with a heavy expression. He personally abhors being forced to sacrifice himself for the sake of his family's interests, and is probably directly influenced by something. As for what exactly happened to the Dukaski family, although we don't know yet, based on the intelligence we have, it might be, well, an elopement, huh? As soon as he finished speaking, the officers, who had just been somber with various expressions, immediately split into two distinct factions. Julian, along with Cavalry Major Jason and a group of other minor nobles, considered well-educated within the Storm Legion, were noticeably grave, their eyes even showing a hint of empathy. Those who rose through the ranks, like Leo, the commander of the 4th Infantry Regiment, or Gerashenko, the artillery company commander, were clearly stunned, their speechless expressions even containing a hint of envy. Lisa, sitting to the side, raised her head, her large, curious eyes fixed on Anson, her worried expression clearly indicating she had confused deserter with elopement. Of course, this is just our speculation, it may not be true. Lieutenant Colonel Alexei, you may also have been forced to leave home for other reasons. Norton quickly added. Please make sure everyone understands this, and don't look at our 2nd Regiment commander with prejudice. However, his words were clearly too late, or rather, meaningless. He'd heard he might have a wife who was practically throwing herself at him, and people were already judging him with prejudice. In short, Alexei, you must never know about this. Let him lead the 2nd Infantry Regiment and the Rangers as reserves for the attack on the slave port. That's enough, Anson said solemnly, giving his final summary. The rest of you, prepare to face the Borai Legion's attack alone, without any aid or cover. I must also make it clear that this operation is extremely risky. I'm prepared to pay the price with sacrifices and losses, so please be prepared as well. Indeed, it seems like a pipe dream to have a mere 12,000 men fight 20,000 elite troops, but this is our only chance to change the course of the entire world order, a chance to achieve great things with minimal resources. Our enemy is powerful, but not invincible. We have many allies, but the prerequisite for winning them over is proving we are worthy of their alliance. What we need to do is prove with our own hands that the enemy is not truly invincible, seize their weakness, and then deliver a crushing blow. And then, the enemy won't become weaker because of this, nor will we become stronger. Unfortunately, in this world, challenging the strong doesn't bring any rewards from the Ring of Order. In fact, it comes at a price. But this world, seemingly unchanged, will be completely different from yesterday. Anson slowly spoke. When the strong in this world have to pay a visible price for their recklessness and arrogance, when they are humiliated, this world will change. I don't want to say that such a world would be better, nor do I want to paint a beautiful picture for you all. I just want you to seriously recall, did the Storm Legion grow stronger by bullying the weak and relying on the strong? Hearing this, and seriously recalling someone's rise to power, various ways of securing sponsorships, beating up the weak, and gathering all sorts of scum to bully the enemy with overwhelming numbers, Carl really wanted to ask, wasn't that right? Of course not, Anson shouted, answering his own question. Hyperhorn, the Izerguard, the Seven Cities Alliance, the Imperial Expeditionary Force, the Imperial Colonial Legion. Every time the Storm Legion grows stronger, it's after a direct confrontation with an even more powerful enemy. Why? Bullying the weak may seem insignificant in price, but you're destined to gain little. If you strangle a sapling in its growth, how can you expect to reap a bountiful harvest? Only by defeating the strong can you gain the friendship of allies, the voluntary vassalage of the weak, and rightfully rise above them all. Therefore, my friends, those who have stood by me since the suppression of the rebellion in Clovis, the siege of Hyperhorn, and the war to unify Hantu, those who share similar pursuits and ideals of progress. Anson took a deep breath and slowly spread his arms wide. Follow me to uphold justice and fight against injustice. Just as Anson ventured eastward to challenge the Borae Legion, whose forces were almost twice his own, Lewis, stationed at Red Hand Bay, also encountered the enemy he was about to face. The situation was extremely dire. Initial intelligence indicated that the enemy's attack from Red Hand Bay was merely a feint, and the additional troops they had committed were very limited. Coupled with the previous devastation caused by the New World Legion and the Borae Legion, Black Reef Harbor had become virtually a no-man's land, lacking both the resources and capacity to supply a large army. According to the New World Legion's General Staff's estimates, the enemy on land could not exceed 10,000, and the main feint attack should come from the sea. The overall commander was Major General Ludwig, and the fleet consisted primarily of the Royal Fleet from North Harbor and sailors from the Bernard family, making the risk virtually zero. However, the final result was completely different from everyone's predictions. The army assembled on land exceeded 20,000, and the naval fleet reached an astonishing 50 warships. Although it seemed that supply ships accounted for more than half, it was still an extremely terrifying number for a small colony like Red Hand Bay. To defend Whale Harbor, Anson left Lewis with very few troops, only 3,000 from the Sailing City Legion plus 8,000 from the Colonial Militia, a force roughly the same as Anson's, but with vastly different combat capabilities. Lewis was to use this army to fight against two allied elite holy war forces. It seemed that everything was no different from the Battle of Wilderness a few months earlier. Even Lewis himself thought so. Compared to the enemy, our army's advantage lies in our largely complete defensive fortifications, which can barely withstand the initial enemy fire and mitigate the damage inflicted by the first few offensives. Apart from that, we only have the morale to defend our territory, dignity, and honor. Looking at the officers blocking his way, the young knight calmly said, "But morale isn't something that lasts forever, it needs something to sustain it. When enemy shells rain down on our soldiers, when battle cries several times louder than our own assault, we can't expect every soldier to be fearless. That's abnormal. They need an example, support, something that makes them believe they can continue fighting here, not alone. Used as expendable pawns to draw the enemy's attention, so they can defend until the very last moment. Similarly, when they attack, they need a direction, a flag, to show them which way to follow, not just an order coming from the rear that only reminds them of corpses and death." This is all I wanted to say, and all I wanted to say. Looking at the somber faces of the officers, Lewis calmly drew his sword. "So, if you still want to stop me, I won't object, but I will go alone to the front lines and fight alongside the soldiers defending the trenches. But if you understand, then please follow my orders. Raise the regimental flag at the nearest artillery position to the front lines, establish a temporary command post, and inform all the soldiers, and the enemy, I, Louis Bernard, Marshal of the New World Legion, am here." Chapter 858 The Gamblers. To ensure that the New World Legion, with its limited forces and even limited combat effectiveness, wouldn't truly crumble at the first contact, Lewis, who had initially begun to despair, suddenly became full of confidence after carefully examining the Red Hand Bay defense line, which Anson had overseen and which had taken months to construct. The reason was simple: what he saw was a true impregnable fortress. A decent defense line, disregarding its structure, hinges on the number of troops stationed there, logistical reserves, and the materials used in its construction. A luxurious fortress with a granite base, concrete embankments, and steel reinforcements is certainly far superior to a trench merely paved with a few planks. The New World lacked cement plants, and its steel production was pitifully small, barely enough to produce tools and weapons, making it impossible to build a defense line large enough to cover an entire colony. However, the New World also possessed advantages the Old World lacked: cheap timber and stone from mining. The freshly felled trees and mine slag were worthless, so Anson sent the New World Company to hire workers around Red Hand Bay and Long Lake Town to transport the slag and gravel, and to buy logs directly from lumberyard owners to use as building materials for the defensive positions. With the material problem solved, the next step was site selection. From June to August, apart from a few leveled roads, the thawed land in the New World was mostly mud, undeveloped grasslands, swamps, puddles, and jungles. Small-scale operations were manageable, but large armies could hardly pass through these areas. Therefore, Control of the roads was paramount for the entire defensive line. Anson constructed the northern defensive line here, a position large enough to defend at least a 10,000-strong legion, and built small artillery fortifications and bunkers on 3 surrounding high grounds. To be honest, as a skirmisher, he didn't have much skill in constructing large-scale fortifications and legion-level positions. Ludwig was far more adept. However, he had an experienced adjutant and a technical advisor proficient in mathematics. The former had witnessed the structure of large fortresses and personally constructed defensive positions at the regimental and divisional levels. The latter knew nothing about military affairs, yet could point out unreasonable errors in the defensive line design drawings. Especially after on-site investigation of the terrain of Red Hand Bay and obtaining building materials, logistical supply transport lines, and manpower from the New World Company, William Gottfried designed a transportation and engineering plan specifically for the New World Legion. Through his optimization and design, the transportation speed and daily working hours did not increase, but the arrival time of supplies and the scope and speed of personnel's work were seamlessly connected, optimizing and improving efficiency by 20%, allowing for the uninterrupted construction of fortifications like an assembly line. Similar to the previous train factory equation, this time he called his plan the Legion Camp equation: how to plan resource transportation routes, reduce unnecessary losses and wasted time, and design and build army camps that meet the needs at the fastest speed. The two work together, resulting in the well-structured and rationally designed, densely layered defensive positions that Louis saw before him, giving him great confidence after seeing them. In addition, there were 25 defensive outposts surrounding the entire Red Hand Bay colony, serving as both reconnaissance posts and delaying enemy attacks. These outposts, along with a road network behind them, the northern flank positions, and the town of Red Hand Bay itself, together formed the entire defensive line. Since the enemy intended to attack by land, the northern defensive line was the only route their main force could take. If it were Anson or any officer Louis didn't know, in the face of a simultaneous attack from both land and sea, he would have to be wary that the enemy might be feinting from that direction, using a small elite force to raid a particular outpost to break through the defensive line, creating chaos on the inner side and buying time for the Navy to land. But this time, the Army's commander-in-chief was Arthur Herald. Louis didn't even hesitate, concentrating the entire remaining main force of the New World Legion on the northern defensive line. Only a small number of troops were left at each outpost for reconnaissance, and their command posts were set up at the front lines, leaving not a single contingency plan. He was gambling, betting that Arthur wouldn't take a detour or launch a sneak attack, but instead would launch a full-scale frontal assault on the northern flank, using his sharpest spear to pierce his strongest shield. This was another reason why the entire New World Legion objected. If the judgment was wrong, and Louis Bernard encountered an accident on the front lines, the fall of Red Hand Bay wouldn't be the worst of it. Most of the New World Legion's high command might be wiped out. However, under Louis's unusually firm orders, the officers and knights had no choice but to comply, though they still sent messengers to White Whale Harbor, hoping the Storm Legion's vice commander would be prepared for a rescue. Even the Elven girl, who hadn't initially paid much attention to these matters, stubbornly insisted on staying by Louis's side, providing constant protection to prevent any unforeseen events. Amidst this pessimistic atmosphere, only Louis himself remained convinced of his judgment, betting everything, ready to fight tooth and nail on the northern defense line. On the deck of the flagship Kingdom in the Clovis Holy War Fleet, Colonel William Cecil, his face filled with disbelief, handed Ludwig Franz the message just delivered by messenger: the land forces have not been divided, they are all advancing along the road towards Red Hand Bay, personally led by Legion Commander Arthur Herald, to launch a frontal assault on the Free Confederation's fortified defenses, leaving no reserves or backup. He requests that you postpone the attack on Red Hand Bay port, prioritizing the logistics of the land army, and promises that he can break through the defenses in just 3 days, allowing the fleet to launch a pincer attack on Red Hand Bay from the north and south. William Cecil sighed, his expression a mixture of surprise and utter defeat. Congratulations, you won your gamble. Thank you, but there's nothing to congratulate about something that was expected. Ludwig calmly accepted the letter, his eyes devoid of even a trace of excitement, coldly staring towards Red Hand Bay on the horizon. With this letter, we can legitimately postpone our attack on Red Hand Bay for at least 3 to 5 days, continuing to manage and maintain control of Sailing City to prevent it from being seized by the newly arrived Fareless Legion. According to our current intelligence, this Legion commander likely has ulterior motives. He has deep ties to the Church of Order and the Knights of Judgment, yet he remains tight-lipped about it. He is very likely a frontman planted by the Church to ensure solutions in case other legions disobey orders. If my guess is correct, the Church may very well renege on its promise regarding Sailing City, or force us Clovis to attack and seize Ice Dragon Fjord to prove our loyalty. This situation must be avoided at all costs. Even if it becomes unavoidable, we must ensure the absolute safety of Sailing City. It's Clovis's only remaining interest. We'd rather hand it over to the Free Confederation after the war than let the Church and the Empire take it. This is the bare minimum. Ludwig spoke slowly and deliberately, his cold expression masking his stoic expression, his eyes devoid of any emotion, like a steam differential engine in human skin. William Cecil stood silently to the side, his gaze fixed on Ludwig's eyes, a profound sense of Genke, a complex feeling of mixed emotions, often including admiration and reflection. He had once looked down on the Franz family, considering them nothing more than nouveau riche who had risen to power through Archbishop Ludwig, fundamentally different from the established Cecil family. But after witnessing the Franz siblings firsthand, he had to admit that their current prosperity and arrogance were not without reason. Ludwig, who had been somewhat emotional before their departure, had quickly become incredibly pragmatic, calm, and rational, almost frighteningly so, after suffering a setback in Saletown. The other party, as the commander of the Clovis Legion, controlled a powerful colony of the Empire, almost openly colluding with the enemy, winning over the commanders of the Empire's Holy War Army, and isolating those who did not cooperate with him. To be fair, William Cecil believed he couldn't have done it. What's wrong? Noticing the other's gaze, Ludwig stopped and asked curiously. Nothing, just some reflections. William Cecil shook his head, his gaze somewhat lost in thought. Ludwig Franz, you truly are worthy of being Archbishop Luther's son. Ludwig was taken aback, not understanding what this man meant. But none of that mattered. He merely frowned slightly and dismissed the thought, refocusing his attention on the ongoing full-scale siege of the Free Confederation. The Fernando Legion has also sent messengers requesting reinforcements and supplies to ensure the success of the attack on Whale Harbor. Our previous pretext seems to have been denied. The papacy's command has rejected the feigned attack on Whale Harbor, ordering us to maintain two fronts simultaneously. William Cecil nodded slightly. So the plan failed. Is that a bad thing? On the contrary, it's a good thing. Ludwig's lips curled into a slight smile. Maintaining two fronts simultaneously means the papacy has given us official permission to ignore the fate of the Borae Legion. Even if they send 10,000 letters requesting reinforcements every day, we can ignore them. So that's the key point. William Cecil paused slightly. The expression on the face of the commander-in-chief of the Holy War made him feel as if he were talking to Anson Bach. Yes, it was utterly despicable, utterly shameless. In that case, what should we do about the White Whale Harbor? Of course, we agree. Reinforcements can be delayed a bit longer, but supplies must be sent to them as soon as possible. We can't let the Fernando Legion find fault with their disobedience to the Holy War Army. Ludwig narrowed his eyes. But what supplies to send, how to send them, and whether to send anything else besides supplies, that's not up to them. Major General Ludwig's intelligence has arrived. The enemy will receive supplies in 3 days, inside the White Whale Harbor headquarters. Fabian coldly looked at the officers present. In other words, the enemy will not, or only launch small-scale probing attacks against us in the next 3 days, to assess our defenses and troop deployment. Once the supplies arrive, the Fernando Legion will launch a full-scale attack. The terrain dictates that the enemy can only raid the port from Ice Dragon Fjord, unable to bypass it and attack the town by land. Therefore, our mission is to find a way to lure the enemy into launching a general offensive prematurely, completely stalling them due to insufficient logistics, while simultaneously maximizing the depletion of their forces. So we have to convince the enemy's fainting forces that Whale Harbor is poorly defended, or even lacks any defensive capabilities whatsoever. A Grenadier Company commander stood up and asked, his face full of confusion. But how is that possible? To defend against the Holy War Army's attack, we've already destroyed the port of Whale Harbor and built artillery emplacements on the mountainsides on both sides of the fjord. How can we convince the enemy that our defenses are so blatant? Of course we can. The confident Fabian pulled 2 letters from his pocket and placed them directly in front of the officers present. One of these letters is from the Eastern Front. The main force of the Storm Legion is marching rapidly towards Slave Harbor, but they've learned that the enemy's strength and speed of movement have exceeded expectations, and 20,000 Holy War Army soldiers have already occupied Slave Harbor. The other letter is from Red Hand Bay. Marshal Lewis has concentrated the remaining main force of the New World Legion on the northern front, leaving the defenses vulnerable to a breakthrough. He's requesting our support. Both letters are genuine, of course, and I just issued an order to the farms and outposts around Whale Harbor, instructing them to prepare to evacuate the population and retreat to Winter Torch. Fabian glanced at everyone present. What do you think the Fernando Legion on the other side would think if they received this intelligence? What would they think? The officers were all taken aback, instantly understanding Fabian's intentions. You want them to believe that our troops are likely to withdraw soon, and that Whale Harbor is a ghost town, and we really are withdrawing, proactively clearing all the city's defenses. Fabian nodded slightly, but at the same time, we also need to plant the 13-star rings flag on all the artillery fortifications and watchtowers, making it appear as if we're ready to respond to an enemy attack. We want them to believe that the defenders of Whale Harbor are merely bluffing. Their defense is utterly vulnerable. If they don't attack quickly, the lesson of Black Reef Harbor will be repeated, leaving them with nothing but empty warehouses and starving civilians. What if the enemy refuses to fall for it and insists on waiting for supplies to arrive before launching an attack? The officers were still somewhat worried. Wouldn't we be very passive by going back and forth like this? If the enemy really remains unmoved, it means they don't really want to capture Whale Harbor. They're just following orders. Fabian suddenly revealed a strange smile. Tell this information to Major General Ludwig, and he will be more than happy to let the papacy and the empire know about it inadvertently. Chapter 859 I've come to find you. As it turned out, Commander Fernando Herald was neither made of metal nor was he a coward. After detecting the unusual activity at Whale Harbor and intercepting the letter Fabian had deliberately sent out, he initially suspected it might be a trap. Instead of immediately launching a full-scale attack, he only sent a small number of ships to freely fire outside the fjord, provoking Fabian. Simultaneously, he tirelessly sent intelligence to Ludwig, urging for supplies again, and reported the situation to the command headquarters, which had just arrived in Sailing City, for the papacy and imperial envoys to decide. Fabian, whose plot had failed, was not in a hurry. He held the intelligence provided by Lewis and knew that the man opposite him was an incredibly obedient and honest man. As long as the command headquarters gave the order, he would definitely intensify the attack. Sure enough, just one day later, instead of receiving supplies, Fernando received complaints from Ludwig, who accused him of making exorbitant demands and completely disregarding the fact that he was simultaneously responsible for the logistics of two fronts. How could he possibly provide everything he asked for? Meanwhile, Ludwig successfully intercepted Fernando's messenger, while Clovis's envoy, who had set out at the same time, complained bitterly to the command. Fernando was hoarding his troops and wouldn't attack until supplies arrived. How were we supposed to know how much to give him if he didn't attack? Besides, it was originally agreed that Clovis's Holy War Army only needed to capture Sailing City. We're doing extra work now, so what right does Fernando Herod have to be so picky? Faced with Clovis's tearful accusations, the troubled command could only mediate between the two sides. Ludwig would immediately distribute supplies to Fernando according to the standards of Arthur's Legion, and Fernando must immediately organize an attack and not fail the trust placed in him by the Empire and the Church. After this back and forth, Fernando, who had been waiting anxiously for 3 days, didn't receive the naval gun shells he wanted, especially shrapnel and large-caliber solid shot. Instead, he received boxes and boxes of rifles, uniforms, boots, all sorts of miscellaneous infantry equipment, the leftovers after some picking and choosing, plus a handwritten letter from Ludwig himself. To His Excellency the Invincible Commander Fernando Herod, I have heard that Your Excellency has recently complained about our army, believing that the Clovis are deliberately delaying logistics, preventing Your Excellency from carrying out your mission smoothly and forcing you to only do superficial work. On behalf of all the officers and soldiers of the Clovis Jihad Army, I would like to clarify this matter for Your Excellency. Yes, you guessed it. Although our Jihad Army has over 100,000 men, due to geographical limitations and supply constraints, it is impossible for us to be present in every direction and fight without worries about our rear. Lord Arthur Herod and I joined forces to confront the main force of the infidels at Redan Bay. We are both inexperienced juniors, striving to avoid mistakes, and naturally hoping for abundant supplies. But you, Fernando Herod, a renowned general of the Empire, known for repeatedly suffering defeats at the hands of my Clovis standing army, yet always managing to survive and continue leading the imperial army to attack the fortress to your death, are highly experienced. Even with scarce supplies, you should know better than us how to overcome difficulties and rise to the challenge. Therefore, I truly never expected that you would directly reject my offer of negotiation, complaining to headquarters and forcibly changing the battle plan. Since that's the case, I have no choice but to fulfill your wish and deliver all the supplies I can find to you. I can guarantee with the France family's reputation that the supplies I give you are no different from those given to Arthur Herald. You have everything he has. May your excellency cherish these precious resources, which you have worked so hard to acquire, and conquer Whale Harbor and seize Ice Dragon Fjord in the shortest possible time. Fulfilling your promises to the Church and the Emperor, I will certainly pray sincerely for you to the Ring of Order in Red Hand Bay. Of course, defeat is no big deal. Failure is the mother of success. Your failure will surely be transformed into our success, keeping the enemy's elite legion immobilized in Whale Harbor, paving the way for our victory in Red Hand Bay. Thank you, Fernando Herald. Your loyal friend, junior, and colleague, Major General Clovis, Ludwig Franz. Bang! He slammed the letter to the ground, then stomped on it dozens of times, turning the exquisite parchment into a puddle of mud. Fernando, seething with rage, finally raised his head, like a wounded beast. The ship's cabin, teeming with people, was deathly silent. Despite being so crowded there wasn't even room to move, no one dared approach within 3 meters of the Legion commander, bodies pressed together, yet not a single breath could be heard. The oppressive air was filled only with a heavy, muffled rumble, like a volcano about to erupt, emanating from deep within Fernando's throat. A full minute passed before Fernando, his face as cold as ice, straightened and commanded in a deep voice, "Attack!" Boom! 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 The muffled explosions ignited the horizon of Red Hand Bay, causing the entire wasteland to tremble violently. Shells trailing fiery exhaust began to streak across the sky, igniting vast plumes of smoke and fire on the northern flank of Red Hand Bay. The northern flank, ravaged by shelling, was now a scene of utter devastation. The rapidly falling black dots screeched across the open field, crashing down before anyone could react, blooming spectacularly on the muddy ground. Large swaths of earth and rocks were sent flying into the air, then swept up by the blast waves and rained down like a storm. Fences, walls, sandbags, the defensive structures piled on the position were instantly crushed to dust. Half-ton stones were tossed high into the air like toys, then slammed down heavily, tumbling across the position before finally coming to a stop in a trench. Amidst the constant falling earth and rocks, and the ear-piercing screams, Lewis, lying prone in his bunker, struggled to lift his head, looking in the direction from which the artillery fire was coming. Thanks to the fortifications built by Karl Bain and William Gottfried, he had not yet received any reports of casualties. Only a few unlucky soldiers had been injured by stones or suffered temporary hearing loss. But Lewis dared not be complacent. The Imperial artillery was excellent enough to allow cavalry to charge into the blast head-on, and the infantry could certainly do the same. The real danger was not the immediate artillery fire, but the massive army following closely behind. The New World Legion, its ability to retaliate suppressed, had to face twice its size, the well-trained Clovis, the Imperial Holy War Army. Soon, the shelling, which had lasted nearly 5 minutes, suddenly slowed. Large plumes of dust rose from the Holy War Army's positions, and in the distance, dense formations could be seen advancing towards the lines. It had begun. A chill ran down Lewis's spine, and he immediately gave the order to return fire from the artillery emplacements on the high ground to the left and right flanks of the position. The whistling shells traced beautiful parabolas, mostly landing in the open spaces between the squares, but a few struck within the lines. The scorching solid shot easily crushed the advancing flesh and blood, the cries of soldiers and the sounds of breaking flesh echoing as it continued to bounce backward, tearing the tight formation in two. The Holy War Army clearly noticed the high ground on both flanks of the battlefield. Cavalry cannons moved rapidly under the cover of the squares, firing quickly near the artillery positions, but they soon realized they were wasting their time. The artillery positions were not on the frontal slopes of the high ground closest to them, but on the flanks and rear. The New World Legion was harassing and attacking them with indirect fire. Almost simultaneously with the cavalry cannons returning fire, the artillery positions on both sides of the high ground simultaneously ceased firing, then resumed a minute of rapid fire half a minute later. Target: the Holy War Army's cavalry artillery positions. By the time the jihadist artillery realized the problem, it was too late. The rapid artillery fire illuminated the battlefield, engulfing the two hastily assembled artillery positions. Amidst the deafening roar, the desperate artillerymen were torn to shreds by the explosions and blast waves, not even having time to scream. 8 cavalry cannons, along with their carriages, ammunition wagons, and the horses that pulled them, were all reduced to ashes. The Imperial Line infantry responsible for covering the artillery retreated hastily in the firelight, nearly disrupting the jihadist flank. Precision firing, and even indirect fire, inside the command post at the forward position, an Imperial cuirassier stared in astonishment at the artillery battery on the distant high ground. I remember that Clovis's artillery was always poorly trained. They couldn't even control their range properly. How could they have mastered such advanced technology? It's simple, because they haven't truly mastered it, Lewis said calmly. Anson's adjutant, Chief of Staff Carl Bain, mentioned to me before he left that their technical advisor, William Gottfried, had popularized a brand new scale on the Storm Legion's newly equipped howitzers. This inconspicuous little part allows the cannons equipped with it to accurately hit the desired firing position, as long as the impact point of the shells is known beforehand, and the scale is marked. During the battle, the cannon only needs to be adjusted to the corresponding point, loaded with the same amount of propellant, and the shells will continuously hit the same location. Whether it's direct or indirect fire, it can be done, and as long as one can master this scale, even a novice can perform operations that only veteran artillerymen with many years of experience can do. What changed everything was just a small, insignificant ruler. The astonished cuirassiers around him fell silent, and the command post was filled with hushed silence. Lewis recalled his first battle, the siege of Thundercastle. He and his brother, with their elite cuirassiers, quickly broke through the Clovis's defenses and successfully captured the important town of Thundercastle. But the Clovis, using railways and steam trains to mobilize troops and weapons, quickly surrounded Thundercastle. A move that might have determined the outcome was thus forcibly broken. No matter how elite the knights, how loyal the soldiers, how good the luck, or even if they gained an advantage at one point, they would ultimately be defeated by an enemy with superior technology and abundant resources. This was Lewis's conclusion, and the key to the Clovis's ability to contend with the Empire. But this time, the Free Confederation was facing a combined force of the Church and the Empire, in terms of manpower, resources, technology, and the eliteness of their army. The other side was clearly superior. Under such circumstances, even if he and Anson could win a few battles, could they really reverse the balance of power? Look, the messenger's exclamation interrupted the young man's thoughts, pointing towards the direction where dust was rising. Cavalry. The Holy War Army is deploying its cavalry. Huh? A stunned Lewis and his knights and officers looked up, grabbing their binoculars to observe the direction the messenger had pointed. Sure enough, they saw figures riding tall, magnificent horses. They wore red and black or blue and white uniforms, exquisite helmets with embossed designs and manes, their breastplates and sabers gleaming in the sunlight, and at least one carbine hanging from each saddle. Whether in Clovis or the Empire, these fully armed cuirassiers were absolute elite, capable of decisive victories in crucial moments. But Lewis and the officers in command were all bewildered. Their defenses hadn't been breached, the infantry lines hadn't even engaged in battle, so what was the meaning of assembling the cavalry so early? Just as they were confused, over 1,000 Holy War cavalry, having completed their assembly, rolled forward, stepping over the craters of artillery shells. Their momentum was astonishing. They're not going to charge head-on, are they? The messenger exclaimed. A cavalry charge against a well-fortified position without infantry cover? That's suicidal. Is the opposing commander crazy to try and break through the lines this way? Before the words were even finished, Louis Bernard, alerted, suddenly jolted. He pushed through the chaos of the officers, raised his binoculars, and strained to see the billowing dust kicked up by the jihadist cavalry, focusing his gaze on the center, or more precisely, the very front of the cavalry column. The young knight's pupils contracted sharply. Arthur Herod, riding a pure white warhorse, laughed as he galloped towards the defensive line. The howling wind whipped his golden curls and the dragon-patterned cloak over his shoulders, making him resemble a golden lion chasing its prey across the plains. Soon, the golden-haired knight's gaze focused on the 13-star banner at the forefront of the line, his eyes suddenly lighting up with excitement. He slowly rose from his horse, bracing himself on the saddle, one hand on the reins, the other raising his lance, gradually accelerating and overtaking the cuirassiers behind him. In the center of the battlefield, amidst a hail of cannon fire, both armies stared in disbelief at the figure moving like the wind. darting through the flames and smoke of explosions, shouting something as he galloped, his voice drowned out by the surrounding roar and screams. But Lewis, holding his binoculars and completely stunned, heard it, or more accurately, saw it in the lip movements of that madman. He was shouting with unbridled excitement, "Lewis! Lewis Bernard, I'm here, I've come to find you." Chapter 860 is a dragon. Staring intently at the rapidly approaching figure, the New World Knights in the command post were dumbfounded, so much so that they forgot they were even breathing. By the ring of order, the messenger's voice trembled as he looked around in confusion. Should we stop him, or should we have the soldiers prepare to use volleys and artillery too? The messenger didn't dare continue, and no one dared to answer him. The Legion commander-in-chief was personally charging into battle, even abandoning his troops to attack the fortifications alone. This kind of far-fetched plot, which seemed to only happen in third-rate novels, was vividly unfolding before their eyes, and no one knew what to do. Should they just open fire and send him flying? Even setting aside the possibility of a conspiracy, what if it provoked the enemy's anger, causing them to charge recklessly? But if they did nothing, were they just going to watch the enemy storm the fortifications? The officers and knights were completely bewildered. Just then, the young knight, who had been keeping his lips pursed and silent, suddenly put down his binoculars, picked up his sword from the table, and turned to leave without a word. Only when he was almost out of the trench and had climbed out of the fortifications did the group of bewildered officers realize something was wrong. They rushed forward, grabbing their commander in a flurry of activity. "What do you want to do?" "What do I want to do?" "Of course, I want to accept the challenge," Lewis Bernard said matter-of-factly. "As a knight, when you see your opponent issue a challenge, do you have any other choice but to accept? You want to go out?" The officers' faces immediately turned terrified, and they gripped Lewis's clothes even tighter. "No. Everything else is negotiable, but this is absolutely not allowed. You are the Marshal of the New World Legion, the only one who can lead the entire Free Confederation against the Empire and the Church. It's already the limit that you've placed a command post on the front line. We can't let you take this kind of risk." "That's right. Even if you have to accept the challenge, there has never been a rule that a knight must personally accept the challenge. Those of high status can have their subordinates do it for them." "That's right, we can all accept the challenge in your place. You must stay in the command post and lead the New World Legion to defend against the enemy's attack." The officers became more and more anxious as they spoke, their flushed cheeks filled with panic, and they dared not let go of the young knight's clothes for a moment, for fear that he would break free. But Lewis appeared unusually calm, completely devoid of the impulsive excitement and arrogance he usually displayed. "I understand your thoughts, and I'm honored that you're all willing to represent me in this duel, but," he shook his head, "I know Arthur Herald's strength well. Ordinary gifted individuals are no match for him, they'd be instantly killed. To be honest, even I'm not confident of a sure win. The outcome is probably a 60-40 chance. Then we certainly can't let you accept the challenge." The messenger's expression was urgent as he turned to look around. "Send the order. Quickly, send the front-line infantry to attack. Make sure they don't waste your time," Lewis Bernard interrupted casually. He gave the messenger a gentle push, and the messenger, clinging tightly to his clothes, felt as if he'd hit a wall, his body lurching backward several steps before he staggered and barely managed to regain his footing. "You cannot stop me, and I am not asking for your consent." Accepting the challenge was not Lewis Bernard's decision, but an order made by the Marshal of the New World Legion. It was Marshal Lewis Bernard's order to Knight Lewis Bernard, to defeat the challenger head-on, capture or kill the opposing Legion commander, and secure a turning point for the New World Legion's victory. As he finished speaking, the young knight abruptly drew his sword, the mirror-like blade flashing a streak of water beside him. He casually tossed the scabbard into the messenger's arms. Leaving behind the officers, he strode away to the elven girl who had been silently standing in the corner. Smiling at her knight, Freya made no attempt to stop him. She tiptoed and handed him a tricorn head adorned with eagle feathers. "Don't forget this." "Of course not." The smiling young knight, holding the brim, put the hat on his head. "Wait a moment, I'll be right back. Good luck." The elven girl nodded. "If you lose, Freya will burn all those people on the other side to ashes, to be buried with Lewis. I know." As he spoke, Lewis scrambled out of the fortifications, turning back to the girl with a smile. "I absolutely won't let you do that." As soon as he finished speaking, the young knight suddenly whistled, and a chestnut steed charged out from behind the fortifications, leaping and galloping rapidly. Just as it was about to pass him, Lewis mounted the horse and galloped towards the battlefield engulfed in gunfire. The officers and knights who had been left behind dared not slacken, hastily gathering the cavalry still waiting for orders, ordering the artillery not to act without authorization, and adjusting the deployment of the front-line infantry. Utter chaos ensued. Amidst the blazing fire, a young knight, on his galloping horse, brandished his longsword, charging towards the incredibly familiar figure opposite him. Arthur Herald, also galloping, suddenly felt a glint in his eyes. Something seemed to awaken within him, and his excited grin widened, revealing gleaming white fangs. Without hesitation, the previously arrogant knight immediately sprawled on his horse, gripping his lance firmly and extending it horizontally forward, continuing to increase his speed. Lewis, as if telepathically connected, extended his longsword forward with his arm, his wrist flicking, the tip pointing directly at Lewis, and he too began to charge. In the center of the battlefield, amidst the roar of cannons, the two solitary figures drew closer, charging straight at each other. No fancy moves, no evasions, just a head-on charge. Clang, a burst of fire erupted amidst the groans of their war horses, a crimson cloud of mist exploding and leaving a perfect circular mark on the ground. Half a second later, a piercing sonic boom echoed across the battlefield, throwing the hastily arriving Holy War cavalry into chaos. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the New World Legion's cavalry completed their regrouping and hurriedly advanced towards the battlefield. Clutching his broken saber, Lewis stood expressionless at the edge of the blood-soaked trail. His breastplate was dented as if struck by a 3-pound cannonball, his shoulders heaving with each breath. Although he had managed to create distance at the last moment, he hadn't escaped the aftershocks of Arthur's dragon's roar. Had he been even slightly closer, not only his breastplate but also himself would likely have been torn in two. This is quite unexpected. Just as the young knight quickly came to his feet, the Blood Knight emerged casually from the dissipating mist, gripping his intact lance, pointing to the gash in his chest with a look of delighted surprise. I remember your bloodline power was only physical enhancement. When did you become able to manipulate water vapor? Who knows? Maybe this is my true bloodline power, Lewis said calmly. Such important information. Do you think I would tell an enemy who wants to kill me? Sigh, so cold-hearted, clutching his still bleeding chest wound. Arthur looked utterly disappointed. I went to all this trouble to find you, and I even brought you a gift, you stingy little devil. A gift? Yes, but not anymore. You stingy little devil, you won't even tell me what your bloodline power is, so I'm not giving you a gift anymore. Arthur, hands on his hips, complained petulantly, but then grinned. Just kidding. I brought it all. How could I not give it to you? The moment his words left his lips, the stunned young knight caught sight of a spinning afterimage hurtling towards him. Without hesitation, he decisively reached out and grabbed it. Snap! A longsword in a black and gold sheath was in his hand. This is the thing you left here with me. Now it's finally back to its rightful owner? Arthur grinned. This is the first time in my life I've known just how troublesome it is to maintain a good sword. The instant his words rang out, the blonde knight, spear in hand, charged forward, the spear tip aimed straight for his face. Lewis immediately discarded his broken right-hand sword and drew his own to parry. The smooth, gleaming blade was like snow under the sun, dazzlingly beautiful. Clang, 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 clang. The ear-piercing clashes exploded with continuous sparks. The cavalry on both sides of the battlefield could only see the dazzling spearheads and blades flashing and clashing. Without pause or probing, the two sides clashed almost body to body, fighting and constantly trying to kill each other. Lewis, fully unleashing the power of his Sea Knight bloodline, deftly wielded his dazzling blade with one hand, precisely deflecting the rain of spearheads, never giving Arthur a chance to strike. But both the observing cavalry and Lewis himself knew perfectly well that the one currently at a disadvantage was not Arthur Horrod, but himself. Arthur Horrod's bloodline power transformed the sonic waves he emitted into near-tangible cannonballs that crushed his enemies, hence the title Dragon's Roar. But Lewis, having already unleashed his full bloodline power, was only managing a draw, far from being forced to use his own bloodline power. The difference was obvious. What's wrong? Why do you look so surprised? Arthur Herald grinned, blocking the blade aimed at his neck with the tip of his spear. Didn't expect that, did you? Ever since you disappeared during the Battle of the Vastlands, I've been training hard, hoping to have the chance to fight you head-on without relying on my bloodline. Judging from your expression, my training seems to have been quite successful. Where did you see my surprise? Lewis said coldly, slamming his blade into Arthur's shoulder. The paper-thin armor cracked instantly, leaving a gruesome wound. The battle has only just begun. The moment the blade slid down, high-temperature steam surged from the tip like a spear, attacking Arthur Harrod's chest. Unable to dodge in time, Arthur showed no sign of panic, nor did he even attempt to evade. He instead met the attack head-on. "That's more right." His excited shout exploded between them like a tangible sonic wave, instantly shattering the spray of water vapor and leaving a trail on the ground resembling a cannonball, hurtling straight towards Lewis. The young knight slid aside, turning and using the momentum of his waist to unleash another spray of water at the charging Arthur, while simultaneously attacking from another direction with his sword. Arthur Harrod, a smirk playing on his lips, suddenly knelt on one knee, head held high, taking a deep breath. Just as he was about to be torn apart by the water vapor, he roared. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted, sending billowing dust engulfing both figures. Despite being prepared, the cavalrymen on both sides of the battlefield instinctively clutched their heads, as if they had just been kicked, their contorted expressions filled with agony. The terrifying echoes seemed like the wails of the dead, accusing the cruelty of this land. 3 minutes, or 10 minutes passed, and neither side had fully recovered. In the dissipating smoke, the two figures continued to clash, unleashing deadly blows with speeds that ordinary people couldn't even react to, while simultaneously dodging each other's attacks or searching for the next angle to strike. Although he held the upper hand with his ferocious offensive, compared to the still unscathed Lewis, Arthur Harrod had more than a dozen large and small wounds all over his body, his upper body almost completely soaked in blood, and his golden curly hair now sported several dark red highlights. However, unlike a normal person whose stamina decreases after being injured, Arthur Harrod's speed and strength not only did not slow down, but even showed a tendency to become stronger with each battle. Even more strangely, the bleeding wounds did not scab over and heal, but instead gradually spread all over his body. Add to that the opponent's indescribable strength and speed, which even Lewis could barely keep up with when he activated his full bloodline power. A certain guess began to brew in Lewis's mind. "Hey, you noticed so quickly." Arthur, engrossed in battle, suddenly stopped and chuckled at Lewis, who had distanced himself and looked surprised. "What's so strange about it? You always have that distracted look on your face whenever you start thinking. That's not a good habit, Lewis. If it were anyone else, I might have grabbed you and given you a dragon roar right in the face, but since you've already noticed, I might as well tell you directly. Just like the power of your Sea Knight bloodline isn't as simple as it seems, Dragon Knight talents also have their own secrets. The unique feature of this secret is that every awakened Dragon Knight talent can make a choice, whether their bloodline power leans more towards the Knight or more towards the Dragon." Smiling, Arthur Harrod slowly opened his arms, and dense, metallic scales began to grow on the muscles soaked in blood from his wounds. "Guess which one I chose. Happy Children's Day." Chapter 861 Anson Bach's Unavoidable Dilemma. The roar of cannons gradually faded, leaving the battlefield utterly silent. Both sides' cavalry and officers stared wide-eyed, their attention fixed on the figure that seemed to have stepped out of a myth. Beneath the tattered knight's armor and shattered breastplate, fine, dark red scales gleamed with a metallic sheen, clinging tightly to Arthur Harrod's upper body. His once star-like eyes had gradually transformed into the piercing pupils of a ferocious beast, and the lines of his face had become increasingly angular. He appeared to be wearing exquisite and form-fitting armor, yet the aura emanating from him constantly warned Lewis that the Arthur Harrod before him was completely different from the one he had been just minutes before. All bloodline powers possess their own secrets, and this was especially true for the Dragon Knight, the leader of the Seven Knights, since the Sea Knights could embrace all rivers, gaining new abilities from those with similar bloodline talents. It seemed unsurprising that the Dragon Knights could become dragons. From the outside, he seemed to have gained the defensive power of dragon scales, and his body had also been strengthened to a certain extent. This was likely the reason why Arthur was able to suppress him just now. However, all bloodline powers have limitations, and such a level of enhancement couldn't be without a price. "How about that? It must have surprised you, right?" Arthur said smugly, waving a spear in his hand that was also enhanced and covered with some kind of dark red crystal, something that seemed similar to the blood-coagulated dragon scales. "This is only the second time I've shown this ability to someone else. The first time was when that girl tried to drag me to my death." Arthur paused, looking at Lewis opposite him. "Hey, why aren't you surprised at all? What's wrong?" "It's just a new ability, not without flaws," Lewis said coldly, his long sword flashing. leaving a semicircular trail of blood at his feet. Should I act shocked? Should Arthur, who was about to blurt out, suddenly stopped, his eyes widening as if he had suddenly realized something? No. Could it be that brother-in-law Bernard has already told you about this, that bastard? I've always felt he's biased. He's always favored you since we were in the land of the wilds, and he's always ignoring me. Whose brother-in-law is he anyway? Arthur clutched his head, looking as annoyed as someone showing off a new toy to a friend only to find out a friend had already played with it, and it was even lent out by their parents without their knowledge. All the surprise and the expectant admiring glances vanished. Just as he was complaining, the young knight opposite him suddenly disappeared, and then, clang, a piercing impact rang out, and Arthur, who had his arms crossed in front of him, was suddenly sent flying backward as if hit head-on by a cannonball. The dragon scales on his forearms blasted into complete hemispherical shapes. Ouch, that was close, Arthur grinned, falling to one knee, his knee and boot quickly leaving 3 marks on the muddy ground. I don't think you mentioned making the water vapor completely transparent before. I don't think I said it couldn't be done either. You're just misunderstanding. Lewis, whose attack had been blocked, snorted coldly, appearing beside Arthur as if by teleportation, his long sword sweeping towards the other's shoulder. Here we go again. Why are you so easily angered? Raising his hand to block the blade with the dragon scales on his forearm, Arthur grumbled as he thrust out his right spear. What did I do to offend you? Can you tell me? Clang. Blade and spear tip clashed again, sparks flying, and the two simultaneously created distance between them. Translucent water vapor flashed amidst the roar of cannon fire, blooming like fireworks. At this moment, the battlefield where tens of thousands of troops had gathered had completely become a stage for the two sides to perform. The previously anxious New World officers now fully understood Louis Bernard's intention, to stall the enemy in this way, ensuring that the Holy War Army, with its commander present, would be unable to launch an attack regardless of victory or defeat. The opposing Holy War Army seemed equally aware of this, and even more concerned about their commander's safety than the Free Confederation. They had already lost an overseer. Losing another commander would surely incur the wrath of the Emperor and the Holy War Command. Thus, the cavalry of both sides lined up on either side of the area where their commanders were dueling, drawing their muskets and aiming at each other, but neither dared to put their fingers on the trigger, fearing an unforeseen event. But in this world, what you fear most often comes to pass. Bang! A sudden sound echoed under the dome. Louis and Arthur, their weapons clashing, both froze, turning in unison to look in the direction of the sound. A New World cavalryman in the ranks, holding a still smoking carbine, stood frozen, as if paralyzed with fear. Everyone, stay still. No firing without orders. Repeat, no firing without orders. Startled, the captain of the sailing city knight shouted, rushing to the cavalryman who had fired without permission. What's going on? Enough. Looking at the idiot who couldn't even speak clearly, the exasperated captain waved his hand sharply. Men, disarm him and drag him out. Before he finished speaking, he quickly raised his binoculars to look across the river. He saw that the Holy War cavalry were also reorganizing their ranks. 2 cavalrymen who had broken formation were forcibly stopped, and several officers were nervously watching their direction. So, the enemy didn't seem to be bookish fanatics who only knew about the Holy War. The captain breathed a sigh of relief, but still dared not be negligent. This was a good sign. The enemy allowed their commander to act recklessly, and so did their own, meaning that the enemy didn't really understand what this battle was for, or what they hoped to gain from the Holy War. An army devoid of fighting spirit, simply obeying orders as they moved from one location to another. The knight commander felt as if he understood something, yet also understood nothing at all. But he now knew that Marshal Louis Bernard's near-suicidal actions and Commander-in-Chief Anson Bach's insane plans were not without reason. They were incredibly rational decisions made after seeing through the enemy's true nature and assessing the situation. Gazing at Louis Bernard, still locked in combat, the previously tense knight commander suddenly felt a sense of relief. This battle, perhaps. There are no perhaps, it's absolutely true. Inside the Slave Port Council Hall, a scout cavalryman, his face beaming with excitement, knelt on one knee before the long table, shouting excitedly to all the officers present. An infidel army of approximately 12,000 men is marching rapidly towards Slaveport, with an advance force of around 6,000. They seem unaware of the port's fall. The advance force is completely out of sync with the rear. To conserve energy, The soldiers have thrown their baggage and weapons onto the wagons, completely disregarding the distance between the ranks and whether they can provide mutual cover, focusing solely on reaching their destination. If we can launch a surprise attack now, we should be able to easily annihilate 3,000 to 10,000 infidels, including one of their most elite forces, the Clovis and their large army of native slaves. The scout's face was bloodthirsty. Even now, the officers and soldiers of the Holy War Army had a very superficial understanding of the New World, unaware of the relationship between the so-called shooting army and the New Continent Company, simply regarding these people as slave troops trained by the Clovis. Of course, the Church's command knew this, and some officers were aware as well, but they would not tell their subordinates the truth. Following the scout's gaze, the Knights Present all looked at the silent Bora 11, awaiting the Legion commander's decision. Bora was conflicted, extremely conflicted. Capturing the slave port before the enemy could reinforce, and then launching an attack to annihilate the coming Free Confederation army, was originally part of his plan. Because of everything that had happened before, Bora's legion was now completely isolated by the entire Holy War Army, receiving no assistance whatsoever. If he couldn't improve his prestige through military achievements, especially by seizing enough land or annihilating the enemy in organized units, he and his 20,000 men might really not be able to survive in the Holy War Army. The enemy before him had executed the foolish maneuver he had hoped for, tens of thousands of men marching recklessly, exposing their weaknesses completely. If they moved fast enough, he could easily annihilate them piecemeal with superior forces, without incurring too many casualties. But therein lay the problem: these enemies were far too cooperative. He wasn't the dead Levant, nor was he the hot-blooded, single-minded Arthur Herald. He clearly understood that his opponent was a man who had received support and backing from multiple powerful old-world families: Franz, Rune, Cecil, Roland, and others. Anson Bach was a man with virtually no capital of his own, no foundation whatsoever. His army, territory, wealth, all were built on the backing of others, snowballing to their current size through constant maneuvering. His past actions revealed that he couldn't withstand any major setbacks. He could avoid battles he couldn't win, and find ways to circumvent unfinished missions, but he absolutely couldn't afford any losses. Otherwise, his backers would question his continued investment value. Would such a person risk his life for the sake of others? No, absolutely not. He might not know if the slave port had been captured, but he could certainly guess that it couldn't possibly be faster than him, who possessed a fleet. Therefore, the so-called forced march was a pre-prepared trap. If he were to launch a surprise attack with superior forces, he would be ambushed by the main force and suffer heavy losses. Although his army outnumbered the others by nearly double, they were similar in their inability to afford to lose. The already isolated Bora Legion would be completely marginalized within the Holy War Army. But to let this opportunity slip by would be a pity. If he missed this chance, he might never have another chance to annihilate the Clovis and avenge the betrayal he suffered at Black Reef Port. Bora 11 was caught in a dilemma, avoiding the gazes of the officers present, when his eyes inadvertently fell on the figure of someone in the corner of the hall. "Lord Francisco, do you have anything to say about this intelligence?" As Bora spoke with a smile, the officers present almost simultaneously shivered. They lowered their heads, cautiously glancing at the tall figure in the high-collared knight's uniform, cigar in hand. Or rather, the legendary, shadowless. "I don't have much to say, Commander Bora," a deep, smoky voice echoed in the deathly silent hall. "If I had to say something, it would probably be that you shouldn't be lured by this sudden opportunity and fall into the heretic's trap. According to our intelligence, Anson Bach is not a reckless man, but beneath his cunning face lies a mad heart, capable of actions incomprehensible to ordinary people." "Oh, you mean, don't see his actions as simple acts, nor as conspiracies and traps, but rather as something he must, or had to do." Francisco removed his cigar, exhaling a thick cloud of white smoke. "To achieve a certain goal, he deliberately allowed his army to appear before you openly and without concealment, while simultaneously creating the illusion of a trap, all out of necessity. What you need to know is simply what his goal is." "Goal?" Bora's pupils constricted suddenly, as if struck by a sudden realization. Yes, he seemed to have never realized this before. What exactly did Anson Bach want? He knew perfectly well he couldn't save the slave port, yet he still rushed here, trying to lure me into attacking. What was his purpose? The answer was obvious. Not only did I want to annihilate him, but this guy was also dreaming of seizing the opportunity to wipe me out. Bora was shocked by his own conclusion. This guy's forces were half his size, and the quality and firepower of his troops were far inferior, yet he still planned to annihilate me? But besides this answer, there seemed to be no other possibility. The only question was, what gave the other side such confidence? Thinking about it carefully, it seemed there was no other explanation. Bore's eyes darted around. He took a deep breath, stood up, and coldly swept his gaze across the officers present. Since the enemy is so arrogant, then as the army of the Ring of Order, it seems we have no other choice but to fight. Of course, we can fight the army composed of followers of the evil god, but those spellcasters of the evil god can only be entrusted to the knights who protect the faith of the Ring of Order. As he spoke, his gaze pointedly drifted towards the figure in the corner. Stuffing out his cigar, Francisco, expressionless, slowly rose, bowed to Bor with his hand on his chest, and said, "I dare not disobey." Chapter 862. Is it really that stupid? Seeing the Arbiter Knight so readily agree to his request, Bor 11 was almost incredulous, frozen in place for several seconds. In fact, for a fleeting moment he had hoped the other party would refuse, so he could then use the excuse of being unable to contend with Anson Bach, who likely possessed the power of the old gods, more precisely, the rune families, to request reinforcements from the Holy See's command headquarters, such as sending some inquisitors or a branch of the Arbiter Knights, to boost the morale of his soldiers. The other party had agreed immediately. But since the words had already been spoken, the consequences of going back on his word were unbearable. Bor 11 had no choice but to steel himself and, with a confident expression, issue battle plans to the army. His plan was simple: since Anson Bach wanted to lure him into an attack, he would grant his wish. The 20,000 jihadists would be divided into 4 parts, 3 in front and 1 behind, attacking Anson Bach's Storm Legion and Shooting Legion from 3 directions, which were feigning a forced march. Then, they would quickly form a unified front and relentlessly pursue the retreating army westward. Meanwhile, he would lead the army's most elite reserves to quickly outflank and encircle Anson Bach's flanks and rear while the rest of the army was pressing forward, aiming to block his retreat and, ideally, surround, dismember, and annihilate him en route. There are only 2 routes from Whale Harbor to Slave Harbor. The easiest is obviously the one via Snowdrift and Straw Town, which is where Anson Bach's 12,000 men will take the long march and lure us into an attack, but according to my intelligence, there is another route from Snowdrift to Slave Harbor, though it is more rugged and passes almost no colonies, meaning supplies will be hard to come by, but it's not impossible. Bor 11 tapped the map on the table with the hilt of his sword. If I were Anson Bach, Strawtown would be extremely important to ensure the smooth supply of the army. I would do everything in my power to keep the road there firmly under my control. He probably also wanted to protect the logistics by stretching the army out so long. The 2 roads aren't far apart, but they're separated by forests and hills. The army must also stay close to water sources. While the 2 armies advancing side by side seem to be able to rely on each other, in reality, except for a point near Straw Town where water sources intersect, the rest of the area is far apart. If either side is attacked, the other side, besides having a general idea of the location, will be unable to provide timely assistance. Attacking one army and then intimidating the other is the core of our operation. Bor revealed a cruel grin. The ultimate goal, of course, is to annihilate them, but before that, we must scare them to death, literally, scare them to death. The officers and knights, not understanding the Legion commander's deeper meaning, looked puzzled. Don't understand? It's all right, just obey orders. Bor 11 smiled nonchalantly. The great Ring of Order will lead us to victory, and everything will begin here. The moment his words fell, the gilded hilt of his sword, inlaid with a ruby, slammed heavily onto a raised pattern on the map. Northwest of the slave hunting port, in an unnamed mountainous area, a troop of ragged soldiers stumbled along the road at the foot of the mountain, dragging supply wagons. They were panting heavily, carrying no packs or weapons, practically crawling on their hands and feet. Their uniforms were sleeveless, hatless, and shoeless. They barely covered their thighs and hips. Apart from the bleached red and black rags on their chests, soaked in sweat and dust, the piles of packs and weapons on the supply wagons behind them, and the 13-star flag carried by the leader, it was impossible to tell that this was an army, or refugees struggling to survive in the wilderness. The 2nd Infantry Regiment had gone from impeccable military bearing to this state of disrespect in just 4 days. To fulfill Anson Bach's order to march to the slave port at top speed at all costs, they discarded most of their baggage at the start, carrying only a small amount of food and necessities, with minimal weapons and ammunition. They marched lightly, running like mad, and completed a third of the journey on the first day. The price, of course, was that the entire army was exhausted, hundreds were likely wounded, and over 200 pairs of boots were lost. In the following days, the situation became increasingly absurd. To prevent further wear and tear leading to injury, many soldiers simply tore their uniforms into short sleeves and shorts, discarded their cumbersome hats, and abandoned everything except food, loading their weapons onto the wagons. Except for their commander, Alexei Yudukishky, everyone was completely unburdened. Thus, after 4 days of forced marching, the 2nd Infantry Regiment was already exhausted and still hadn't reached their destination on time, and they were considered lucky. The following corps of ranged units had already begun to experience missing and wounded soldiers. Alexei was skeptical, preferring to believe that deserters had appeared. The natives were certainly more familiar with and adapted to the geography of the New World than his own men. Carrying the still new regimental flag, Alexei, exhausted to the point of wanting to stick out his tongue, struggled to take a step, trying to straighten his body completely. He was the regimental commander. Everyone else in the regiment could complain of being tired, but he couldn't, as that would be an extremely heavy blow to morale. Enduring his leaden legs, besides continuing to grumble inwardly about why he was always the unlucky one, he also began to have some doubts about the mission. In addition to the forced march, another mission of the 2nd Infantry Regiment was to build fortifications outside the slave port. But now there was a small problem. Building fortifications required shovels and spades, but he had already thrown both away to save energy. Even if he hadn't thrown them away, he didn't believe that these long-legged, walking, humanoid jerky behind him would have the strength to dig holes. If they did, they would most likely just bury him alive. Since that was the case, regardless of whether he could arrive at the slave port on time, he certainly wouldn't be able to complete the mission. Commander-in-Chief Anson Bach couldn't possibly be unaware of this, so what was his purpose in doing this? After 4 days of hardship, Alexei Yudukishky, who was on the verge of utter exhaustion, finally sensed something amiss and fell into deep suspicion. Just then, boom, a deafening roar exploded through the valley, as if someone were hammering a hill. Even from a distance, the violent tremors from the ground could be clearly felt. The 2nd Infantry Regiment, which had been struggling to march just a second ago, almost immediately stopped. The officers, already hoarse from exhaustion, quickly raised the regimental flag, ordering the unarmed soldiers to assemble company by company around the flag, transforming the long lines into scattered columns. The soldiers at the very back of the column stopped the wagons near the column and passed the weapons on them in a game of musical chairs. 5 minutes later, the entire infantry regiment was fully prepared for battle, forming several echelon squares along the mountain road, maintaining a certain distance between each other, while simultaneously guarding 6 directions to guard against enemy artillery fire. Alexei, carrying the regimental flag, squatted in the very center of the largest square, squinting as he strained to see where the sound came from. His binoculars had been lost long ago while passing through a grove of trees, leaving only half of a hand-drawn map. That direction, it seems to be a combat battalion of a certain ranged corps, Alexei muttered to himself, recalling the order in which they had set off. Although the army was also organized according to the Clovis military system, due to lack of officers, the smallest combat unit in the entire ranged corps was a battalion, with 200 men, larger than a regular company but smaller than a normal battalion. Each battalion had 2 company commanders, but in reality, these were both part-time positions. Besides the battalion commander, the deputy battalion commander and the chief of logistics each held one. The lowest-ranking positions were held by the indigenous officers as semi-platoon leaders, with each company consisting of 20 men and 4 squads of 5 men each. However, this was merely the organizational structure, only the battalion level possessed independent combat capabilities. Therefore, judging from the artillery fire and sporadic gunfire, Alexei could easily deduce that a combat battalion had been ambushed and was engaged in firefight with the enemy. The sounds from both sides were easily identifiable. The artillery fire and the dense, orderly volleys of gunfire were definitely from the enemy, while the scattered firing was from the ranged corps. Alexei could even discern from the rhythm of the firefight that the ranged corps was likely on the verge of being routed. Otherwise, given the indigenous warriors' penchant for hand-to-hand combat, the enemy wouldn't have been able to fire such a high-frequency and continuous volley. So the question arose, Commander, should we go and support them? Support? Alexei was taken aback. looking at the even more honest-looking chief of staff behind him, and said with great puzzlement, "Look at the state of our soldiers, and think about the distance between them and us. Don't you think this suggestion is a little bit unreasonable?" Of course we understand all that. With everyone's physical strength, even if we caught up in the battle, most of us wouldn't even have the strength to pull the trigger. But, the chief of staff said urgently, if we don't go to their aid, not to mention the suspicion of watching our allies perish, what if it triggers a chain reaction, and all 5,000 ranged troops are wiped out? Who are we going to take to surround this slave port? Alexei was stunned. This did indeed seem to be a problem. After hesitating for about half a minute, Alexei, his expression grave, quickly scanned the soldiers and the surrounding terrain before making a decisive decision. No rescue, continue marching. Sigh, Commander, don't speak. I know what you're going to say, we can't stand by and watch them die, and we can't stubbornly carry out orders that are impossible. But believe me, this is not it. Alexei struggled to his feet, using the flagpole for support. If it were the Commander-in-Chief's headquarters, I'd crawl there with you even if it meant exhaustion. But that's not our situation. We've been ambushed, and precisely at that, ambushed, a small, rapidly marching unit. What does that mean? It means this is a purposeful, planned operation, and it's based on knowledge of our marching route. If we rashly attempt to rescue, we'll fall into an enemy trap, so we're not rescuing them to avoid falling into a trap. On the contrary, not going to the rescue will make the enemy think they've achieved their objective. Alexei shook his head. Do you think their attack on a combat battalion of the Musketeer Corps was really just to annihilate those 200-odd native warriors? If that required several times the manpower, cavalry, and artillery, then the jihadists on the other side must be truly insane. Their real purpose is to intimidate all the other troops who have fallen behind the main force due to the forced march, to make them panic, fearful, and at a loss, causing them to make irrational moves. Some will retreat, leading them to the main force, while others will march on, becoming the remnants they can easily slaughter after annihilating the main force. The commander of the 2nd Infantry Regiment sneered, gesturing self-deprecatingly. What we need to do is the latter. The officers and soldiers were still extremely reluctant, but decided to obey Alexei's judgment and continue the forced march forward, looking even more disheveled than before. Behind them, the gunfire gradually subsided, and billowing black smoke rose from the other side of the hillside, signaling the end of a battle. The jihadist army, numbering nearly 1,000, had annihilated the entire Musketeer battalion. What was described as a battle was more accurately a massacre. To ensure a deterrent effect, each ambush unit carried artillery and strictly limited the cavalry's finishing blows in pursuit, ensuring that at least 1/5 of the defeated New World Legion would desert. And this wasn't just happening in the 2nd Infantry Regiment. Within 2 days, Anson received more than double-digit reports from the front lines. Multiple units had either been ambushed and routed or nearly wiped out, with casualties already in the triple digits. Some troops retreated, while the lucky ones who hadn't been ambushed continued their forced march, widening the gap with the rear and becoming completely isolated, literally isolated. Meanwhile, a vast net, a net formed by multiple battle lines converging, began to approach Strawtown, closely following the retreating army, clearly preparing for encirclement. Inside Strawtown, a smug Anson presented Carl Bain with a meticulously compiled intelligence and his own deduced enemy marching route. The adjutant, looking exasperated, rolled his eyes and said in a tone of resentment yet forced acceptance of reality, "Well, it seems you were right this time. Our enemy really is that stupid." Answering a previous reader's question, some people can rest. But Conquang has to go on business trips and work overtime on holidays. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 863, The Foolish but Relevant. It's not stupidity, it's just that they only have this one option. Anson shook his head slightly, defending the enemy as if speaking for them. In fact, for almost a vast majority of armies, this is their only option. Due to geographical factors, supply difficulties, and the quality of the troops, they must gather all their elite and non-elite troops together in one battlefield to fight a decisive battle. This is the only way to win. Borlevant is the same. He probably also thinks that those scattered troops are just our scattered soldiers, and that there must be a real main force gathered near or even in Strawtown, ready to ambush them for rashly attacking. We've talked about this before, you've talked about this before. The adjutant twitched his lips slightly, having basically become numb to someone's excessive confidence, leaving only one question: what if they don't fall for it? Looking at Carl Bain, who is always more cautious than himself, or rather, equally afraid of death, Anson leaned back slightly, deliberately showing an expression of thinking for half a second longer. My dear Chief of Staff, at this stage of the plan, it has nothing to do with whether they fall for it or not. The fact is that whether it's the Empire, Clovis, or most of the armies we know, the only way they understand how to fight with their full strength, or rather, their instinctive reaction when encountering the enemy, is to quickly assemble with surrounding allies. Choose a battlefield, seize the initiative, and launch a decisive battle. If they don't do this, it's denying their own accustomed or proficient fighting style, and the result is a complete loss of combat capability. They dare not, and cannot, do this because the risk is simply too high. This outcome was already determined the moment the Bari Legion chose to attack. Anson calmly looked at Carl. The enemy has a numerical advantage. To win with inferior forces, we must avoid their areas of expertise, either defeat them one by one before they can assemble, or expand the battlefield, move quickly with the smallest combat units, and prevent them from encircling us, and then, jump out of the battlefield set up by the enemy, and let them misjudge our position. Carl frowned slightly. Continue to use small-scale attacks to draw the enemy away, disrupt their supply lines, and keep them constantly on the move. Anson shrugged. Then lure the enemy into our prepared ambush points, crush them layer by layer. Carl raised an eyebrow. Anson clenched his fists. Complete annihilation, while it sounds easy, it's not as simple as it seems. Just turning a once unified army into scattered units, each capable of independent military operations, places immense pressure on officer quality and soldier obedience. It also requires skilled rapid maneuverability and extensive experience in fighting on the move. Whether it's the Imperial Army, using a small number of cavalry and artillery as its core and infantry as cannon fodder, or the Clovis Royal Army, relentlessly exploiting its infantry and lining them up for executions that comprise 99% of its troops, only a few armies can achieve this. But the Storm Legion is different. From its initial Storm Legion to its current organized standing army, the Storm Legion has accumulated a wealth of experience in rapid mobile warfare. Its consistent strategy is not to win battles, but to move quickly. As long as the enemy can't catch up or find it, it can never lose. Independent operations by small units are never about who has a greater variety of troop types. Few numbers are meaningless. Who has stronger firepower? Even with stronger firepower, ammunition is limited, or even the skill level of soldiers and officers, though that's important, of course. In Anson's view, the competition boils down to two things: the ratio of officers to soldiers, and adaptability to the battlefield. The smaller the unit, the greater the flexibility of battlefield command and the higher the understanding of orders. More officers mean more complex commands can be executed, and being more adapted to the battlefield environment than the enemy is like having a map the enemy doesn't have, operating in their blind spots. In both of these aspects, the Storm Legion has an advantage over the opposing Holy War Army. This is the main reason Anson dared to take the risk, plus his domain and supernatural abilities that can precisely cover a large portion of the colony. To put it more bluntly, the opposing Holy War Army, citing the New World's use of illegal plugins, the Old God faction, as a pretext to outnumber the New World, felt the New World was in the wrong and would never actually use them unless absolutely necessary. Anson was laughing so hard he was paralyzed. He had used them from the very beginning, and he used them in a spectacular and high-class manner. You might think the enemy only used X-ray vision, but little did you know they might have even modified the scene, and even owned the server. With a confident, slight smirk, Anson glanced at Carl, who was still engrossed in the battle report, and suddenly asked, "What's the date today?" "The 16th. The adjutant instinctively jerked his head up, paused, and raised an eyebrow. "Why are you suddenly asking this?" "Nothing." Anson shrugged. "I just suddenly realized that if Borlevant is really as shrewd as Bernard described, then he's probably about to realize something's wrong." "Something's wrong?" The blood-covered Knight Levant turned his head, wiped the blood and flesh from his sword under his arm, and forcefully kicked the corpse of a ranged soldier to the ground. "Commander, what are you saying? Haven't we been winning all along?" As he spoke, the knight raised his sword, pointing to the devastated, blood-soaked battlefield before him. The undulating road was littered with the dust-covered corpses of the archers, the blood making the already muddy ground even more treacherous. Each fallen figure looked grotesque, as if they had suffered unimaginable agony in their death. From the air, there were at least 100 archer corpses, while the Imperial Holy War soldiers in their blue and white uniforms numbered only a dozen or so. The outcome was clear. The Imperial cavalry in the distance had ceased their pursuit, laughing as they watched the fleeing soldiers scatter in disarray, deliberately guiding them along the road to leave tracks for future pursuers. The soldiers hastily gathered their spoils, piling up broken rifles and the 13-star banner to build a bonfire, which roared into the sky, sending plumes of thick black smoke visible for miles around. Everyone's actions were practiced with practiced ease, as if they had done it at least 10 times, because they had, and certainly more than 10 times. This is precisely why the knight from the Levant family had this question in his eyes. The Holy War Army, under the leadership of its legion commander and his own cousin, was clearly moving from one victory to another, and was almost certain to win the final victory, making the entire Holy War Army look at them with new eyes. What could be wrong with that? But Borlevant simply frowned and didn't want to explain. He didn't actually know where the problem lay, he simply felt that he was too lucky, always running into the low-strength, poorly commanded, and unresponsive Rangers. All the main force of the Storm Legion, which had truly demonstrated great flexibility, rapid reaction, and fierce firepower at Black Reef Harbor, had all coincidentally missed him. These people were running faster than rabbits, as if his deliberate signal to intimidate these heretics had become a stimulant for them. As soon as they saw his marching tracks, they immediately vanished at the speed of light, leaving no trace behind, showing an attitude of absolutely not wanting to cause any trouble for the Holy War Army. If it only happens once or twice, or even 3 times, one could rationally explain it away by the enemy's deep understanding of their own and the enemy's strength, thus avoiding a futile struggle. But if it happens too frequently, Borlevant could only irrationally conclude that the Clovis were probably planning to use their army of native slaves to deplete his ammunition. That said, his superior force encirclement tactic put considerable pressure on logistics. If Anson Bach was truly shameless enough to have no bottom line, trading lives for bullets, then it would indeed be a headache. Especially against these native warriors who dislike firing and prefer to hack and slash with axes, their sheer audacity was overwhelming. Using melee weapons against them would be too costly. The Holy War Army didn't want dozens of soldiers to lose limbs in every battle. Attrition warfare was more cost-effective. As for why they never encountered enough of the Storm Legion's main force, that could only be because the enemy had concentrated their main forces in the rear, preparing to ambush them once and for all. Have the cavalry sent to Strawtown to scout the enemy returned? Borlevant asked in a deep voice. The troops sent to scout Gracenow via the small road have been gone for 2 days, and there's still no news. And from Lord Shadowless's side, is there any news about the Judgment Knight's operations? Really? No. The knight, scratching his head frantically, dared not be negligent, but even less dared to lie. Since we set off, no one has known anything about Lord Shadowless. The only thing is his last words. Which words? Anson Bach, a target designated by the Holy See. The knight said, when the Holy See issued the order, it specifically designated 2 targets that must be captured alive, and he was one of them. Capture alive? Borlevant's expression was somewhat strange. He carefully recalled the intelligence he had received, and really couldn't understand what value a Clovis officer had in being captured alive. Even if they were to capture him alive, it should be someone of Lord Louis Bernard's rank. He swallowed hard, glanced at the soldiers still busy around him, and cautiously leaned closer to the knight, asking, what about the other one? Is it a young master of the Bernard family? I don't know, but it's definitely not him. You don't even know. How can you be so sure? Because Lord Shadowless clearly stated that if Sir Louis is captured by the Holy War Army, the Holy See will not interfere, but if he falls into the hands of the Knights of Judgment, they will not leave him alive. The knight said nervously, I'm not entirely sure of the specifics, but it seems that Sir Louis harbored a fugitive from the old god faction of the Knights of Judgment, and even allowed a latter to appear openly in front of the outside world multiple times, which greatly displeased the Knights of Judgment. They forcibly obtained a warrant from the Holy See to pursue the heir to the Grand Duchy of Edland, regardless of his life or death. Life or death? Is it that serious? That's not all. When we asked Lord Shadowless, he pulled out a notebook that looked like a list, glanced at it a few times, and then told us. The knight's throat tightened, and he suddenly shuddered. I stole a few glances, and there were at least 3 digits on it. Fugitives from the Inquisition, targets of the Knights of Judgment, suspected heretical organizations, remnants of the ecumenical church, old god factions and families, all sorts of names. The Knights of Judgment aren't here to spread their doctrines, they're here to wreak havoc. Anson Bach, his name and another one were highlighted in red, saying they had to be captured alive. As for the second name, that lord flipped through it too quickly, there wasn't enough time to see it clearly, but it seems to be a woman's name, just seems, so that's how it is. Barai was stunned. He had been somewhat nonchalant, but now, thinking about his current opponent, someone even the Holy See had specifically named to be captured alive, he instantly tensed up. But the next second, he suddenly relaxed considerably, since the opponent had specifically named someone who had to be captured alive. His military operation was essentially cooperating with the actions of the Knights of Judgment and the papacy, so it could only succeed, not fail. Therefore, he didn't need to worry about Anson Bach's life or death, his demise was certain. All he needed to consider was how to effectively defeat, or even annihilate, his Storm Legion and Shooting Legion. The key was whether he could seize the opportunity, before or after Anson Bach's capture, to defeat those overconfident Clovis and ensure that it wouldn't affect the Knights of Judgment's actions. Thinking this way, the previously confused Barai Levin suddenly became confident, so quickly that the Knight Levin beside him was startled, almost thinking that his uncle, the Legion commander, had been too frightened and had lost his mind. Commander, Uncle Barai, immediately send messengers to notify the scattered 1,000-man regiments and half divisions to begin the next phase of operations immediately, to assemble and advance. Barai Levin raised his hand, interrupting the knight's cautious call, his right hand waving triumphantly upwards. Tell them that they don't need to send messengers to communicate and rendezvous with me anymore. If they can't find troops that can easily assemble with each other, they can advance at full speed. Any officer who slows down or delays the march for any reason, regardless of rank, whether an officer of the same or even lower rank, can be executed, and replaced in order. Yes, sir, Knight Levin shouted loudly. But after a second he suddenly felt something was wrong and turned back. Commander, where should we attack? Strawtown. Barai Levin's right hand slashed down, his eyes confident. Tell the soldiers that the Ring of Order awaits us in Strawtown, and will grant the warriors who fight for him a victory of great significance. Chapter 864 The Direction of the Battle. Although he appeared confident, Barai was actually quite anxious. He felt like a traveler taking a shortcut through a dark, narrow path. What awaited him might be the end, or it might be an abyss. But there was nothing he could do. His initial misjudgment of the situation, coupled with Ludwig Franz's exclusion, had isolated him from the Holy War. Although he still had support from the papacy, this support was limited and came at a cost. To assemble a sufficiently large Holy War army in the shortest possible time, the papacy had spared no effort, investing vast amounts of manpower and resources to form this army of 6 legions, numbering over 100,000. To prevent disobedience from legions with conflicting or even hostile factions, the papacy established a command headquarters, using logistics and various forms of support to maintain control, and dispatching adjudicating knights as supervisors. At the same time, the papacy granted the legion commanders considerable autonomy, generally not interfering with their military decisions, attempting to win their favor with an attitude of trusting those you employ and not employing those you don't trust. Of course, it wasn't that they truly didn't want to intervene, it's just that the papacy, forbidden from interfering in secular affairs, had lost all its personnel with military experience. Their only 2 coercive organs, the Inquisition, more like a religious court, and the Knights of Judgment, only 1,000 strong, were simply insufficient to support and organize a war involving hundreds of thousands. Therefore, granting autonomy to the legion commanders was merely a reluctant compromise. The soldiers and lower-ranking officers might genuinely act out of faith, but these military leaders capable of leading tens of thousands in battle certainly weren't. From the moment they set out, they harbored their own agendas and were riddled with contradictions. The papacy even had to exploit their mutual dislike to prevent its own command from being completely sidelined. Unfortunately, trying to consider everything resulted in considering nothing at all. The so-called trust resulted in the military leaders acting independently, sabotaging and plotting against each other. The so-called supervisors became a joke because the Knights of Judgment didn't understand military operations, or because of exchanges of favors. Some didn't even have supervisors. They thought they could control the situation through logistics and supplies, but transporting supplies required fleets and manpower conscripted from various sides. essentially benefiting others. Just like now. Bar 11, boasting of having the support of the High Command and seemingly holding the power of life and death, accused the other legion commanders of protecting heretics and infidels, only to find himself universally condemned. The High Command, it seems, hasn't bothered to punish or dismiss the other legion commanders. Moreover, because the Clovis were the first to capture Sail City and had no subsequent nominal combat missions, they suddenly became the only army capable of escorting and transporting supplies for the legions. Whom the High Command's supplies reached and how they were delivered was entirely up to Ludwig Franz, making him a de facto commander-in-chief of the Holy War. Ultimately, the papacy didn't have its own army. The Holy War was entirely cobbled together under the banner of faith and through massive spending. They dared not, and could not, actually issue any orders to this six-headed monster. The so-called strategic planning was, of course, only a rough outline. When it came to specifics, no one could articulate anything coherent. Conversely, the weaker Free Confederation had a clearer objective: to defeat the invading forces of the Old World, maintain the hard-won system, and ensure no further interference or invasion. The Holy War Army thought they were fighting for their faith, but their opponents were also fighting under the banner of the Ring of Order. They thought fertile territories and wealth awaited the plunder, but what they gained were vast tracts of undeveloped wilderness requiring their own labor and impoverished, dilapidated towns. They thought their enemy was easily defeated and would flee at the first sign of trouble, but in less than 2 months, the Holy War Army had already lost over 10,000 men and an experienced overseer. Even Borlevens himself was bewildered. However, he clearly remembered his mission as Legion commander, and he knew that his task was never to spread doctrine, but to acquire as much territory as possible for the Levin family. A powerful family with a flourishing bloodline certainly had deep roots and strength that other powerful families envied, but it also faced the troubles of insufficient land, numerous conflicts among relatives, and bloody infighting. Land, even the most barren land, is incredibly alluring to the Levin family as long as it can produce food or some other harvest. Seizing it would alleviate internal conflicts. Even if the territorial struggle ultimately fails, the deaths in the war would naturally resolve the tensions. Therefore, even knowing that his greed would provoke the wrath of the jihadist army, and even knowing that this fighting style would easily be guarded against by the enemy, leading to a direct confrontation with the infidels' army, Borlevens still had to grit his teeth and continue seizing more colonies. Otherwise, his relatives who hadn't received land or felt they hadn't received enough would no longer support him and would instead elect others willing to work for the common good. The advantage was that as long as he continued to seize colonies controlled by the Free Confederation, his blood relatives were his most useful and unconditionally obedient tools, especially for those difficult and risky missions. He could only rely on these relatives. Under Borlevens' orders, the 20,000 scattered jihad troops gradually regrouped and marched towards Strawtown. Viewed from the dome, they appeared as a series of interconnected black dots, constantly shrinking and converging, forming an arc that semi-encircled Strawtown. Even at this point, the jihad troops still hadn't found any trace of the Storm Legion, only eliminating small groups of fleeing rangers in pursuit, most of whom were previously routed. This further reinforced Bohr's earlier assessment: the main force of the Storm Legion was either still en route or had all gathered in Strawtown, intending to launch a defensive counterattack in the inland colonies to thwart his offensive. After all, behind Strawtown lay Grey Snow Town, the gateway to the land of Ice Dragonfjord. He had heard that Fernando was attacking White Whale Harbor. If both colonies fell, the entire Ice Dragonfjord would be lost. The Free Confederation would be cut off from its retreat and its only remaining base after Sailing City, leaving it with no choice but to surrender. Therefore, Anson Bach could abandon Slave Harbor, but he absolutely could not abandon Strawtown. While the Jihad army was advancing fiercely towards Strawtown, Alexei, leading the 2nd Infantry Regiment and along with remnants of the garrison he had gathered along the way, had successfully completed the first part of his mission, reaching the outskirts of Slave Harbor. Under the leaden dome, the howling sea wind, carrying damp saltwater, raged across the sunless land. As far as the eye could see, the Black Sea seemed to merge with the sky, enveloping the entire world. Looking at Slave Harbor, nestled between the sea and the land, most of the 2nd Infantry Regiment members were weary and somewhat bewildered. Not a single warship could be seen on the surging sea, and besides a few military flags, there were no soldiers patrolling the dilapidated town's outskirts. So, where were they? Not having to immediately confront the jihadist army, especially their fleet, seemed like a good thing. But the 2nd Infantry Regiment's mission was to surround and construct fortifications around Slave Harbor. Now that the enemy was gone, what was the point of building fortifications? Several officers turned to look at the silent Alexei, who was equally bewildered, wishing he could ask the heavens, "Who am I? Where am I? What am I supposed to do?" He still clearly remembered Anson Bach's confident declaration at the military conference that his 2nd Infantry Regiment and the Musketeer Corps mission was to draw the enemy's attention and to recapture Slave Harbor, this crucial landing point, absolutely not allowing it to fall into the jihadist army's hands. Now, as bait, he was completely ignored by the enemy, and Slave Harbor, which they had been prepared to recapture at great cost, had been casually abandoned, showing no sign of any attempt to hold it. Could it be that the commander-in-chief had misjudged the situation? The thought flashed through Alexei's mind, only to be immediately dismissed. From the Han-2 war to the retreat from Black Reef Harbor, although many unexpected events had occurred, Anson Bach's plans had never made a major mistake, even misjudging the enemy's actions and objectives. Half an hour later, the skirmisher responsible for reconnaissance, draped in camouflage grass, jogged back, excitedly reporting the situation in the town. The Boreal Legion had already set out in full force 2 days ago, and the fleet stationed at the port had returned to Black Reef Harbor and Sailing City to request supplies, unlikely to return for at least 3 to 4 days. Before they left a small 3-masted gunboat and fewer than 200 soldiers in Slave Harbor to maintain order. Half of them were sailors on the ship, and the other half were soldiers of the Holy War Army. It turned out that those sailors were all from Nakshir Harbor, fellow countrymen of the Slave Harbor liberals. Accompanied by excited words, the scout, breathless, had beads of sweat dripping from his forehead, so they bribed the sailors, and together with them, obtained the ship's weapons. Then, under the guise of a banquet, they lured 100 Holy War Army soldiers to the council, and wiped them out in one fell swoop. To avoid retaliation, the Slave Harbor liberals only wiped out the soldiers, but did not immediately take down the Holy War Army's flag, pretending that they were still under the control of the Holy War Army. The bribed sailors, along with some Holy War Army soldiers who had voluntarily surrendered, had already sailed away to the kingdom of Nakshir. I happened to meet a member of the Autonomous Council while I was scouting. He told me all this, and he kept asking me if the New World Legion had arrived and when they could enter the city. More than 10,000 people in the slave port are eagerly waiting, willing to fight to the death with the Legion to protect the slave port. What? You actually contacted outsiders on your own initiative? Isn't that exposing our army's whereabouts? A member of the Autonomous Council, has his identity been verified? Have you obtained any evidence? How do you know he's not a member of the Holy War Army in disguise, or a fence-sitter tipping off both sides? Could what he said be a trap deliberately set by the enemy? That's right, it's a trap. Before he finished speaking, a group of officers immediately jumped out, loudly rebuking the scout for his recklessness, but their eyes remained cautiously fixed on Alexei. Their longing expressions were all too obvious. After so many days of forced marching, everyone would want to rest in a town with walls, fireplaces, beds, hot water, and hot food, even if the town was at risk of being bombed to the sky by gunboats at any moment. Alexei, you could certainly see what these people were thinking, but he also clearly remembered that Norton and Anson Bach had both mentioned that Slave Harbor was easy to attack but difficult to defend. They had also said that if the 2nd Infantry Regiment were to actually be stationed there, they would have to take on the task of protecting the town and its residents, essentially being tied to the town. So, was the 2nd Infantry Regiment capable of defending the town? No, so they absolutely could not agree to the council's demands. However, a direct refusal would obviously demoralize the troops who had just embarked on a forced march of several days, and would also provoke resentment from the liberals of Slave Harbor. If the Jihad army were to return, it was hard to guarantee that those opportunists wouldn't turn against them at the last minute. After a moment's hesitation, he abruptly raised his hand to block the officers surrounding him, turning to the scout who was speechless and looked aggrieved. Do you remember what that counselor looked like? I remember. And I've confirmed it too. He is indeed a member of the Slave Harbor Council. Seizing the opportunity, the scout quickly clarified, his face filled with urgency. Not only that, I believe you, Alexei, you interrupted, patting the cavalryman's shoulder heavily. So now I need you to do one thing, go to Slave Harbor and tell the council members that the second step, no, the New World Legion, will not be stationed in the town. However, We will be stationed outside the town and build fortifications on the perimeter to guard against the Imperial invaders who have already left. Therefore, we hope that Slave Harbor can provide us with food, tools, weapons, ammunition, and other supplies." Before he finished speaking, the surrounding officers all changed color, while the scout, having gained their trust, was quite excited, standing up without hesitation and running back towards the town through the cover. "Commander. No need to say anything more. I understand what you all mean." Alexei raised his hand to stop his subordinates who wanted to step forward, his gaze still fixed on the scouts' backs. After 4 or 5 days of hard work, who wouldn't want to find a place where they can rest in peace and have some fresh, hot food? But don't forget, Slave Harbor is still a port. Even if Borlevens isn't here, the rest of the Holy War Army could attack at any time. Being stationed in a town with no natural defenses is like being trapped like a turtle in a jar. In that case, we will carry out the commander-in-chief's orders word for word, Alexei said solemnly. "Gather the scattered and fleeing soldiers of the Slave Harbor, dig trenches on the spot, and prepare for battle." However, the direction of the battle might have to be changed. Today is the day of the college entrance examination. Conquang wishes everyone good luck. Chapter 865 The Sound of Cannons in Straw Town. On June 21, 102 of the St. Calendar, Strawberry Town, having completely forgotten the previous beast slave uprising, was once again shrouded in acrid smoke and towering flames. A dense array of flags in a long line of troops formed a blue and white chain, effectively locking down most of the town. At Bara 11's command, the 20,000 Holy War soldiers scattered throughout the eastern colonies, ambushing and intercepting New World legions, hastily assembled, constructing an impregnable siege fortress around Strawberry Town. This was the most prosperous and densely populated area among the 5 eastern colonies, and also the last stop on the way to Istragan Fjord. If they could capture it, Anson Bach and the Rune family's New World stronghold would be completely exposed to the Holy War Army, potentially giving the Holy War, which had only been going on for 2 months, a chance for a swift victory. Perhaps out of unwavering confidence, or perhaps out of instinctive caution, Borlevens, who hastily assembled his army, did not launch an attack before the town's defenders could react. Instead, he dug trenches and built fortifications around Straw Town, delaying the siege for 3 full days. 3 days and 3 nights. The cautious yet daring Boer used this time to thoroughly survey the terrain around Straw Town, control water sources and roads, and incidentally raid surrounding farms and small settlements, obtaining supplies and intelligence on Straw Town's defensive structure. Like all eastern colonies, Straw Town's structure was extremely rudimentary. The only brick and wood structure in the town center, a 2-story building with a church steeple, was the local council. The entire town was divided into 4 areas by the council and 2 roads running north and south. The outer perimeter consisted of rammed earth walls made of fences, gravel, and sandbags, plus a moat about 3 meters wide. Once the trenches were filled in, the walls breached, and the council chamber in the town center was captured. Straw Town would essentially fall. The town was surrounded by open roads, farmland, and wilderness. Only the western and northern sides had raised hills, but these were too far to threaten the siege positions, offering only a temporary resistance after the town's fall. Confirming his overwhelming advantage, allowing for both attack and retreat with ease, Borlevens finally gave the order to attack. The 20,000 jihadists, their morale high and full of confidence, marched towards Straw Town. Whistling shells streaked across the clear sky, exploding in clouds of dust and sand within the rammed earth walls and trenches, the smell of burning filling the air. The towering parliamentary spire, the dilapidated mud brick houses, the long wooden huts, all had been reduced to rubble by the previous artillery fire of the jihad army. The collapsed houses had become small mounds of earth, scattered throughout the town, riddled with mud and shell craters, resembling graveyards. In less than a day since the start of the battle, Straw Town had been reduced to ruins by the jihad army's heavy artillery bombardment. Faced with such wasteful artillery fire, the main force of the Storm Legion within the city had no choice but to abandon its key defenses and instead adopt skirmish tactics, spreading its troops out behind the walls. Since they were going to be bombed anyway, they might as well spread out their troops to reduce casualties and lower the chances of shells falling on their heads. The urgent and cheerful bugle calls sounded, and thousands of Jihad Army line infantrymen marched out of their siege positions, rifles with bayonets fixed, forming dense squares, and advanced towards the walls that had been shattered by artillery fire. Soon, Sporadic, sparse gunfire erupted from behind the walls of Strawtown, suppressed by artillery fire. Soldiers fell one after another in the slowly advancing jihadist phalanx. Those in the rear simply stepped over their fallen comrades, coldly enduring the enemy fire, continuing their slow advance in tight formation. Barlevins also emerged from his cover, standing on a makeshift earthen platform, using artillery carriages as stairs, surveying the battlefield. His right eye, obscured by binoculars, was filled with vigilance. The sparse enemy lines and firepower didn't seem to belong to a force of tens of thousands, at most 2,000 or 3,000, and he hadn't even spotted any enemy artillery positions yet. But he dared not share these anxieties with his soldiers. Firstly, the battle had already begun, and suddenly ordering a halt would be demoralizing. Secondly, even if the enemy had some premeditated plan, he didn't think Strawtown was particularly difficult to capture. At most, it would be a matter of casualties and whether more enemies could be annihilated. The ring of order above, thick smoke and dust erupted from the rubble, billowing plumes of smoke. The jihadist soldiers, stepping on the blast marks from the final artillery barrage, swiftly breached the outer earthen ramparts and trenches, shouting as they launched their attack on the breached earthen walls. The defenders behind the walls hastily retreated, gathering in the few remaining intact fortifications to fight to the death. The front ranks fixed bayonets, while the rear drew large-caliber shotguns from their backs, filling them to the brim with fist-sized gun barrels, aiming them at the breaches in the fortifications. Ever since the Guard Company distinguished itself with shotguns in the Battle of Black Reef Harbor, this simple and brutal old-fashioned megaphone had become widespread in the Storm Legion, simple to manufacture, inexpensive, and requiring no additional manpower. 4 to 5 per platoon were sufficient. Don't panic, stay calm, you must stay calm. The 5th Infantry Regiment commander, Julian, personally oversaw the front lines, his sword held level, constantly reassuring his soldiers. However, his trembling right hand and cold sweat betrayed a state of mind. The commander was even more nervous than his men. Until he saw figures moving through the smoke beyond a breach, Julian, unable to contain himself any longer, slammed his sword against a piece of gravel in front of him, unleashing a blinding flash of light. Bang, 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 thick white smoke billowed across the battlefield, and volleys of lead bullets ripped through the air, eliciting countless screams and wails, mingling with blood and gore as it devoured and tore at the flesh of the Holy War soldiers. Waves of figures fell in pools of blood, slightly slowing the enemy's advance. The tense regimental commander Julian suddenly heard bugles sound behind him and decisively stood up. 1st and 2nd companies, fix bayonets, attack, before the words were even finished. The young officer Clovis was the first to charge into the oncoming crowd. The soldiers in the rear, fearing for their commander's life, hurriedly followed, bayonets fixed. Both sides engaged in a frenzied battle, rifles taller than a man, clashing fiercely in the narrow gap. The cramped terrain and the smoke-filled battlefield made both sides' kill efficiency extremely low. For a full quarter of an hour, neither side could force the other back an inch. There was no other way. The battlefield was only so wide, and neither side was a fool. If the Holy War Army broke through, they would be riddled with bayonets by the New World Legion hiding behind. The already depleted Storm Legion wouldn't be foolish enough to abandon their relatively secure position and rashly launch a counterattack. Seeing the battle reach a stalemate, Barlevins issued another order. 2,000 cavalrymen would bypass the eastern gate and launch a rapid assault on the weakest points on the north and south flanks. Besides quickly breaking through Strawtown's outer defenses, he also hoped to use this opportunity to probe whether Anson Bach had established hidden fortifications and artillery positions on the high ground west of the town. If so, it meant the enemy had abandoned Strawtown and was preparing to retreat to the Gracenow town line, explaining why he hadn't encountered the main force of the Storm Legion earlier. A deafening roar shook the earth, raising wisps of dust as the rapidly maneuvering cavalry broke through the flanks of the besieging position, quickly dividing into 4 columns and approaching the north and south gates of Strawtown. Almost simultaneously, urgent alarm bells rang throughout Strawtown. Having received intelligence, the 2 infantry battalions quickly assembled and began a slow retreat under the Holy War Army's offensive, retreating to the streets flanked by buildings, where they continued to resist using the terrain. But doing so meant completely exposing the outer walls to the cavalry's hooves, rendering them incapable of threatening the Holy War Army. After a brief regrouping, the cavalry on both sides quickly broke through the outer perimeter and began to cover the infantry's continued attack into the town. For a full half-hour battle, the cavalry scattered outside the town encountered no threat whatsoever, From beginning to end, no enemy from outside the town appeared to rescue or attack the Holy War Army, whose rear was wide open. A hint of disappointment appeared on Borlevin's face. Taking Strawtown, the eastern gateway to Ice-Dragon Fjord, quickly was certainly a good thing, but the ease of the battle somewhat diminished the glory of the victory. Having missed this opportunity, he probably wouldn't have a second chance to defeat Anson Bach. With the promise of Shadowless, even if Anson Bach truly had an old god's family backing him, he was destined to be hunted down by the Knights of Judgment. Without this commander-in-chief, even if the Storm Legion didn't disintegrate, it would most likely choose to surrender to the Clovis Holy War Army. With a heavy sigh, Bari reluctantly gave the order to launch a general assault. Amidst the choking smoke, the cavalry who had breached the outer walls dismounted, forming skirmishers, one hand on a saber, the other a carbine, protecting the flanks of the line infantry as they continued their advance into the town. Facing the approaching Holy War Army, the defenders on the east and west flanks continued to rely on the buildings along the streets, firing volleys while slowly retreating. The cavalry who had infiltrated the town plunged into the streets, smashing windows and bursting into rooms, attempting to attack the Strawtown defenders from the flanks and rear, but the Storm Legion soldiers clearly knew the layout better than their opponents. From their retreating ranks, they threw several grenades, which landed precisely under windows and at the exits of alleys, rolling into the depths while still smoking. Boom, 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 accompanied by a series of explosions and splattering sparks and debris. Screams echoed from the narrow alleys and dark windows. Although this level of harassment only delayed the enemy's offensive efficiency, it was enough for the Storm Legion. By noon, the 3rd Infantry Regiment, guarding the flanks, had successfully joined forces, the 5th Infantry Regiment, forming a hollow square around the town's council and still putting up a stubborn resistance, signaled for retreat. Julian, whose lines were nearly breached, personally led an infantry company to cover the rear, while the main force quickly moved to the town center to join the 3rd Infantry Regiment. He himself fought and retreated against an enemy several times, even 10 times, their numbers, trying to delay their entry into the city as much as possible. But no matter how much he delayed, the outcome of the battle was already decided. Following Borlevin's orders, nearly half of the total Holy War Army poured into Strawtown, at least 4 times their number. If it weren't for the narrow streets, the intricate alleys, and the rebel-strewn ruins hindering the Holy War Army's entry, the 2 Storm Legion infantry regiments would likely have been overwhelmed by the enemy in the blink of an eye. A mere 2,000 men were defending a town that was practically defenseless, facing an army 10 times their size. The 2 infantry commanders had done their utmost. But even so, they could not hold on to the council, the last stronghold in the town center, and began to retreat under the pressure of the army, forced to crowd in the middle of the road leading to the west gate. Seeing that the battle was no longer in doubt, Bari sighed and put down his binoculars. Notify the cavalry that if the infidels on the other side don't put up a fight, let them retreat and don't pursue them. Our target is Strawtown, don't cause any trouble. Yes, sir, the messenger nodded in response, but his expression clearly showed some reluctance. Commander, we could have easily annihilated those less than 2,000 defenders and won a great victory. Why not pursue them? Because what you saw was only a part of the Storm Legion, not their true main force. If we pursue them, no one can be sure whether these people are a trap deliberately set by the other side. Bar 11 said with slight dissatisfaction. Listen carefully. There are 2 things that are most taboo on the battlefield. The first is acting recklessly without a plan, and the second is excessive greed. Either of these will inevitably, boom. Before he could finish speaking, a distant, muffled thunderous roar suddenly came, freezing the expressions on both of their faces. The next second, stunned Bari and the messenger turned around simultaneously, looking in the direction the sound came from. A faint black shadow swept across the sky in the blinding midday sun, drawing a beautiful arc before landing steadily in the center of the street in Strawtown. Accompanied by countless screams and cries of agony, scorching 6-pound solid shot slammed into the crowd. A neat, dense square formation instantly resembled a watermelon that had been tragically dropped. The limbs and severed bodies of more than a dozen soldiers were splattered around them by the heat and blood, while their comrades, screaming in agony, were sent flying like sandbags, their necks and heads slamming heavily onto jagged, protruding rock. And this was only the beginning. Dozens of black afterimages, like hawks taking flight from the sky, took off one after another from the high ground west of Strawtown, whistling chillingly under the dome of the sky, swooping down on the town crammed with half of the Holy War Army. The earth trembled slightly. Chapter 866 Annihilation. Under the dazzling midday sky, a thunderous roar echoed from the high ground west of Straw Town. Neatly arranged bullet holes marked the way as artillery fire stormed into the town, exploding in smoke and blood throughout its streets and alleys. 8-pound solid shot, 6-pound shrapnel, high-explosive shells rained down like a storm, scattering wildly through the densely packed ranks of the jihadist army. The terrifying shockwaves, the hissing of shells hitting the ground, the deafening crashes of gravel, the flashes of fire, and the visible heat of the explosions unleashed an energy known as death. The jihadist warriors, fresh from capturing Straw Town, had barely had time to celebrate before being subjected to a hail of bullets. The crowded streets offered no refuge, and the houses, already destroyed by their own artillery, provided no cover, leaving them completely exposed to the sudden barrage of fire. Black smoke, thick with the stench of blood, and dust exploding amidst the ruins nearly obscured the sunlight. Bor 11's expression was one of utter shock at the horrifying bombardment. The opposing fire was extremely targeted, the shells coming from two north-south oriented hills west of Straw Town, forming an angle covering 2/3 of the town and perfectly encompassing the central crossroads. Because the town wasn't spacious, and the defenders' resistance was fierce, by the time they entered, tens of thousands of men had crammed in, half of whose own legion was inside. The crowded roads meant people were packed shoulder to shoulder, with no room to maneuver, let alone take cover, that was simply non-existent. The straight roads and the town, with almost no cover left, were a perfect firing range for artillery. With skill and a bit of luck, a 6-pound solid shot could roll from one end of the street to the other, crushing any flesh and blood in its path. And indeed, that was the case. Clumps and patches of blood and dust from falling lead bullets exploded among the crowd, dozens, even hundreds, of severed limbs flying through the smoke. Shrapnel bullets swept towards the lucky ones in the back ranks, crushing their groans and screams like a pestle. Even though the battlefield was vast and only faint traces were visible, it didn't stop Bor 11 from imagining the hell his soldiers were enduring. 1 minute, a full minute of rapid fire, but in Bor 11's eyes, it felt like a whole year, an incredibly long and painful year. He'd been tricked. Anson Bach had never intended to truly defend Straw Town to the death. He probably guessed that he would have to take the colony, so he used the town as a trap, then ambushed him with artillery fire, catching him completely off guard. The losses inflicted in just this one round of bombardment were comparable to a brutal victory. The narrow town and straight roads maximized the effectiveness of the artillery fire. Even from what the naked eye could see, the total number of casualties, light and heavy, was probably no less than 1,000. In contrast, the New World Legion's total casualties were likely only in the hundreds. If you were to be slightly shameless, Anson Bach could even declare it a glorious victory. With a heavy sigh, Bor 11 focused his gaze on the Storm Legion, still slowly retreating from the west gate. His face grim, he raised his right hand, preparing to order the cavalry to regroup and pursue these decoys sent by the enemy. Although it was destined to be pointless, if such heavy casualties were suffered and the defenders were allowed to escape, the battle report to the command would be extremely unfavorable, causing the papacy to lose faith in the 11 family's strength, making it even more difficult for them to support him in the future. However, he ultimately failed to issue the order, because almost simultaneously, boom, a thunderous roar suddenly exploded in the center of Straw Town. There was no shrill whistle before the artillery barrage, no gasps of alarm before anyone noticed anything amiss. Before anyone could react, the Straw Town Council, heavily fortified with explosives, erupted like a volcano, instantly disintegrating amidst the flames and smoke of the explosion. A streak of fire shot straight into the sky, carrying with it rubble, debris, and mangled corpses, reaching a height of over 10 meters. Due to the recent barrage, many soldiers sought cover within the council chamber, filling the hall and lounge with people. Many others, unable to find shelter, simply lay prone against the corner of the wall behind the east side of the church. These self-proclaimed lucky survivors, along with soldiers not far from the church, were blasted into the air. The remaining people were not spared either. The shockwave from the explosion, carrying shattered bricks, broken beams, and various debris, flew in all directions like shrapnel exploding in the crowd, mercilessly crushing, trampling, and tearing apart any flesh and blood that couldn't escape in time. From a distance, the explosion created a horrific breach in the center of the crowded street, like a boulder crashing into calm water. The thick smoke, flames, and severed limbs were the ripples created by the stone. Staring blankly at the flames burning in the town, Borei, who had been thrown to the ground by his terrified warhorse, raised his head, motionless, staring at the incredibly horrifying scene, almost speechless. The surrounding officers were no less terrified, their faces were deathly pale, filled with fear and a hint of relief. Those who had secured entry slots were primarily the elite of the Borei Legion, or officers connected to the Levant family. Those of them, not related to the Legion commander, had escaped this calamity. But this didn't mean they were unharmed. The enemy's firepower was ferocious, with nearly 50 cannons, a standard typically found in legions of 10,000 or even 20 or 30,000. If the elite were wiped out, it would be their turn to fight to the death. So what do we do next, Commander? The familiar shout rang in Borei Levant's ears. He turned to his nephew, who was on the verge of tears, his hazy consciousness clearing slightly. Immediately order the entire army that has entered the city to retreat, and they must retreat through the east gate without any delay. The troops closest to the gate should be the vanguard, and the army must maintain order. The Storm Legion had specifically positioned its artillery positions on the western highlands. While this would cover the entire Straw Town, the maximum range was only up to the eastern gate. Beyond that was nearly 2 kilometers, and even the most skilled gunners couldn't maintain accuracy at that distance. He could, of course, continue the attack and capture the 2 high ground fortifications directly. However, advancing under enemy fire would inevitably result in significant casualties. More importantly, the Holy War Army, having just suffered such heavy losses, would likely lack the courage to continue the assault from the front lines. Weighing the two options, a temporary retreat while maintaining the encirclement was the wiser choice. As long as the remaining troops could withdraw in an orderly manner and minimize losses, his side would still hold a decisive advantage. Borei thought to himself. But it was clear that Anson Bach, who had gone to such great lengths to set up his position, even using the entire Straw Town as bait and nearly losing 2 elite corps regiments, wouldn't let him off so easily. Just as the troops crowded inside the city began to retreat, the second round of rapid artillery fire began. 48 cannons, a rapid-fire barrage covering the battlefield in 2 minutes, plus the explosives used to destroy the Straw Town Council. On the western artillery position, Carl, peering through binoculars at the battlefield, muttered to himself, "To do something like this in the New World is far too extravagant." That's right, just these few rounds have wiped out a quarter's worth of production from all the military factories in Ice Dragon Fjord, not to mention nearly 50 cannons. The entire New World couldn't muster that many. Anson nodded in agreement. Without Major General Ludwig's generous gift from Sail City, and the private deal with the Holy War Army, such a wasteful tactic would be unthinkable. However, after this barrage, half of the Holy War Army in the city is temporarily rendered ineffective. Even if they manage to escape, the heavy casualties will at least temporarily extinguish their courage to continue resisting. It's time to deal with the rest of them. As he spoke, he pointed to the soldiers groaning in pain from the explosions. Are you sure? The adjutant turned his head in astonishment. The 3rd and 5th Infantry Regiments haven't withdrawn from Straw Town yet, and the positions of the 4th Infantry Regiment and the Shooting Corps are uncertain. Isn't launching an attack now a bit too hasty? I know that, Anson interrupted directly. But Borei on the other side has clearly reacted and hasn't continued to send his main force through the town to attack us. If we fail to stop the troops inside the city and force them to return to their siege positions to defend, with our forces, let alone defeat them, we might even be surrounded, so we must act now, and quickly. We can't give Borei any time to react. We must completely crush them in one fell swoop, so they can no longer organize a decent defense. Only then will we have a chance to defeat, or even annihilate, them. Surrounding and defeating a Holy War Army that is almost twice their size with a force of just over 10,000 men is an extremely risky operation. Any deviation could lead to complete defeat. The unexpected success of routing roughly half of the enemy's elite forces was a welcome surprise, but it also completely exposed their own firepower positions. The ensuing battle would be fought entirely within the enemy's artillery range. If they couldn't capitalize on this unexpected moment of chaos to destroy Borei artillery positions, giving him the opportunity to withdraw his cavalry from Straw Town to defend their flank, having finally managed to outflank the enemy's main force behind their lines, would immediately face a serious crisis. The New World Legion's elite cavalry were currently under Louis Bernard's command, and Anson was no match for them in a speed contest. Carl Bay nodded solemnly. casually tossing out his cigarette but with his foot, offering no further rebuttal. Wait a minute, have Norton and Julian continue their retreat, pretending we're going to fight and run. Observe the enemy's movements. If the Jihad army on the position shows any sign of movement, immediately give the signal. The two artillery positions will fire alternately, with a firing line fixed at the east gate exit to slow down the enemy's retreat. Okay, but what if the enemy continues to pursue the 3rd and 5th Infantry regiments and refuses to let them leave? That's when our lovely Miss Lisa Bach will make her appearance. Anson's lips curled up as he turned to the girl behind him, who was chewing on a licorice stick and had been waiting impatiently for a while. The guard company will advance to support the 3rd and 5th Infantry regiments and block the Jihad army that refuses to retreat at the west gate. The girl's eyes lit up when she heard her name called, but she still pretended to be very mature and stayed in place. Adjusting her hat brim in a nonchalant manner, HMPH, leave all the bad guys of the Jihad army to Sheriff Lisa. Cowardly Carl just needs to hide in the position and direct the artillery to keep firing. This girl is getting less and less adorable every day. The chief of staff rolled his eyes, looking at the confident brother and sister with a perfunctory expression. All right. I'll make sure the fire support is absolutely in place, but don't expect too much. If the enemy discovers that the artillery positions only have 2,000 untrained, incompetent rangers who can't even tell left from right, all this hard-earned wealth will be gone. Don't worry, this battle will definitely not spread to the Western Highlands. If we're lucky, it might not even reach Strawtown. As if suddenly remembering something, Anson suddenly called out, then looked at his adjutant with a hint of urgency. You immediately have the artillery company and supply troops prepared to take over Strawtown before tonight. Of course, we don't really want to regain control of this colony, but rather to destroy as many facilities in the town as possible, burn the houses, block the wells, don't leave a single wheat or potato in the fields for the jihadists, burn everything you can't take. Of course, it's just preparation. Everything will happen after we crush the Boer Holy War Army. That's very important. We might have to stay here for a few more days. As he spoke, Anson, for the first time in a long time, took the Leopold rifle from the girl's hand. Remember this, don't forget. Okay, I remember. Carl rolled his eyes again. Anyway, whatever it is, it has to wait until you, Commander, crush the Holy War Army. Right, crush? Is that what I said? Accompanied by the crisp sound of a machine gun, Anson raised an eyebrow. No, I said annihilate them. Chapter 867 First Class Hero. The deafening roar of artillery fire relentlessly ravaged Strawtown, already littered with ruins and corpses. Beneath the flames and billowing black smoke, the faces of the Holy War soldiers were etched with terror and despair. Just 2 hours earlier, they had been swaggering and brimming with morale. Now, they were fleeing the occupied town in a frenzy. Hundreds upon hundreds of wounded and broken bodies of their comrades were cast aside by these holy warriors who had sworn to sacrifice themselves for the Ring of Order, as they scrambled toward the eastern city gate. Behind them, the New World Legion's artillery, under the command of Karl Bain, continued its relentless bombardment of the already corpse-strewn streets of Strawtown. Countless soldiers pushed and shoved, crowding the city gate, which was anything but spacious, pushing forward recklessly. Despite the officers' desperate shouts and even the execution of deserters on the spot, order could not be maintained. Even the supervising squad responsible for firing turned tail and ran. The Levant Knights could only watch helplessly as their troops piled up behind the gate, becoming sitting ducks for enemy artillery, or being trampled underfoot by the deserters when they tried to stop them. Despite this disarray, Boer Levant did not lose faith in victory. The current situation seemed like he had fallen into Anson Bach's trap, but in reality, it was merely a last-ditch effort by Levant to exploit his eagerness to seize colonies before abandoning the city and fleeing. 500, 1,000, at most 2,000 men, he had taken Slave Harbor and Strawtown with only 2,000 casualties, along with all 5 eastern colonies, and was approaching Grey Snow, the eastern gateway to Ystragonfjord. While the losses appeared significant, they were comparable to Clovis's capture of Sailing City and Arthur Herald's takeover of Grey Dove Castle. Therefore, this is absolutely not a defeat, but a sacrifice necessary for victory. Holding high the Ring of Order banner handed to him by the messenger, Boer Levant rallied his officers. It is because of their sacrifice that we have achieved this victory. From Strawtown to Slave Harbor, plus Black Reef Harbor, the Levant family has seized the territory of all 6 colonies. Since the start of the war, no Holy War Legion has achieved a more glorious victory than us. No Holy War Legion has contributed more to the Ring of Order than the 22,000 warriors who have fought and bled on this battlefield. We have demonstrated our unwavering faith with our solid achievements, and this is only the beginning. Our glory is far from over. Under the watchful eyes of countless trembling figures, Bohr, calm and confident, waved his banner, pointing towards the flames behind him. Take Strawtown, and let the Clovis heretics who murdered our comrades know that such despicable and shameless behavior will pay the price. Inspiring shouts rang out from the siege lines. Although it was clear that many knights and soldiers were merely feigning encouragement, it still relieved Bohr. After all, their willingness to obey his orders meant the army wasn't completely out of control, and the situation could still be salvaged. With his 10,000 fresh troops plus the main force withdrawn from the town, he could still overwhelm Anson Bach's Storm Legion head-on. However, at that moment, bang, suddenly, extremely rapid gunfire erupted from the northeast flank of the siege lines. The officers who had just been feigning encouragement immediately revealed their panic. Turning to look at the source of the gunfire, Bohr-Levin's confident expression froze instantly. Accompanied by plumes of smoke from the volleys and faint shouts of battle, hundreds upon hundreds of figures seemed to descend from the sky, suddenly appearing on the right flank of Bohr's legion. 3 full minutes passed before Bohr-Levin received accurate intelligence from the messenger. Approximately 1,000 Clovis had appeared on the northeast side of the battlefield and were rapidly approaching the besieged positions. Why had it taken so long to notice? Because these people weren't even in Strawtown before the battle began. They had only appeared suddenly after the fighting started. Furthermore, Bohr-Levin's cavalry had been used to breach the city defenses, so they couldn't have detected the anomaly around the battlefield immediately. But it was too late. Leo, the commander of the 4th Infantry Regiment, carrying a shotgun and covered in grenades, charged ahead with a skirmisher company, not waiting for reinforcements to arrive. Faced with the enemy suddenly appearing from behind, the jihadist line infantry, unable to retreat, had to organize a defense on the spot, desperately plugging the gaps in the trenches. Thick white smoke billowed across the battlefield. 2 volleys of gunfire grazed Leo's head, and 2 skirmishers following closely behind him fell to the ground. One had his head blown off and died instantly, while the other had his arm broken and was writhing in agony on the ground. Rapid marching and fortification construction, and the ability to immediately launch a counterattack when attacked from the rear, truly the elite of the Southern Empire. Stop yelling, bear with it. Leo, unharmed, lay on the ground bandaging the screaming soldiers' wounds, managing to praise the enemy and criticize his own men, completely oblivious to the skirmishers' resentment. He had been hiding behind Leo, yet he still couldn't escape having his luck drained by his commander. Setting down the now silent skirmisher, Leo, lying on his back, gestured behind him. The skirmishers, understanding, immediately dispersed and slowly crawled towards the rear of the besieged position. The acrid smoke obscured the defenders' vision, and they continued firing in orderly waves towards the direction of the Storm Legion's attack, completely unaware that the enemy had closed to within 20 meters. The next second, the jihad soldiers, still mechanically repeating their firing maneuvers, saw several dark figures burst through the smoke, landing in their fortifications amidst burning sparks. Boom! Flames erupted as the 1,200 men of the 4th Infantry Regiment, taking advantage of the chaos, stormed into the Bohr Legion's siege position. After easily annihilating less than half a battalion of defenders, they successfully controlled the surrounding fortifications, continuing to threaten the jihad's flank. Realizing their position had been captured, the Bohr Legion immediately organized a counterattack. One of their leading regiments even attempted to replicate the Storm Legion's sneak attack tactics, sending a battalion to flank and encircle the impolite infidels. Perhaps fearing enemy reinforcements, the knight didn't order his troops to pass behind the defensive line, but instead marched directly in front. The result was predictable. Nearly 300 line infantrymen, lined up in a single column, brazenly passed through the front of the besieged position, becoming nothing more than moving targets for skirmishers' shooting practice. In less than 15 minutes, the Holy War Infantry Regiment, having left behind hundreds of corpses, was forced into a rout. Leo, unscathed, attached a bayonet to his shotgun, a rifle in one hand and a revolver in the other, and triumphantly fired 6 shots into the sky. Soldiers, charge! The 4th Infantry Regiment deserves the greatest credit for Strawtown. Charge! Excited, bloodthirsty cheers echoed through the sky. The assembled 4th Infantry Regiment, along with the trenches of the besieged position, launched a 3-column charge. Meanwhile, Bohr-Levin, finally receiving accurate intelligence, paid no attention to the northeastern side of the position. Instead, he squinted his slightly trembling eyes, straining to see the 13-starred flag suddenly appear behind him. Clad in worn, dusty gray uniforms, wielding crude, long-handled axe-like firearms, over 2,000 soldiers, their ranks disordered like an ant swarm, rose high, roaring in a cacophony only they could understand, and charged towards the jihadist artillery positions. Where did they come from? The messenger's eyes widened in disbelief. This is impossible. We clearly routed all the indigenous armies along the way. How could there still be so many? It's simple, because these are the very guys we defeated before. Bar-Levin's face was ashen, a sinister glint in his eyes. They weren't truly defeated, but feigned defeat to quietly regroup behind us. This is Anson Bach's trap. Seeing the still bewildered expressions around him, Bor's savage expression intensified, his pupils trembling uncontrollably. He didn't care about his temporary setback. What truly terrified him was his complete incomprehension. Instead of concentrating his most elite main force under his own command, he dispersed them all, allowing them to fight and act independently, yet they all managed to appear at the designated battlefields at the appointed time with such perfect coordination. How did Anson Bach manage to do that? Even if he could resolve the issues of loyalty and competence among his subordinates, how did he avoid all sorts of unexpected events and accidents along the way, ensuring with absolute certainty that all troops would arrive at the designated locations on time? If he could even do that. Bar-Levin suddenly couldn't help but shudder. He glanced back at the still burning straw town, an uncontrollable anger, or rather, fear, beginning to spread in his chest. He abruptly turned and roared at the messenger, "The cavalry! Is there still no news of the 2,000 cavalrymen who stormed into Straw Town?" And not yet. The startled messenger shrank back, wondering why the Legion commander, his uncle, was suddenly so angry. The officers at the front reported that it will take at least another 15 minutes for the troops in the city to assemble sufficient fighting strength, and the cavalry entered the city mostly on foot. Many of their mounts were frightened by the previous artillery fire and explosions, and many fled or were killed or wounded. Add to that the casualties of the cavalry. The cavalry force that can be immediately deployed to battle is probably insufficient. Even a regiment. Bar-Levin, his face twitching violently, suppressed the urge to draw his gun and kill, and sneered to maintain his confident image. "It's all right. A cavalry regiment is more than enough to deal with those armed natives. Order the infantry regiment closest to the artillery positions to immediately abandon their positions and attack, buying time for the cavalry to reinforce." "Yes, sir." The messenger, terrified by the Legion commander's sneer, turned and ran for his life, as if he would be devoured alive if he stayed any longer. At that very moment, the 3rd Infantry Regiment, which had already withdrawn from the West Gate, suddenly stopped. More than 1,000 men joined up with the remaining fresh troops, reorganized into a column of nearly 1,500, and began to advance south to intercept the Holy War Army trapped in Straw Town and attempting to retreat. Julian, who had also joined up with the reserves, did not rush into battle, but quietly stationed himself in the fortifications outside the West Gate, as if waiting for something. But Bar-Levin had no time to judge. Both the main force and the artillery positions were under attack simultaneously, and the right flank of the besieged position was still threatened by an enemy force of unknown size, which had already routed one of his infantry regiments. Despite having more troops and superior firepower, he was the one being surrounded. Any mistake could cause the situation to deteriorate rapidly, risking his own defeat. He had to make an immediate decision: continue to rescue the main force that desperately needed to escape, or ensure that the position remained unsecured. The former was under simultaneous firepower and the threat of an elite enemy infantry regiment, while the latter had already been breached, and the artillery positions were in imminent danger of falling. But this hesitation didn't last long, because just 10 minutes later he received intelligence that his artillery positions had fallen, though not by enemy assault. The indigenous forces routed an infantry battalion near the position. The artillerymen inside, thinking the position was about to fall, and finding the cannons too heavy to be dragged immediately, simply nailed the breech block shut. As a result, the surrounding artillerymen, mistaking this for orders, also destroyed their cannons and rushed in to fight the enemy hand-to-hand. Now the entire army only has 6 3-pounder cannons still usable. Looking at the messenger, who was on the verge of tears, Bar-Levin was at a loss for what to do. After a brief silence, he forced a calm demeanor and said, Immediately order the entire army to abandon their positions and launch a general offensive on Strawtown to rescue the main force of the Legion, which is still trapped. Tell one of the cavalry regiments that has already assembled to bypass Strawtown from the north and attack the infidels' western artillery fortifications. They don't need to actually breach the positions, just slightly distract the enemy, and tell that self-proclaimed, brave and fearless young artilleryman that he has been promoted. From now on, he is my personal guard. Have him immediately lead all the soldiers he can muster to hold off the natives. We must not allow the enemy to breach our positions before the main force can escape. Gritting his teeth, he issued this series of orders, then forced a smile. After this battle, I will personally award him a medal. As the first-rate hero of this battle, I request His Majesty to nod him up. The stiff-faced messenger choked on his words. Yes, sir. Chapter 868 Bloodshed. Bar-Levin's thinking was simple. Even if Anson Bach could manipulate his legions like chess pieces on a table, he couldn't escape the fact that the difference in troop strength was nearly double. Even if they were just pieces, he had twice as many to expend and squander. Even if Levin had 50 cannons to intimidate him, the ammunition for those cannons wouldn't be enough to keep the battlefield full. Since the opponent was advancing separately, he would launch a combined attack. 20,000 troops gathered in one place. What could Levin's less than 10,000 do to him? 1,000 cavalry could silence his artillery positions. 1 infantry regiment couldn't stop him, so he'd send 2, 3. Compared to Levin, his trump cards were limitless. Bar-Levin, his face ashen, stepped out of the trench, his right hand slowly raising his long sword with a sweeping motion. Behind him, 10,000 holy warriors, full of momentum, emerged from the besieging positions in waves, bayonets fitted to rifle muzzles, advancing slowly in tight square formations. Opposite him, thousands of the main force of the Borny Legion had already broken away from Strawtown. The furious artillery fire still roared behind them, but its pitiful accuracy proved it was nothing more than a futile tantrum. Indeed, once the Legion was regrouped, wiping out the scattered Storm Legion forces would be a piece of cake. Strawtown would still be his, and the heavily wounded Anson Bach would have no choice but to flee with his tail between his legs. Of course, with the Knights of Judgment by his side, he couldn't escape. The Storm Legion, which had once shamed the Empire in the Wildlands and destroyed the Empire's colonial rule in Sail City, would fall by his hand, swept into the dustbin of history as heretic rebels, forever forgotten. And he himself would become a hero who had expanded the Levin family's territory in the New World, forever remembered by his blood-related descendants. With a sliver of hope for the future, a sinister grin appeared on Borny's face as he issued the order for a full-scale attack. Unfortunately, his knights and soldiers weren't in the same mood. In their eyes, their legion commander was utterly pathetic, completely outmaneuvered by his opponent, and utterly helpless, resorting to a desperate charge to overwhelm the enemy. This order sounded fierce, but to the soldiers, it was tantamount to sending them to their deaths. This was especially true for those not direct descendants of the Levin family, those used as tools and expendable resources by Bor. Therefore, when the order to assemble was given, the various units dragged their feet, especially the 2 infantry regiments that had been flanked by Leo, the commander of the 4th Infantry Regiment. They simply used the excuse of covering the front line to refuse to attack, avoiding any real confrontation with the Storm Legion. The other units were similarly slow, dragging out every step from assembly to formation. 5 minutes of preparation time stretched into a full quarter of an hour. Bor, realizing this, could only silently endure it. His elite main force had just suffered a setback, and he needed these men as reinforcements. He couldn't afford to be overly forceful. Realizing that the enemy intended to continue dawdling, Bor, unable to wait any longer, ordered his cavalry to set off first, determined to force the enemy artillery positions to cease fire. The piercing bugle call echoed through the billowing black smoke. Having just escaped the artillery barrage and reclaimed their mounts, the Imperial cavalry, without a moment's rest, grabbed their carbines and sabers, formed a charge, bypassed the north gate, and advanced towards the western highlands. Cavalry attack! A roar of alarm and rage echoed across the open field outside the west gate of Strawtown. Julian, standing with his sword drawn, his face flushed with excitement, turned to his men. They intend to bypass Strawtown and attack the artillery positions and Commander-in-Chief Anson Bach's headquarters. We cannot let the enemy succeed. 5th Infantry Regiment, yes, form hollow squares by company, spread out the defensive line, skirmishers line up around the squares, and do everything in our power to block the enemy. Yes, without any hesitation, the nearly 1,300-strong 5th Infantry Regiment quickly deployed, forming hollow squares less than 20 meters apart along the moat outside the city, creating a somewhat irregular diagonal line to block the rapidly approaching cavalry. Julian, as the regimental commander, personally commanded the battle from the square furthest from the city wall. He was actually quite nervous at this moment. The 5th Infantry Regiment had participated in the fewest battles since arriving in the New World, spending most of its time guarding the headquarters at Whale Harbor. Julian himself was the only regimental commander younger than Anson, and his experience was quite lacking. Looking at the cavalry charging towards them, the young commander's right hand, gripping the hilt of his sword, was sweating profusely. He wasn't even sure if he could stop them. Even if he could, 1,000 infantrymen against 1,000 cavalrymen was hardly an advantage. 800 meters, 500 meters, 300. Julian, his muscles trembling with tension, suddenly swung his sword. Fire, bang, bang, bang. Starting from the outermost perimeter, all the hollow square formations fired in succession, thick white smoke rising before the trenches, dense bullets swung around the cavalry formation, and a dozen figures fell. The Imperial cavalry, having received the order, clearly didn't want to deal with these escaped fish at first. Even under heavy fire, they only desperately tried to hold on, and the outermost cavalrymen didn't even draw their guns to return fire. But Julian quickly made them realize his resilience. Sensing the enemy's tendency to avoid battle, he immediately ordered the hollow squares near the trenches to regroup, forming two lines in the middle of the road, and to fire freely. The meaning was clear: if you're interested in being sitting ducks, go ahead, we don't mind. Seeing the enemy's enthusiasm, the cavalry commander, furious, immediately turned around, and the outer ranks of cavalrymen sheathed their swords and drew their carbines from their saddles. Whirlwind fire, show these infidels a thing or two. A cold, angry shout rang out, and the rapidly advancing cavalry suddenly scattered into four groups, attacking the outermost hollow squares of the 5th Infantry Regiment in a slanted, trapezoidal formation. Right where Julian was. The tense 5th Infantry Regiment refused their subordinates' request to leave and ordered the rest of the units not to move. The worst thing you can do when facing cavalry is to break formation. It almost certainly leads to a one-sided massacre. In an instant, the Imperial cavalry were upon them, their cold carbines spitting out thin streams of muzzle flash. Bang! Both sides pulled their triggers almost simultaneously. Thick white smoke obscured their vision, but Julian clearly saw 5 or 6 figures fall on his side, and roughly the same number on the enemy. Compared to their neglect of infantry, the Imperial cavalry was almost always synonymous with elite. Besides their sabers, breastplates, and uniforms, even their carbines were custom-made, not standard issue. One side was firing from a standing position, the other from a moving position, yet their accuracy was almost identical. The difference in skill was terrifying. However, the battle had only just begun. The thunderous sound of hooves, shaking the ground, tore through the smoke and swept towards the phalanx. They were like lightning descending from the sky, arriving without warning before the soldiers still hurriedly reloading their ammunition, firing a single shot, leaving behind corpses with expressions of disbelief on their faces, and then galloping away. The closest cavalryman charged to within 10 meters before drawing his lance and firing, turning his horse without hesitation just past the edge of the bayonet formation. Like a knight in armor from the Dark Ages, only the thrust of his lance was replaced by the pulling of a trigger. The two sides were so close they could see each other's expressions. The rapid hoofbeats and the oppressive force of the cavalry charge made the soldiers forget to retaliate, watching helplessly as their comrades fell one after another. In the blink of an eye, a fifth of the figures around the formation lay dead, many of them veterans who had joined the Storm Legion since the days of the Han II. Julian, his teeth clenched, kept issuing orders, urging the soldiers around him to remain calm. He himself stood on the outermost edge of the formation, holding a rifle, but whether it was sheer luck or sheer bad luck, the carbines almost never aimed at him. Even with his good fortune, the 5th Infantry Regiment couldn't withstand the relentless, repeated attacks. A rout was only a matter of time. Unbeknownst to them, the artillery positions on the western highlands had ceased firing. Julian, his hands trembling, felt a chill run down his spine. He knew, of course, that the Legion's ammunition was not unlimited and could not be used continuously, but without the cover of firepower, the 5th Infantry Regiment, alone guarding the West Gate, was at risk of being overwhelmed by the main force of the Holy War Army. The cavalry commander had clearly noticed this change as well, and decisively waved to his surroundings. Over 1,000 cavalrymen turned again, abandoning the 5th Infantry Regiment still holding the ground and the corpses scattered on the ground, and charged westward. Their mission was to eliminate the New World Legion's artillery positions. There was no need to entangle themselves with a group of dead men destined to perish. Staring intently at the Imperial cavalrymen who brazenly exposed their backs to him, Julian, filled with resentment and helplessness, suddenly turned and roared to his side, "All troops, form ranks and prepare to intercept the enemy. Signal the 3rd Infantry Regiment in artillery positions. Cavalry has crossed the lines and is approaching there. Tell them to be on high alert. Skirmisher Company. Prepare to be on high alert for any movement on the north side of the battlefield. Report any abnormalities immediately without delay." With a series of orders issued, the 5th Infantry Regiment, having just experienced a chaotic battle, once again began to change formation with tense but orderly precision, preparing for the next engagement. The 5th Infantry Regiment commander, usually so proud, was now consumed by deep self-reproach. Because of his decision, dozens of soldiers had sacrificed their lives, and the original objective had not been achieved. Did he, so incompetent, truly deserve to continue as the commander of the infantry regiment, bearing the lives of thousands, fighting for his own and all their futures? Julian sighed deeply. He walked towards the wall with his head down, wanting to observe the battlefield one last time before the enemy appeared, but was stopped by his adjutant, whose face lit up with excitement. "Commander, look, it's reinforcements." "Reinforcements are here, reinforcements?" Stunned, Julian looked in the direction the adjutant pointed, his eyes filled with confusion. He knew all too well how many troops had been deployed in this battle, so where would there be any reinforcements? Could it be that the Battle of White Whale Harbor was over, and that Vice Commander Fabian had led the Grenadier Regiment here? Filled with questions, he narrowed his eyes slightly, and finally saw the shadowy figures of a column in the distance through the dust kicked up by the cavalry. It did indeed appear to be advancing towards Straw Town, and it looked like, wait. Julian suddenly widened his eyes. That couldn't be the Guard Company, could it? The Guard Company? The adjutant was also startled. Even if the Guard Company was elite enough, and its organization was much larger than that of an ordinary company, it would only have 200 or 300 men at most, while the enemy cavalry already numbered over 1,000. And since the Guard Company was here, did that mean Commander-in-Chief Anson Bach was also? The two looked at each other, seemingly guessing what the other was thinking, yet neither dared to believe it was true. The cavalry commander of the Boré Legion felt similarly. Looking at the infantry company that had suddenly appeared and stood in front of him, besides feeling bewildered, he worried that they might be a trap to lure and distract the enemy, while in reality, 3 or 4 infantry regiments were lying in ambush around him, with 2,000 or 3,000 rifles aimed at him from nowhere. However, he immediately realized he was wrong. There weren't 2,000 or 3,000, only one rifle with its muzzle pointed at him, and it was openly aimed. 5, 4, 3, the girl, chewing on her licorice stick, held her rifle horizontally, grinning as she counted down while keeping one eye on the opposite side. Although she could aim with both eyes open, she inexplicably felt that closing one eye would look cooler. 2, the cavalry commander, jolted awake, suddenly narrowed his eyes, like an antelope caught in a lion's gaze. He instantly noticed a grinning, innocent-looking girl in the opposite crowd, holding a strangely shaped rifle. For some reason, the cavalry commander, a gifted individual, subconsciously activated his bloodline power, Storm Wall. This was an ability to create hurricanes around oneself. The fair storm could not only knock back enemies rushing towards him, but with continuous training and strengthening, it could even form a transparent barrier with a radius of over 30 meters, so strong that it was difficult to detect, and its strength could even block lead bullets from ordinary rifles. It was precisely because of this bloodline power that he had avoided being affected by the Council's explosion in Straw Town and had gained the upper hands in the battle against the 5th Infantry Regiment. It was an extremely adaptable ability. The only drawback might be that he had to anticipate threats beforehand and could not adjust on the spot, plus he would never experience the feeling of wetness for the rest of his life. 1. The innocent and carefree Lisa snapped the licorice stick in half with a crack. The bullet whistled out of the barrel as the finger pulled the trigger. Thud. A sliver of blood appeared on the forehead of the confident cavalry commander. Chapter 869. Stop dawdling. The moment the gunshot rang out, the confident cavalry commander made no attempt to dodge, continuing his gallop, oblivious to everything. It wasn't until the cavalryman beside him inadvertently turned his head, the look of terror on his face, that he realized something was amiss. Even though he hadn't manually dispelled it, the storm wall's effect seemed to have completely vanished. Then, he suddenly felt a strange, unfamiliar sensation on his forehead. Finally realizing what was happening, the cavalry commander reached up and touched it, looking down to find his palm covered in blood. Ugh, could it be that girl hit me? Confused, the cavalry commander's vision suddenly went black, his consciousness began to slip from his body, and he tumbled off his horse without a sound, collapsing into the billowing dust. In the guard platoon, the girl kneeling on the ground looked back at Anson, whistling triumphantly. How about that? Wasn't Lisa amazing? Anson, silent, gave her a thumbs up. Incredible, absolutely insanely incredible, although the steam-powered musket, specifically equipped for the Knights of Judgment, is nominally capable of firing a shot similar to an 8-pounder solid shot, that's only theoretical, and requires the user to be a gifted individual. The girl was able to use an ordinary lead bullet to successfully penetrate the weak point of a gifted individual's abilities from a kilometer away, killing them instantly. Terrifying is no exaggeration. The guards, however, remained calm and unperturbed, mainly because those still standing there had been utterly numb from the girl's countless superhuman feats. Anyone who felt surprise or couldn't keep up with her speed and commands had already been eliminated in previous battles. Lisa, beaming with happiness at the praise, feigned indifference. HMPH, you think that's impressive? Lisa hasn't even shown her true strength yet. Just watch, all these villains will fall under Sheriff Lisa's gun and receive the punishment of justice. Anson, who had been smiling, twitched his lips. For some unknown reason, the girl had recently started showing a growing interest in dressing up rather than food, and she increasingly preferred to speak in a deliberately profound and mature tone, or rather, her perceived maturity, which Anson found utterly cringe-worthy, bordering on childish immaturity. Considering this shift in interests, Anson could only make a seemingly far-fetched guess. Could it be that the girl was starting to grow up? Even Lisa grew up eventually. The thought was utterly absurd. Anson mentally scoffed, cocking his rifle and issuing the order while aiming at the enemy. All hands on deck, 800 meters, prepare to fire. The skilled guards, almost simultaneously, raised their weapons and aimed at their targets, completely unaffected by the surrounding situation. The regimental commander has been killed. A terrified cry rang out from the cavalry ranks. The once orderly formation suddenly became chaotic, with some even turning their horses around, too frightened to resist the urge to flee. This wasn't because the cavalrymen lacked courage or had low morale, it was simply that the scene before them was too shocking. No one knew what had happened. Their commander had inexplicably died under the guns of the enemy. Even to these experienced elites who had faced countless life and death situations, it seemed far too exaggerated. Faced with the enemy's sudden commotion, the guard company, which had stopped in place, remained unusually calm, continuing to deploy two wide firing lines in an orderly manner. The soldiers in the front ranks even knelt down and fired the instant they took their positions, without any hesitation, coldly as if they didn't believe that the advancing cavalrymen could instantly engulf them. The next second, the answer was revealed. A deafening rumble of thunder rose again from the western highlands. The cavalrymen were surprised to find that this time the ear-piercing whistling sound didn't pass overhead, but came directly towards them. Boom, 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 deafening roars, accompanied by bursts of fire, exploded through the cavalry ranks. Countless severed limbs and blood-splattered flesh sprayed amidst the screams of soldiers and the neighing of war horses. The iron cavalry, easily trampling the formation and breaking through the defenses, were ravaged and slaughtered like toys by the artillery fire. An experienced officer would have ordered the cavalry to disperse and cross the bombardment zone as quickly as possible. A fast-moving target would keep the artillery busy adjusting, and the artillery emplacements on higher ground, while gaining increased range and field of vision due to their angle, often created significant blind spots. Combined with the intervals between shots, a full-speed breakthrough would allow the cavalry to destroy the enemy's cannons with their sabers. But all of this depended on the fact that they still had a commander. The unexpected death of their commander plunged the cavalry into temporary chaos, making unified action impossible. Furthermore, to maintain the effectiveness of the storm wall, the cavalry commander had specifically kept the ranks very close together. Thousands of cavalrymen became sitting ducks under the cannons. Meanwhile, the orderly guard company remained outside the artillery range, continuing to fire freely at the figures groaning in agony amidst the shelling, quickly reaping those who hadn't turned to flee or approached the line of fire. Anson, expressionless, stood in the second rank of the line, methodically pulling open the magazine, loading ammunition, locking the bolt, and firing. Even without activating his domain, having reached the level of a blasphemous mage, his self-control was already at the limit of his flesh and blood. His distance perception surpassed the level of his 5 senses, reaching an almost instinctive level. The bullet leaving the barrel, the rapidly moving enemy, the angle of the armor, the position for dodging, he could even make hitting the target a tacit understanding between them, as if there was no aiming, but rather the enemy deliberately walking into his path. This was the power of a blasphemous mage. This was the qualitative change brought about by evolution. Even without using magic, ordinary people or even low-level talents could no longer harm him. The difference between them wasn't even about strength, but a complete difference at the level of species. Meanwhile, with a terrifying rate of fire of 30 rounds per minute from her steam-powered flamethrower, Sheriff Lisa alone unleashed the firepower of almost half a company, her kill rate even surpassing Anson's. The remaining guards also performed steadily, slightly above the level of ordinary skirmishers, their breech-loading rifles firing 10 rounds per minute, either focusing fire on enemies attempting to approach the guards, or hunting down lone deserters with indiscriminate shots. They deliberately let those enemies who panicked and stood still during the shelling linger unchecked. The Imperial Cavalry, renowned for their elite and superior skills, completely lost their original swiftness, agility, and speed in the face of the sudden attack, becoming even more stiff and sluggish than the infantry in their square formations, appearing rigid and clumsy. 2 minutes later, the acrid smoke finally began to dissipate, and the bullet marks that pierced the sky began to ravage the elite Holy War Army troops still lingering in Straw Town. Finally getting their chance, the cavalry didn't choose to attack the sparsely populated guard company, which seemed like a single charge could easily take them down. Instead, they decisively turned around and attempted to flee north of Straw Town. Having already encountered a tough opponent, even if they couldn't understand the situation, they weren't foolish enough to continue pretending to be reckless and desperately vying for credit. As for orders, the Legion commander had only ordered the artillery positions to cease fire, without specifying the duration. Those few minutes should have been enough, right? Besides, the Legion commander had also said not to launch a direct assault, but to use deterrence and harassment. Since the enemy had sent reinforcements, and they had engaged them head-on one side, and suffered considerable casualties, they couldn't very well say they were fleeing out of fear of battle, could they? Guided by this self-deceptive spirit of bravery, the cavalry collectively fled north, trying to rejoin the main force as soon as possible and escape the nightmare of being bombarded by the enemy's concentrated artillery fire. Unfortunately, they forgot one thing. What they needed to escape wasn't just the guard company and the artillery positions, but also the 5th Infantry Regiment holding out at the west gate. The moment they realized the artillery barrage, Julian, who had just suffered a minor setback, immediately ordered his entire regiment to move north, abandoning the safe hollow square formation and instead deploying into a 3-column, 2-rank line to maximize the area covered by their fire. Their sole objective was to tie down the enemy's last mobile forces on the western side of the battlefield, at any cost. The enemy's main force has been divided and surrounded by Lord Anson Bach's plan. The only force capable of turning the tide is this rapidly mobile cavalry unit. If we can hold them here, we can force them to abandon their siege and flee Straw Town, leaving them exposed and vulnerable in the open center of the battlefield. Amidst the thunderous thud of hooves, Julian, his back to the enemy, looked excitedly at his pale-faced soldiers who still obeyed his orders, 10,000 surrounding 20,000. This is an unprecedented feat in Clovis's centuries-long history, and now it will be realized in our hands. Therefore, my comrades, grip your bayonets tightly, load all your weapons, and use your courage to show the enemy that even if there is a difference in strength or status, the courage to face them head on and never retreat. Clovis's infantry is in no way inferior to the Empire's cavalry. Julian, his face flushed, turned abruptly, raised his rifle, and stood at the head of the ranks. On my command, fire. Thick smoke obscured the blinding flashes of gunfire, causing the fleeing cavalry to crash headlong into the line of the 5th Infantry Regiment. The two sides clashed almost without restraint. The deserters, desperate to escape, and the former conscripts, fresh from their defeat and eager to regain their footing, were evenly matched at this point. It wasn't until the regrouped guard company leisurely caught up, striking out the final note with a slogan familiar to the entire Storm Legion. Woo 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 wah 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 wah. Meanwhile, a similar shift was quietly unfolding on the eastern side of the Strawtown battlefield. With Laura XI's order for a general offensive, the unreinforced right flank of the Holy War Army was finally forced to abandon its positions and accelerate its convergence with a rapidly advancing main force. Seizing the opportunity, Leo, the commander of the 4th Infantry Regiment, led a company of assault troops, continuing his immortal legend: snipers lying in ambush in the tunnels, lit powder kegs, unexploded mines, barbed traps. He narrowly escaped dangers that would have killed a normal person a dozen times over, without even a scratch. Of course, the assault team charging alongside him fared much worse, experiencing almost every possible scenario that could have killed Leo. The traps activated precisely after he passed, the explosions grazing him across the tunnel, and the sniper, after aiming for ages, accidentally hit the unfortunate man behind him. But they weren't the only troops advancing rapidly. On the east side, 2,000 ranged infantry had already broken through the defenses of a small artillery and line infantry unit, successfully penetrating the rear of the besieged positions, and were now just a step away from the Borny Legion's command post. To the south, the 3rd Infantry Regiment, which had been holding back the main force of the Jihad Army, chose to disengage from the enemy and, under the leadership of Norton Crossell, bypassed the front of Borlevens and attacked the left flank of the siege position, which was now extremely vulnerable. During the battle, the two sides exchanged positions. Hurry up, stop dawdling. In the chaotic siege, Leo, leaning against a corner of the trench, dodged stray bullets from his side while complaining to the panting soldiers catching up from behind. That bastard Norton, and that relative of the Fabian family. Joseph or something, they're all cunning. The musketeers have breached the artillery positions and are only a few hundred meters from the command post. When I peeked out to observe just now, I saw a few Storm Legion skirmishers, lost and killing each other in the trenches. Their habit of aiming before firing is definitely from the 3rd Infantry Regiment. Hurry up, or we'll lose our first kill. Before he finished speaking, a rapid burst of fire came from behind, the whistling lead bullets kicking up dust in the trenches, the lingering smoke making it suffocating. The soldiers who had rushed to catch up stopped at the tunnel exit, glaring resentfully at their commander, who seemed completely oblivious to the misfortune plaguing him, utterly oblivious to how many had suffered terribly simply for being too close to him. What's with all those expressions? Looking at the soldiers who dared not approach, Leo couldn't help but roll his eyes. Fine, hey you, hand me your rifle, I'll break through this gap, okay? Seeing their commander's reckless courage, the soldiers dared not delay any longer. They cautiously approached and handed over their loaded rifles, but the moment they peeked out, a stray bullet struck their arm, causing them to scream and fall to the ground. Catching the rifle at the last second, Leo turned it around, leaned out halfway, and fired without even aiming. The figure at the end of the trench fell to the ground. Also falling was another unfortunate fellow who had jumped up in surprise upon seeing his commander hit the target. At 3:30 p.m., the somber 4th Infantry Regiment was the first to break through the Boer Legion's blockade and capture the siege position. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 870 Halftime Break. Thick, black smoke billowed across the sky, revealing only a sliver of blood-red sunset illuminating the ravaged, fire-scorched town of Strawtown. As the last rays of the setting sun faded and night fell, the day-long battle of Strawtown finally came to a standstill, a situation neither side was entirely satisfied with, yet both were powerless to change. Because the cavalry had failed to break through the western flank and threaten the Storm Legion's artillery positions, the artillery fire on Strawtown, while not as intense as at the beginning, never ceased. Furthermore, during their forced breakout attempt, they encountered a desperate blockade by the 5th Infantry Regiment, suffering heavy casualties. Of the 1,000 elite cavalrymen, more than half were killed or wounded. Having made up his mind, Julian, personally leading the first rank in the line of fire, nearly brought the casualties to a 1-to-1 ratio. With sheer fervor, he shattered the organization of the Holy War Cavalry Regiment, causing them to scatter and flee, unable to recover their fighting capacity for a short time. Of course, in Borleven's eyes, the most devastating loss was undoubtedly the death of his cavalry commander. His legion was almost entirely supported by these capable and experienced relatives, and the loss of any one of them, especially those of higher rank, would severely reduce command efficiency and combat effectiveness, and there was no way to replace them. Even more serious was the chain reaction caused by the cavalry regiment's defeat. The entire Jihad army, which had launched a full-scale attack, was blocked at the east gate of Straw Town and could not advance any further. But this was not because the enemy's artillery fire was particularly fierce, it was simply that the main force of the Jihad army, having escaped after being bombarded, was unwilling to return to that nightmarish place. No matter how many orders Borlevens repeatedly gave, or how he threatened and bribed them, these elite soldiers tacitly stopped outside the moat in front of the city gate, refusing to take another step. With such outstanding role models, the remaining reserve troops, who were usually treated poorly by the Legion commander, naturally followed suit without hesitation. Even when the Legion commander offered exorbitant bounties and used every possible tactic, good or bad, these officers and their soldiers remained unmoved, insisting their offensive order should lag behind the main force. Nearly 4 months had passed since they set out from the old world, and they knew their Legion commander all too well. His favoritism towards relatives was unparalleled. These 20,000 men, though called a holy war army, were essentially the private army of the Levant family and a few peripheral relatives. No matter how hard others tried, they could only scrape together scraps the Levant family didn't want. Given this, if even members of the Levant family weren't willing to fight, why were they so eager? The reserves figured it out and opened fire, but Borlevent was dumbfounded. I'm abandoning all positions for a full-scale attack, yet the soldiers and officers are going on strike at the front. What's going on? An hour later, in despair, he received the heartbreaking news: the New World Legion had routed the defenders, capturing the entire siege position, including the command post, artillery positions, and supply battalion. The 13-star banner was now flying high behind them. The Holy War Army, which had just been content to slack off, panicked immediately, urging Borlevent to quickly organize a breakout. Even the usually unenthusiastic reserves volunteered to lead the charge. But Borlevent merely sneered. His siege position was originally designed to block the exit from Straw Town, preventing enemy breakouts and providing a defensive counterattack, not to leave Straw Town wide open with no fortifications. A frontal attack without a plan or preparation was suicidal. Thus, the hasty retreat and breakout operation ended exactly as he had predicted. Although the Boii Legion had a thorough understanding of the siege position structure, this only meant they had a slight intelligence advantage. At most, the artillery positions they had destroyed themselves meant they wouldn't be blown to bits like they had during the attack on Straw Town. The rest? Nothing. While the Boii Legion still possessed tens of thousands of troops, about 3 times the combined strength of the 3rd and 4th Infantry regiments that had captured the siege positions, plus the remnants of the Marksman Corps, this was far from enough to break through the fortifications. The morale of previous defeats was further damaged. Moreover, most soldiers were disinterested in fighting, their minds preoccupied with breaking out, which further diminished their combat effectiveness. The battle lasted from 4 p.m. to 6:30 p.m., with nearly 5,000 Storm Legion soldiers and Marksman Corps holding off the Boii Legion's attempt to break out. As darkness fell and their strength waned, Boii Levant, who had already given up hope, chose to temporarily withdraw and rest. The entire legion was trapped in the open center of the battlefield between Straw Town and the siege position. Without logistical supplies, without shelter from the wind and rain, and without a safe place to rest, they could only lie in the mud ravaged by warhorses' boots, artillery shells, and wildfires, clutching their weapons, shivering in the smell of gunpowder and corpses. But that wasn't the most desperate part. When the casualties were tallied, Boii was astonished to find that of his more than 20,000 troops, less than 13,000 remained. Aside from those killed in action, a large number of soldiers had secretly deserted during enemy attacks on the siege position and failed breakout attempts. What angered him most was that the deserters included not only cowardly and incompetent reserves, but also several of his own relatives. Although their ranks were low, the impact they had caused was truly appalling. To avoid impacting morale, Borlevent had no choice but to reluctantly add these men to the missing persons list during the attack on Straw Town. To prevent leaks, he also had to feign ignorance of the deserters for the time being, hoping to keep the deception secret for as long as possible, though it was likely to be largely pointless. Under the inky night sky, gazing at the 13-star banner that had completely surrounded him, Bar-11 felt a deep sense of desolation. Wealth, honor, prestige, connections, his holy war, on which he had staked everything, might be coming to an end here. He simply couldn't understand what he had done wrong, allowing his 20,000-strong army to be counter-encircled by Anson Bach's force of just over 10,000. Clearly, in terms of numbers, firepower, and the quality of officers and soldiers, he should have been superior. Where had things gone wrong, and how had the enemy accomplished such an impossible feat? Bar-11 racked his brains, but he couldn't understand. What he didn't know was that the man opposite him was experiencing similar feelings. The battle, originally intended to completely annihilate the enemy, had instead turned into half-hearted encirclement. Anson, brimming with confidence, suddenly felt a bewildering sense of unease. Every step had been executed perfectly, so why was the result so different from the initial plan? With this inexplicable confusion, Anson, having successfully encircled the enemy, didn't launch another attack. Instead, he led his guard company and the heavily wounded 5th Infantry Regiment to temporarily occupy Straw Town, intending to continue the siege and assess the situation before deciding on the next move. The bloody Battle of Straw Town, which had lasted all day, quietly entered a half-time break. Snap! A crisp slapping sound rang out in the tent amidst the ruins. Anson, sitting at the map table, interrupted Julian's report with a slightly helpless sigh. Looking up at the infantry commander standing before him, whose expression was one of sorrow and self-reproach, Anson remained silent for nearly 5 minutes. He then pulled a pack of cigarettes from his jacket pocket, instinctively wanting to use flame gathering, but quickly stopped himself. After fumbling around for a while, he finally pulled out a box of almost unused matches, lit one, and handed it over. I understand the situation. The defeat wasn't your fault. The 5th Infantry Regiment fought bravely. Without your support, the Guard Company alone wouldn't have been able to defeat the Borny Legion's cavalry. Norton and Leo wouldn't have been able to capture the siege position so easily either. As for casualties, those things are often unavoidable, infantry blocking cavalry, and elite Imperial cavalry at that. Even a regular army might not have been able to achieve a 1-to-1 casualty ratio. You've done a great job, Anson is right. A girl walked over and patted Julian on the shoulder, standing on tiptoe because she wasn't tall enough. Lisa saw it too. Julian was so badly injured, yet he fought alongside the soldiers, even braver than Anson, who always hides behind the army, babbling on maps. As soon as she finished speaking, Anson, who still had a cigarette in his hand, suddenly froze. The emotionally charged 5th Army commander, oblivious to the commotion, paused, then suddenly bowed deeply at a 90-degree angle, like a child apologizing for wrongdoing. I'm sorry, it's all because of my negligence and inexperience that my men suffered such heavy losses. My failure to intercept the enemy cavalry in time delayed the plan to annihilate the Borny Legion. It's all my fault alone. Please, Commander-in-Chief, punish me according to military law. I told you, it's not your fault. Anson, still holding a cigarette, sighed, his tone helpless. Fine, if you insist on punishment. The 5th Infantry Regiment will be stationed outside the east gate of Straw Town, vigilant for the Borny Legion's movements, and ready to attack at any time. As for you, tonight you will personally stand the first watch, and you are not allowed to rest without orders. Understand? Yes. The excited Julian immediately perked up, solemnly saluted Anson, and decisively turned and walked out of the tent without looking back. Anson, who had specially lit a cigarette for him, remained rooted to the spot, watching the ash pile up and fall into his hand. This was truly. Staring blankly at the departing figure, Anson suddenly felt he had 1,000 words he wanted to say, but they all stuck in his throat. Lisa, who had witnessed the whole thing, seemed to have misunderstood something. After a moment of stunned silence, she suddenly ran up to him, her emerald eyes staring intently at him. What's wrong, Lisa? Nothing. Anson, you're not really going to punish Julian, are you? The girl asked directly, without any attempt to hide her feelings. Punishment? Anson paused, then suddenly found it somewhat amusing. Such an excellent officer is something we should cherish. Why would Lisa think I would punish him? No, Lisa knows Anson is a good person. He wouldn't easily bully others. Well, easily. The girl emphasized this very seriously, her expression particularly earnest. But if it's for a certain plan, then it's not necessarily true, except for those he particularly cares about or those he can't beat. Anson only considers whether the plan can succeed, and doesn't care what others think. She raised her head, as if recalling something seriously. That's right, like Carl Bain, and the junior clerk Alan Don. Anson has bullied them many times, Lewis too, but they all like Anson, so they don't take it to heart. This. Anson, who had just been stumped, found himself speechless again. But Julian is different. He's a good boy who cries easily. Even if Anson doesn't actively bully him, it still makes Julian very sad. On the contrary, Carl doesn't care. He doesn't mind being bullied. The girl tilted her head and began to analyze logically and clearly. So if Anson treats Julian the same way he treats Carl, it will definitely make him very sad, especially since he likes Anson just like Carl, although it's a different kind of liking. Lisa makes a lot of sense. Seeing that the girl seemed to be about to continue, Anson quickly interrupted, so don't worry, I will absolutely not bully Julian, and I will definitely not treat him like I treat Carl. You can rest assured. By the way, who told you all this? And, do you already know all the officers in the Storm Officers Corps? At this moment, he was outwardly calm but inwardly shocked. In his memory, the girl didn't care much about anyone except him and Carl. Why did she suddenly become so enthusiastic about socializing and even consider other people's feelings? I know. Lisa has been with everyone for so long, of course she already knows them. The girl, with a strange expression, scratched her head at Anson's question. As for who told her, does anyone need to tell you something like that? Oh, Sister Talia did say that Lisa can't be so carefree anymore, she needs to grow up. Grow up. Anson's pupils constricted sharply. This should be the first time. No, not the first time. This was the first time he'd heard the word grow up from Lisa's mouth. Lisa was the last of the August bloodline, a direct descendant of the apostle, and very likely had some connection to August's final cause of death. Did Talia know something else, a secret she'd never told him? Anson instinctively felt a little suspicious. He and the Rune family weren't already allies on the same side. There was no need for them to deliberately hide anything from him, but if not, it all seemed very suspicious. His mind raced, and his increasingly dazed expression startled the girl. She frowned and instinctively tried to stub out a foul-smelling cigarette. Just as Lisa reached out, a gunshot rang out from the quiet tent. Chapter 871. The information was incorrect. Bang! A thunderous explosion erupted in the tent, but neither of them noticed. Lisa, head tilted, was still gazing at Anson's lost face, hoping that he would happily praise her as a good girl once he realized she had grown up. A sharp whistle pierced the cigarette butt, the ashes falling onto the skin of her index finger. A slight burning and stinging sensation traveled through her nerves to her brain, abruptly snapping Anson out of his reverie. His powerful sense of distance kicked in, causing his rapidly dilating pupils to instantly detect the anomaly in the tent. Time seemed to slow down at that moment. Sparks and ash flew as the slightly deformed lead bullet spun towards his throat. At that short distance, unless one possessed an incredibly enhanced level like Louis Bernard, it was impossible to effectively dodge it. At his level, he could only manage the simplest physical movements. Calming down, Anson quickly considered his options, and a simple escape plan gradually took shape. The first step was to confirm the location and number of the attackers. With a light snap of his fingers, his activated power instantly covered an area within a 50-meter radius of Anson. 2 from the left, 4 from the right, 6 figures hiding outside and around the tent came to mind. They were dressed very similarly, in knightly style, with ornate trench coats, elaborately patterned breastplates, leather trousers and tall boots, and slightly flamboyant top hats with face shields resembling gas masks underneath. Their shoulders, elbows, and knees were adorned with some kind of brass-plated mechanical devices, their function unknown. Of the 6 figures, 2 carried weapons resembling two-handed longswords on their backs, 2 were equipped with steam-powered guns similar to Lisa's beloved ones, but clearly more special, and 1 carried a strangely shaped briefcase and a thin cane. The last one stood sideways outside the tent, holding a revolver with an ancient appearance, its barrel and magazine even more exaggerated than the Inquisitor's revolver, almost comparable to a short-barreled shotgun, the muzzle pointed at him, the trigger already pulled. Even at this moment, without the precise perception of his superpower, Anson found himself unable to sense their presence. It was as if he were only seeing projections of these 6 people, their true forms elsewhere. The second step was to ensure Lisa's safety. In that brief instant, there was no time for any unnecessary movements. Anson could only tug at his shoulder, raising his right hand, which was closer to the girl, with minimal effort, and pushing it towards her chest with all his might, ensuring even force while avoiding any impact on her heart. During the slowed down time, Lisa, still waiting for praise, began to move her facial muscles, gradually forming a surprised expression. Her petite body rose into the air, landing steadily at the edge of the tent. That position was precisely between the attacker who fired the shot and another accomplice. The blind spot at the edge of her vision, combined with the plan, would buy the girl about 10 seconds of safety. With Lisa's abilities, this was enough for her to react or even retaliate. Finally, create a small-scale disturbance, confirming that the enemy has exposed some weaknesses. With a determined heart, Anson neither dodged nor evaded. The rapidly spinning lead bullet easily tore through the flesh of his jaw, shredded his mouth, and burrowed into his skull near his throat. A shockwave expanded within his brain, and finally, along with the exploding skull fragments, brain matter, and blood, burst forth from the top of his head. Anson, the screaming girl, slammed heavily against the tent's support like a sandbag. The figure outside paused visibly, their frozen expression suggesting the ease with which the event had unfolded was utterly astonishing. But the next second, something even more astonishing happened. The exploded had transformed into a shapeless cloud of smoke, continuously billowing outwards, instantly filling the entire area around the tent and completely blocking their vision. Accursed spell, smoke-like person. Seeing the billowing smoke, the 6 attackers immediately sprang into action. 2 gunmen rushed forward, rapidly firing at the tent. The 2 carrying double-edged swords switched positions with the men holding briefcases and revolvers, one hand gripping a sword, the other hanging at their sides, poised to strike at any moment. They had already realized the assassination attempt had failed, and weren't overly surprised. A barrage of whistling air bullets rained down on the thick fog, riddling the tent with holes in less than a minute. The 2 steam guns showed no sign of stopping their cooling, continuing to fire, intending to force someone to reveal themselves. However, what they encountered was a young woman in a long coat, wielding numerous weapons, and carrying a steam gun, who leaped through the smoke, delivering a spectacular flying kick that pierced the storm of bullets and landed right on top of the 6 attackers. Lisa screamed furiously, rapidly pulling the trigger. As the muzzle of her gun, spitting flames, swept towards her enemies, several smoking grenades rained down from under her trench coat, ensuring each of the 6 men received one. The whistling bullets collided with the grenades in midair, 6 bursts of flame erupting around the girl, illuminating the inky night. Boom! The explosion left 7 long shadows. Besides the dazzling appearance of the sheriff, the others were rapidly contorting and convulsing, moving swiftly through the town ruins, a blur of motion. Secondary target detected. Adjust priority, the attacker wielding a revolver said coldly, a fierce glint appearing behind the gas mask visor. Abandon concealment and eliminate him as quickly as possible. As soon as he finished speaking, one of the attackers, carrying 2 long swords, suddenly stopped. Facing the girl, 2 gunmen simultaneously aimed their weapons from either side, the black muzzles silently firing translucent bullets that tore through layers of smoke. Even though she dodged just before the enemy pulled the trigger, the girl still suffered gashes on her left shoulder and right calf. The shotgun slung over her shoulder fell to the ground with a thud as the rope snapped, the butt hitting the ground hard before bouncing slightly. At that moment, the attacker with the swords was already upon her, the mirror-like blade reflecting a blinding color in the firelight, like a spring gushing forth, emitting a chilling clang. The enraged girl almost simultaneously holstered, raised, and aimed her gun. The steam-powered shotgun, requiring no reloading, seemed like an extension of her slender, pale hand, ready to deliver a fatal blow at any moment. She drew her knife. She fired. Clang. A piercing sound exploded in the air as the nimble blade easily deflected the deadly lead bullet, mercilessly sweeping towards the girl's delicate neck and throat. The expressionless attacker seemed to already see her head flying through the air. Until Lisa's wide, ear-to-ear grin came into view. Huh? The attacker, startled, then noticed the fallen shotgun had bounced back. The girl, with her innocent smile, gripped the handle, even twirling it in her hand before pointing it at him. As she aimed, her lips twitched, as if she were silently reciting something. She seemed to be saying, "Oh, try flicking this, you bastard." Scalding flames mixed with dozens of lead bullets swept towards them, and a hint of panic finally appeared on the attacker's face. Holding his briefcase, the attacker, who had remained motionless, suddenly raised his thin cane, pointing it at his companion who was about to be torn to shreds by the lead bullets. The instant he raised his hand, the strangely shaped tip of the cane, resembling a spine, suddenly twisted and vanished into thin air, The dozens of lead bullets instantly seemed to come alive, emitting almost screaming sounds, disintegrating in midair and disappearing without a trace as dust. The girl's eyes widened, her little mind utterly shocked. Surprise didn't hinder her actions. The instant the shotgun was cleaved in two by the blade's edge, her petite figure had already escaped 10 paces away. She then drew a pair of fully loaded revolvers from behind her back, firing in turn at the attackers who had surrounded her. Using agile movement and suppressive fire, she managed to outmaneuver these unfathomably powerful individuals within the smoke created by Anson. The attackers, who had initially planned a swift victory, finally noticed the anomaly in the surrounding smoke. Stepping into it slowed their reactions and thought processes, dulling their perception of time, as if the rules of the surrounding world had been forcibly distorted. Gripping his revolver, the attacker who had shattered Anson's head with a single shot slowly turned to look at his companion carrying the briefcase. The latter shook his head, even without seeing his face. Jinping's gesture revealed his helplessness. "No, I can't sense any spellcaster aura from Anson Bach at all, and I can't even confirm his exact location. The only thing I know for sure is that he's still nearby." This sounds like a pointless statement, since no spellcaster can use their abilities beyond their casting range. Since this fog was created by Anson Bach, then he must still be around. The attacker showed no displeasure, even nodding slightly. "I understand. Can you confirm the movements of the others around here?" "Just one thing, so far, no heretic soldiers have approached this place. I've already dispelled the effects of my bloodline power, so it can only be Anson Bach, or one of his subordinates, using an ability to block sight and hearing. Intelligence indicates there's a fugitive who defected to Anson Bach, a Wind Knight named Ian Clemens, who possesses similar abilities, but what? But if the intelligence is correct, this person should be moving between Sail City and Black Reef Harbor, and couldn't possibly be in Straw Town." "I understand," the attacker said calmly, his eyes, hidden behind his gas mask, growing increasingly serious. While the two were talking, the girl continued to fight the three attackers. Relying on her agile speed and a steam-powered flamethrower that wasn't much less effective than her enemies, the girl moved like a butterfly flitting among flowers, dodging left and right. She slid and dodged the moment the enemy pulled the trigger, twisting to retaliate the instant the blade fell. A flash of light and 3 bullet marks flickered in the smoke, then vanished quickly. The ear-piercing impact of the bullets and the shrieking of the blades tearing through the air echoed repeatedly. Although it seemed the girl had the upper hand, successfully holding off 3 powerful attackers single-handedly, only she knew best that she was merely a butterfly in a cage. Apart from seizing an opening at the beginning, the attacker wielding 2 long swords deliberately slowed down, controlling the frequency of his attacks to just keep up with hers, and the 2 gunmen were also deliberately holding back, not to mention the other 3 guarding the perimeter, who hadn't made a move. Suppression, pure one-sided suppression. The girl, forced to dodge and weave under their attacks, even felt a pang of resentment. These villains were strong, much stronger than Lisa. Even without using their full strength, Lisa was no match for them. In less than 2 minutes of fighting, the girl already had double-digit wounds, each one closer to a vital spot than the last, putting her at risk of being killed or seriously injured at any moment. In contrast, the 3 attackers showed not a single trace of the struggle. "Merrick, Boyd, Chef," the attacker gripping his revolver spoke again, his voice much more tense than before. "Repeat the order, adjust priorities, eliminate secondary targets as quickly as possible." But a gunman suddenly turned around, his youthful voice showing some panic. "Didn't the vice commander explicitly instruct that whether to kill secondary targets must be carefully considered?" "There's no need for that." Before he could finish, the attacker interrupted. "The most important thing now is to ensure the capture of the primary target. The rest should be dealt with as soon as possible to avoid, wait until something goes wrong." "That's right." "Huh?" The attacker, who had spoken instinctively, suddenly jolted, causing his companions beside him to turn and look at him in confusion. Only he knew that the voice that had just echoed in his mind was indeed the target. But this was impossible. The report clearly stated that Anson Bach was a high-ranking spellcaster, possessed a small number of magical artifacts, and for some unknown reason, was also a Grail Knight with a talent to read minds and communicate directly with people from within, the abilities of a dark mage. This is. What are you doubting? What are you afraid of? The answer is already right in front of you, isn't it? Anson's voice suddenly became mocking. Or is it that a dignified knight of the Holy See has lost even this basic common sense about the old gods? and needs the enemy to remind him personally. If that's the case, then that's quite surprising. How could this be? The Knight of the Holy Sea's expression grew increasingly panicked, and even beads of sweat appeared on the glass of his gas mask. Gentlemen, our previous intelligence was flawed. The primary target that must be captured is the blasphemous mage. Chapter 872, The Chief Sheriff's Lines. What? Hearing their companion's exclamation, the attackers froze, their faces paling beneath their gas masks. The two gunmen reacted most acutely, instinctively forgetting to aim and firing several blanks. Lisa, who had been locked in a back-and-forth struggle with them for 2 minutes, seized the opportunity. With her right arm, she raised her steam gun and fired, forcing the Judgment Knight, who was wielding a two-handed longsword, to halt. With her left hand, she twirled her gun, simultaneously aiming her Black Judgment revolver at both gunmen. Bang! 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 Gunfire erupted, only 2 of the 6 lead bullets hitting their targets. The gunmen dodged just before their heads were blown off, only the brass components on their shoulders were reduced to scrap metal, while the other man's breastplate bore a grotesque dent near his heart. At the same time, the Judgment Knight, who was charging at her with his sword, wasn't stopped by her previous shot. His silver-white longsword easily deflected the lead bullet, and behind the goggles of his gas mask, he even closed his eyes. The scene before her left the girl's little mind reeling. She could vaguely sense that her opponent seemed to be using some kind of ability, the effect of sensing location and the enemy's next move through the air, at the cost of having to keep her eyes closed, to counteract the effects of the smoke created by Anson. It wasn't a particularly powerful ability, far less effective than Louis Bernard's full-body enhancement, but a blind swordsman wielding a longsword and sensing auras. This is too amazing. Like suddenly seeing a long-legged can of peaches, the girl, who had been extremely nervous just moments before, suddenly had her eyes light up. Without dodging or evading, she raised her dual pistols to meet the Judgment Knight's blade head-on. Clang! The longsword smashed through the scorching gun barrel. The girl forced her way in, barely missing the edge of the slippery blade. The gun barrel extended from under her arm and fired a burst of bullets directly at the Judgment Knight's chest. Gunfire and smoke mingled and billowed. The Judgment Knight, having deflected the last 2 lead bullets, leaped backward like a wolf, creating distance between himself and Lisa. Instinctively, he swung his sword again, trying to stop the unusually fast girl, but missed completely. Lisa, who had suddenly given up the pursuit, remained standing in place. Her right hand, holding a steam gun, rested on her shoulder. Her left hand, gripping a revolver, was held horizontally with her forearm, obscuring her view. At the same time, she deliberately turned to the side, lifting her trench coat slightly, revealing non-existent, long, slender lines without reservation. Deliberately waiting for the smoke to clear slightly, the girl's faintly cold face broke into a slight smile. HMPH. As expected of the blind swordsman who could corner Lisa, truly extraordinary, but your good fortune ends here. Be proud of yourself, not every villain deserves to have Sheriff Lisa unleash this cursed power. The Judgment Knight, his eyes closed, as the words fell, the sneering girl slowly moved her forearm away from her face, her emerald green eyes gradually turning crimson. Compared to the past, she showed less madness and more smugness. The scorching revolver flashed again, solemnly announcing the dazzling entrance of Sheriff Lisa Bach. Quickly dodging the girl's rapid fire, the stunned Judgment Knight had no time to think, vanishing from his spot on the blink of an eye, his blade descending from the sky. But this time, Lisa was faster than him. Crimson, shimmering pupils left after images like shooting stars. The change in airflow told the Judgment Knight that the opponent's steam gun was already pressed against the back of his neck. The falling blade abruptly stopped, following the forceful rotation of his body in midair, and swung backward. Clang! A sharp metallic clang pierced his eardrums. This time, the Judgment Knight hadn't managed to deflect the lead bullet, he was forced to smash it open with his blade. The immense force from the trembling blade sent him plummeting downwards. But it didn't matter, because the girl was also levitating. Landing first gave him a significant advantage, and, the Judgment Knight's expression suddenly changed. The girl wasn't above him, her presence was nowhere to be seen. Where was she? Here she is. A cheerful, sunny laugh suddenly appeared before the falling Judgment Knight. His eyes closed, he immediately raised his sword to parry, but piercing shrieks exploded repeatedly at close range. He couldn't dodge. The Judgment Knight made a split-second decision. Steam suddenly erupted from the brass component at his knee, and his stiff body was sent flying to the side as if exploded. Lead bullets tore through the smoke, shattered the glass dome of his gas mask, and left 2 bullet holes in his top hat. The Judgment Knight, standing with his sword, remained unharmed, though his face beneath the shards of glass was now shrouded in terror. A girl who appeared to be a spellcaster, yet possessed no abilities whatsoever, had forced him to use his escape device. How? What kind of monster was she? HMPH, you foolish scoundrel, have you felt the power of the High Sheriff's punishment? The girl, deliberately hiding half her face with the brim of her hat, mimicked the elf Freya's cold laugh, imitating Anson's action of taking out his pipe, and lightly biting the licorice stick. Such over-reliance on your confident abilities will inevitably lead to being caught out. Ordinary people may not be your match, simply because they cannot perceive the subtle flaws, cannot see the abnormal within the normal, and can only be led by the nose by you scoundrels, manipulated at will. But Lisa is different. If you ask why, it's because, because, her words abruptly stopped, and the previously smug girl suddenly stammered, her eyes even showing a hint of panic. She was stuck. If there were even one soldier from the guard company present, they would immediately realize that their leader was reciting the entrance lines of a detective novel's protagonist interrogating a criminal, published in the second section of a certain issue of last year's White Whale Harbor Good People's Report. And as for the author, who else could it be but some unscrupulous novelist? Perhaps because she hadn't watched for too long, or perhaps because the battle was too intense to contemplate, the girl suddenly couldn't remember those so amazing lines. She stammered, her face flushed, and she even seemed about to explode in anger, because Lisa is a good girl. Yet, that's it, are you convinced or not? The Judgment Knight's expression was bewildered, he didn't understand what the girl was talking about. He cautiously raised his longsword again, preparing to work with his companions to quickly kill this troublesome secondary target, then clarify the so-called information error, and then, just then, he suddenly noticed that the surrounding smoke had become increasingly thick, completely obscuring the figures of others, and even their presence was undetectable. A chilling coldness began to spread through the Judgment Knight's heart. Bang! The lead bullet that tore through the thick fog exploded on the cold ground, leaving a fleeting spark. It seemed to be just an unexploded shot. But the Judgment Knight, gripping his revolver, was horrified at the sight. He swiftly turned and dodged, creating distance while keeping his revolver ready to fire at any moment, not daring to relax for a second. The next second, a thin cloud of smoke rose from the empty ground, gradually coalescing into a figure with a pipe, wearing a gray military overcoat and a tricorn hat. Anson Bach, discovered, didn't immediately give chase. Instead, he put his hands in his pockets, his crimson eyes hidden under his hat brim, observing the rapidly fleeing figure with amusement. A sense of foreboding instantly surged through the Judgment Knight's heart. A palpable fear enveloped his entire body, his already sluggish thinking and stiff limbs seemed even more unresponsive than before. No, it wasn't just the other person's influence, it was a deep-seated fear. Becoming a blasphemous mage's spellcaster grants almost unparalleled freedom within their domain. But a spellcaster who can not only distort reality but also wield dark magic is perhaps. The Judgment Knight's expression betrayed a hint of panic. Instinct told him that this harassment-style attack had failed, and he must retreat as quickly as possible to warn the knights responsible for arresting the primary target. But it was too late. The enemy was clearly prepared, all 6 were trapped within their domain. Even if they wanted to abandon their companions and escape alone, they couldn't escape the surrounding smoke. Just as his pupils trembled, the smoke beside him suddenly twisted, transforming into a shape resembling shrapnel. Boom! An unexpected explosion struck from his side, and the brass component on the Judgment Knight's elbow suddenly unfolded, transforming into a shield shape almost like an umbrella. Even if he could withstand the shrapnel, he couldn't stop the force of the explosion. He was thrown out like a sandbag, crashing heavily into the muddy ground. The shattered brass shield, mixed with a few smoke bullets, tore his upper body apart, leaving it a bloody mess. Ignoring his numerous wounds, the Judgment Knight used the impact to create distance, quickly rising and firing 3 shots forward and to the left and right. Bang! 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 The surging gunfire tore through the distorted smoke, tracing a semi-transparent spiral trajectory towards the figure in the gray military coat, his face obscured by a tricorn hat. Anson calmly exhaled a puff of smoke, which, as he raised his right hand, began to twist, converging with the surrounding fog to form a tangible smoke wall. A shot, comparable to a cannonball, slammed heavily against the wall, the distorting force gradually disintegrating, transforming into a massive cloud of smoke that exploded outwards. Anson, pipe in hand, remained standing, a cold smile playing on his lips, seemingly mocking his opponent's wasted effort. The tense Judgment Knight quickly rose, instinctively trying to create distance, conceal his presence, and find an opening to strike. But in reality, he had opportunities to kill me, and more than once. Why hadn't he acted immediately, instead delaying? Wasn't the longer he waited, the more disadvantageous it would be for him if you were exposed? What was he? Anson Bach, waiting for, thinking about. Waiting for what? Because he truly couldn't do it. Locking his gaze on the increasingly hesitant figure opposite him, a bitter smile flickered across Anson's increasingly confident face. To be honest, the Judgment Knights were all very strong. Although he was no longer the same as before, and had gained the advantage of surprise, if he wasn't careful, the probability of being surrounded and attacked by them simultaneously, like his mentor Mace Horner, was still considerable. Blasphemous mages are powerful, but not invincible. Especially since pyromancers aren't like blood mages with near-immortal vitality, they are still flesh and blood beings of ordinary human caliber, and could be annihilated at the slightest mistake. Compared to the previous battle with the Knights of No Faith, the Knights of Judgment are clearly several levels higher in both strength and equipment. All six are highly experienced and skilled combat experts, and so far only one has revealed their bloodline power. Moreover, they are all equipped with magical items of varying abilities. Especially that briefcase, although its contents are unclear, the aura emanating from it is very similar to Talia's. It's likely some kind of blood magic mutated monster. Now, he can use his domain in conjunction with the dense fog to distort their perception of reality, but this effect isn't permanent. They'll soon realize it's not that they can't escape the fog, but rather that their sense of distance and direction has worsened. A few meters feels like 1,000 miles. Over time, they might become accustomed to this sensation. The enemy's goal was to create chaos through an attack, making it easier for the Judgment Knights, who would then be in charge of the actual fighting, to capture him alive. Given this, Anson was almost certain that there were other members of the Judgment Knights around Straw Town, secretly observing the battle. To kill or capture these Judgment Knights without causing a disturbance and ideally without being detected, it was crucial to ascertain their strength, equipment, numbers, and even their plans. Therefore, Anson wasn't in a hurry. On one hand, he was currently struggling to deal with 6 Judgment Knights simultaneously. On the other hand, he needed to gather as much intelligence as possible. The ones who truly didn't have time and were eager to escape were the enemy, who had discovered the intelligence was flawed and wanted to pass on new information. In that case, he would stall them, create some chaos, and try not to reveal his magical reactions. He would let Lisa take them out one by one, continuing to make the Holy See believe he was only a high-level spellcaster. He would keep this a secret for as long as possible. And while I'm at it, I also need to figure out why the Vatican wanted to capture him alive instead of just killing him. Anson drew his revolver, locking the muzzle firmly on the Judgment Knight, and pulled the trigger. The gunshot echoed through the thick fog. Gritting his teeth, the knight whirled around in a split second, dodging a bullet aimed at his face. Then, he saw the lead bullet, imprinted with magical magic, ignite the fog behind him. Golden red flames, like oil touching hot oil, spread rapidly, expanded, and exploded. Boom. Chapter 873 Desertion in the Face of Battle? Outside Straw Town, at the temporary command post of the Borny Legion. The distant explosions jolted Borny Levant, who was lying on a gun carriage. Already in despair, the Legion commander tossed and turned, unable to sleep. In his half-asleep state, a flash of fire yanked him awake. He kicked several of his still sleeping relatives and ordered them to scout out the situation in Straw Town. Despite their reluctance, the Levant Knights faithfully obeyed their commander's orders, either sending out scouts or acting themselves, operating stealthily under the cover of darkness. A quarter of an hour later, Borny, who had initially only acted on a whim, was astonished to see his relatives approaching him with grave expressions. They dismissed the surrounding guards before reporting to him, each one whispering to him as they approached. What? A shocked Borny Levant could no longer remain calm. A spellcaster attacked Anson Bach's command post? You can't be mistaken, can you? or perhaps a gifted individual attacked Straw Town, and was detected and retaliated by the old god spellcasters in the opposing army. There's no mistake. The knight bent over and whispered, although it was only a very faint aura for a moment, the spellcaster's aura is like a shadow under the midday sun, or solid ice under the blazing sun, to a gifted individual who has inherited bloodline power. There's absolutely no mistake. Then, can you confirm the identity of the person emitting the aura, or their numbers, strength comparison, or something like that? Well, it's not impossible, but the distance is just too far. The knight's expression was somewhat troubled. The Clovis infantry regiment that previously routed the cavalry is guarding outside the east gate of Straw Town. They must have already noticed the commotion we could detect, yet they remain unmoved, maintaining vigilance towards our side. 2 scouts got too close and were even warned with fire. Of course, that's a minor issue. If you order us to infiltrate and investigate, that's not out of the question. Before he could finish speaking, another knight, Levant, interrupted, but that would be risky. The battle on the other side is quite intense, yet only a few auras have been revealed, proving that both sides are extremely skilled at concealment. We don't have any talented individuals skilled at hiding their presence, so approaching rashly would greatly increase the chances of being discovered. As he finished speaking, several knights around him nodded in agreement. Bor 11 frowned slightly and pondered for a moment. He wasn't sure if the other side was truly too strong, or if his relatives were simply too afraid of death. Was the battle very intense? Yes, that's certain, the knight said seriously. Such a strong magical reaction is beyond the level that ordinary old gods could possess. There are at least double digits, and the number of talented individuals should be about the same. Bor 11's pupils shrank. He didn't care whether Anson Bach was attacked by the old gods or by the gifted, but double digits, what force could possibly send out such a lavish operation to launch an assassination silently on the battlefield where tens of thousands of troops were clashing? Wait, okay, it seems there really is one. But it couldn't be ruled out that this might be Anson Bach's conspiracy, feigning chaos and weakness while actually preparing a trap to ambush him. The possibility wasn't low. The hesitant Bor 11 remained silent for nearly 5 minutes, the surrounding knights quietly awaiting his decision. Finally, the Legion commander let out a long breath, glanced around, and asked in an unquestionable tone, "Gentlemen, I now have to tell you a very important piece of information. Those who attack Anson Bach's camp in Straw Town, if nothing unexpected happens, should be the Judgment Knights, ordered by the papacy and the High Command to eliminate the heretics." Before he finished speaking, all 11 knights were shocked. "That's right, Lord Shadowless has finally fulfilled his promise to us." Bor 11 beamed with joy. "Tonight is the death knell for that vicious heretic, Anson Bach, and you, sirs, we must seize this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to accomplish what we must do. We absolutely cannot let your valiant and fearless Judgment Knights sacrifice themselves in vain. A once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, something they must do." The knights exchanged glances, cautiously looking at Bor's meaningful yet excited expression. "Commander, are you planning to have us seize the opportunity?" Bor 11's lips curled up, and he clenched his fist sharply. "Then, break through in the chaos. Otherwise, do you think I would let you counterattack in the chaos and defeat the Storm Legion?" Bor 11 shook his head. "Stop joking. It's so dark, and the enemy is very wary. Our morale, after that crushing defeat, is simply not up to par for this kind of battle. Let's be realistic and escape this damned encirclement as quickly as possible, then retreat back to the slave port." Although he was very interested in witnessing that bastard Anson Bach's capture, Bor 11 knew better than anyone that his true asset was his holy war legion. To die together with a bunch of doomed corpses for revenge was simply too much of a loss. They would retreat to the slave port to rest and regroup, waiting for the Storm Legion to fall into chaos due to Anson Bach's disappearance, disintegrate, or be reorganized before calmly advancing. The 5 eastern colonies would still be theirs. But didn't we promise Lord Shadowless that we would cooperate with the Judgment Knights? The knights were also interested in running away, but they were still somewhat hesitant and uneasy. "If we just break out like this, won't we be accused of desertion?" "Desertion? Impossible, absolutely impossible." Bor 11 categorically denied it, glaring at his subordinates and relatives. "What do you mean by desertion? We are using ourselves as bait to attract the attention of the enemy's main force, buying time for the Judgment Knights to arrest the heretic false believer Anson Bach. How can that be considered desertion?" Oh, the knights suddenly realized. "So do you all understand? This is a crucial battle. a battle that will determine the fate of the entire Order world, and our Legion is of paramount importance. Taking a deep breath, Barry slowly rose, his expression growing increasingly radiant. The light from the surrounding torches gradually gathered into a ring above his head. Now, everyone, heed my command, advance eastward, and fight for the glory of the Ring of Order. For the glory of the Ring of Order, the righteous and awe-inspiring 11 knights shouted excitedly in anticipation of their impending sacrifice. Escape! A massive golden red fireball exploded in the thick fog, its flying tongues of fire raging wildly under the starry sky, like the claws of a ferocious beast tearing apart its prey, constantly devouring the surrounding smoke and fog. A gunshot rang out, shattering the flames. The Judgment Knight, wielding a revolver, fled the inferno in a sorry state. The remaining sparks turned to ashes and ash on his tailored trench coat and top hat, a wisp of smoke enveloping his body. He was just a step away from being blasted to smithereens by Anson Bach. The victorious knight's chest heaved rapidly, his gaze instinctively sweeping towards the revolver in his right hand. It was a full size larger than a typical Inquisitor's revolver, a weapon custom-made for him by the knights to match the power of his Grail Knight bloodline. Anything he touched, or touched for more than a minute, could obliterate or nullify any unreal existence, whether it was bloodline power or the spellcaster's magic. With this ability, even a blood mage, known for their tenacious vitality, could be killed with a single shot by this specially made revolver. But this time, things seemed a little different. While he could still obliterate and eliminate the reality distorted by Anson Bach, the effect was noticeably suppressed compared to the past, or rather, his speed of obliteration couldn't keep up with the opponent's recovery speed. And almost simultaneously, the opponent was also fighting his 5 other companions. This was the oppressive aura of a blasphemous mage. This was the difference in their levels. The firelight dissipated, and Anson Bach's figure vanished without a trace once more, without resorting to mind-reading to provoke him again. The Judgment Knight's heart sank. After a few minutes of fighting, plus the near-fatal blow, he had a rough idea that the other was testing them, trying to extract information about the Judgment Knights. Therefore, he wasn't in a hurry to end the battle quickly. Continuing the fight would only be more disadvantageous to the Judgment Knights. 2, no, even 1 would be enough. He had to find a companion skilled in independent action and concealment as soon as possible to help them break through. As for himself, with this extraordinary bloodline power, he still had room to continue to dodge and maneuver with Anson Bach. The Judgment Knight, who had gradually adapted to the distorted sense of distance caused by the mist, looked around, trying to determine his location. Although the thick fog almost completely obscured his vision, the explosion had allowed him to glimpse his surroundings for a moment. He was still near the destroyed tents, so if others were in similar situations. Clang, his thoughts abruptly stopped. The sound of metal clashing behind him made the Judgment Knight turn sharply. A figure wielding a silver longsword, his trench coat tattered and stained with blood, came into view. He knelt on one knee, the longsword he had just deflected the bullets held horizontally at his side, his shoulders swaying slightly with his heavy breathing. Chef, the Judgment Knight, wielding the longsword, shuddered. He turned sharply with his eyes closed and roared behind him, "Get down!" Although he didn't know why, the Judgment Knight instinctively obeyed his companion's advice and decisively lowered his body. Almost simultaneously, a piercing scream that seemed to shatter eardrums rang out above him, tearing apart the Judgment Knight's top hat, and even causing a sharp pain in his scalp covered by his mask. This was. The astonished Judgment Knight didn't even have time to think. Without turning his head, he fired his right revolver directly in the opposite direction of the attack, even firing 2 more shots to compensate for the lateral deviation. But even so, he was still a step too late. The instant he pulled the trigger, the girl with an innocent smile was already beside him, her steam gun with a bayonet fixed and aimed at his face. Damn it! Knowing he wouldn't have time to sheath his weapon, the Judgment Knight could only stare in astonishment at the girl's bloodshot eyes, waiting for her to pull the trigger. Clang, a blinding spark flashed, and a moonlight-like blade blocked the fatal shot, dragging the lingering blade light towards Lisa's face. Almost simultaneously, the Judgment Knight, who had narrowly escaped death, also got up, retreating and dodging while pulling the trigger, emptying the remaining 3 lead bullets in his magazine, sealing off the girl's space to maneuver. At this moment, the sheriff, with nowhere to hide, smiled. It was the smile of villains about to walk right into his trap. Next, the hastily reloading Judgment Knight witnessed a scene that baffled him. The girl stood motionless, but Sif, who swung his blade in retaliation, missed. The mirror-like blade grazed the girl's fleshy nose, severing the beads of sweat that dripped from it, but without harming a single hair on her head. This unbelievable scene stunned the Judgment Knight for a full half-second before he finally realized the truth from the panic on his companion's face. The girl, her aura had just vanished. Sif's bloodline power allowed him to sense the movement of air, provided he couldn't open his eyes. Therefore, once he lost his aura, it was almost as if he had disappeared into thin air. But even half a second was too late. Sif, having missed his strike, didn't have time to retaliate, and before he could even pry open the hammer of his revolver, the girl's revolver was already aimed at Sif's eyeballs. There was only a moment, a fleeting moment to dodge. The Judgment Knight gritted his teeth. "Sif, open your eyes." Bang! A gunshot rang out, and blood gushed out. TCH, the confident sheriff, looking smug with a triumphant air, curled his lip. Sif, his eyes snapping open, narrowly avoided a fatal shot, though a deep, bone-revealing wound remained on his cheek. Having survived by sheer luck, he also lost the enhancement of his bloodline power. He deflected the girl's gun and decisively created distance, while the Judgment Knight beside him opened fire for cover, showing no intention of counterattacking. Two figures, one on the left and one on the right, flanked the girl, but even the Judgment Knights themselves were unsure who was surrounding whom. The sheriff, his plan thwarted, stared at the two with a smug look on his face. Suddenly, as if sensing something, he turned around without regard for his enemies, laughing behind him. "Anson, you're here." The two Judgment Knights froze, following the girl's gaze, their trembling pupils instantly focusing. Anson Bach emerged slowly from the thick fog. His tattered trench coat, disheveled hair, and missing tricorn hat gave him a somewhat disheveled appearance. But these weren't the two Judgment Knights' focus. In his right hand, he dragged a figure they both recognized. "Ah, sorry. Lisa," he gave a self-deprecating laugh, looking up at the girl. "It took me a little longer to deal with these troublesome ones." With that, he released the Judgment Knight's corpse. Chapter 874 The Enemy of the Entire World. Boyd, the instinctive exclamations of the two Judgment Knights simultaneously surfaced in Anson Bach's mind, a fleeting smile appearing on his slightly disheveled face. "Good, so the other shooter with the steam gun is named Marek. The intelligence is becoming more complete." Relying on the plan principle, possessing the dark magic grand spellbook, and having received hands-on instruction from his mentor Mace Hornard, Anson could simulate dark magic abilities. However, this effect was incomplete. After all, he wasn't a true dark mage, nor had he ever truly used dark magic, so its power and extent were naturally greatly diminished. The most direct manifestation was in the basic abilities of dark mages, mind reading. If it were Mace Hornard, the 6 Judgment Knights would have had their entire lives thoroughly exposed, not just their names, but Anson could only hear the most superficial, unvarnished parts. Unfortunately, the most fundamental principle of the plan law is intelligence. The more detailed and comprehensive the intelligence each side possesses, the stronger the effects and the greater the countermeasures. The Judgment Knights know his identity as a sorcerer, so even within his own domain, his bloodline power can still be effective, albeit suppressed. On the other hand, he knows almost nothing about them and must constantly probe and repeatedly dig out information about them to unleash his full power. This is extremely difficult. At the same time, he must suppress the changes in the atmosphere throughout the area to avoid being detected by the armies inside and outside Straw Town, especially the other group of Judgment Knights lying in ambush. Anson has to execute 2 plans simultaneously while also preventing conflicts from arising between the 2 sides due to their respective conditions. To maximize the effectiveness of the planning law, one must gather as much information as possible, and the best at acquiring intelligence is none other than the dark mage ability he himself had abandoned. His mentor, Mace Hornard, truly had a profound influence on him. While inwardly complaining, Anson calmly locked onto the 2 Judgment Knights who had instantly switched positions and were attacking him. The 2 were clearly beginning to adapt to the distorted sense of distance created by the domain, and the effects of the dense fog were no longer as noticeable as at the beginning. "Leave these 2 to me. Don't let any other bad guys escape Straw Town, Sheriff Lisa Bach." The moment the words left her lips, the girl's face, which had been anxious just a second ago, instantly lit up with excitement. She even raised her right hand and gave him a stylish salute. "Don't worry, no big bad guy can escape Sheriff Lisa's righteous punishment." With that, her petite figure vanished without a trace into the dense fog. The Judgment Knight, gripping his revolver, instinctively tried to stop him, but before he could even raise his hand to pull the trigger, a deafening explosion rang out beside his ear, and his right hand, spurting blood, fell limply to the ground. "You seem to have forgotten about your opponent, huh?" Holding the still smoking Judgment Knight revolver, Anson smiled faintly. "That's not good. I've spared you at least twice already." Marco, the Judgment Knight, whose name had been called, tensed abruptly, his eyes revealing a clear panic. Clang. The sound of clashing blades rang out in the thick fog. Anson parried the gleaming silver longsword with his bayonet, the slender blade emitting mournful cries, sparks flying almost incessantly from the point of impact. Unable to sever the small bayonet, the Judgment Knight named Sif's expression hardened. He tried to attack Anson from behind, dragging along only a blurry afterimage of the blade's edge, but was stopped the moment he took a step. With a confident smile, Anson remained rooted to the spot, his bayonet seemingly imbued with life, precisely anticipating the movements of his enemy's blade, either colliding head-on or veering to the side. The two were almost touching, maintaining a distance of no more than 3 steps, causing Marco behind him immense anxiety. He couldn't find an opportunity to fire a sneak shot, even the slightest deviation could kill Shiv, whose bloodline power had been deactivated. With his right hand injured and only able to use his left, he continuously fired shots, blocking Anson's movements as he dodged. The roar of large-caliber revolvers exploded around him, yet they couldn't leave even the slightest scratch on Anson Bach. If this dragged on any longer, and the monstrous girl slaughtered the rest of her companions, death would be a minor matter, the Vatican's mission might be ruined, and a large amount of intelligence would be exposed to the enemy. Gritting his teeth, Marco pulled the trigger the instant the two figures clashed. Bang! A blinding flash of gunfire streaked past, and the one struck was the Judgment Knight wielding twin swords. The scabbard shattered upon impact, and a bright silver light oozed out like blood. "Chef," Marco roared, taking a step forward to cover his comrade's retreat within 3 paces. His crippled right hand hung limply at his side, while his left hand, gripping the gun handle, pointed the muzzle at Anson's face. He wouldn't fire, but simply thrust it straight in. He was no longer fighting, he was using himself as a human shield to buy time for his comrades. Without the slightest hesitation, Schiff quickly retreated to create distance, his right hand gripping the crack in the scabbard, and forcefully stabbing it through his palm, letting the bright silver liquid flow into the wound. That was. Sensing the twisting power, Anson raised an eyebrow, lightly snapping his fingers to transform the dense fog beside him into a smoke shield, blocking Marco's close-range fire. However, due to the opponent's unique bloodline power, the smoke shield could only block once. The Judgment Knight clearly didn't intend to fire only one shot, continuing the close-quarters combat with a willingness to die together, the scorching, smoking muzzle of his gun aimed again at Anson's face. As the two grappled, the muscles in Sif's left arm, injected with a large amount of bright silver liquid, began to writhe and convulse wildly. Veins bulged on his neck and cheeks, and his glaring eyes overflowed with crimson blood. HMPH, a shrill growl echoed deep in the Judgment Knight's throat, his face, covered in blood, tears, and sweat, completely contorted. He forcefully pulled the shard of his scabbard from his palm and hurled it above his head. The next second, silver flames erupted from his blood-splattered palm. Boom! A pillar of light, a bright silver pillar of light, rose from the thick fog, piercing the inky night sky, dazzling and blinding. Feeling the light in the corner of his eye, Marco finally revealed a hint of triumph. The St. Fiore Type 1 prototype, codenamed Dragon Flame Sword, was developed specifically for sword-wielding Judgment Knights to combat spellcasters with tenacious vitality who could not be killed by gunpowder weapons. Besides its basic requirements of sharpness, lightness, and excellent balance, the scabbard itself was a very special magical artifact. In layman's terms, it could create and store dragon flame, the extremely hot and powerful dragon flame, when sheathed, adhered to the blade, giving the already incomparably sharp longsword the power to sever dragon scales. The terrifyingly powerful dragon flame also had another use. It could be directly injected into flesh and blood before being released. However, even the most gifted could not withstand the resulting side effects. Ugh! With a heart-wrenching scream, the bright silver dragon flame transformed into a forearm-thick ray from the Judgment Knight's body, shooting straight towards the sky. The light was so dazzling, so intense, that not only the 5th Infantry Regiment inside and outside the city, but also the fleeing Bora-E Legion, the Storm Legion, and the marksmen, ordered to intercept them, could see it clearly. This was a desperate, sacrificial strike by the Judgment Knights, a message they had to deliver even at the cost of their lives. On a distant hill, the expressionless Francisco Los Napamuceno stared at the dazzling light, remaining calmly silent for a long time. Only when the light faded and the dark night and starry sky once again dominated the dome did he turn his gaze to the empty space behind him. The message was delivered correctly. The original plan is cancelled. Continue searching for intelligence on the primary target. No delays allowed. His hoarse voice dissipated in the air. Francisco turned around and took out a cigar and matches from his coat pocket. The mountain wind howled, rushing into the burning cigar and swirling the thick smoke, dispersing it across the cold earth. Amidst the thick smoke, the Judgment Knight, having exhausted his dragon fire, was drained of his life force by his own weapon. His once robust body withered like that of a centenarian, collapsing weakly into a pool of blood, his eyes wide with rage. Marco, having desperately fired his last lead bullet and attempting to reload with one hand, had his weapon knocked away by Anson. The bayonet plunged into his left elbow, and with a forceful twist, severed his forearm. On the brink of death, Marco, now without both hands, unleashed astonishing potential, biting his dagger with his teeth and lunging at Anson. Anson, expressionless, parried Marco's dagger with his bayonet, while his right hand locked onto Marco's sheen with his Judgment revolver, firing 4 shots in quick succession. The lead bullets imprinted with gathering flame blew off Marco's right foot, and half of his left leg was burned to a crisp. Thump! The struggling Marco fell to his knees, and just as he tried to look up, he heard the crisp, familiar sound of a machine gun. His revolver was already in Anson's hand, pointed at his head. Feeling the warmth from his forehead, Marco's madness suddenly subsided, and he casually tossed the dagger from the corner of his mouth to the ground. He struggled for a moment, then looked up and laughed at Anson. You should understand, this is just the beginning. As long as you live, the Knights of Judgment, the Inquisition, the Holy See, all believers belonging to the Ring of Order are your enemies. Dare to betray the true God, and the whole world will be your enemy. I know that. Anson nodded, his right hand pulling the trigger of the revolver. Long before that, I was already the enemy of the whole world, past, present, and future. That probably won't change. That's right, being an enemy of the world is the destiny of you heretics, Marco murmured. You'll never understand that doing this is futile. No one can truly defeat the whole world. The 3 old gods 1,000 years ago couldn't, and you can't either. This. I know that too. I've been to Boredom, the Eternal City. Is that so? Then why do you still do this futile thing? Why, didn't I already explain? Explain. I've already been the enemy of the whole world, not now, but in the past, always. The Judgment Knight struggled to lift his head, his bloodshot eyes filled with bewildered confusion. Just as he was about to ask something, a voice suddenly interrupted their conversation. Stop! The Judgment Knight, carrying a briefcase, suddenly appeared 10 paces away, his face trembling with cold sweat. Release him, this is the final warning. His trembling voice was filled with panic. Anson glanced at him. The other person had always been his focus of observation, but not the Judgment Knight himself, but his briefcase. After a moment's hesitation, Anson looked down at Marco. You know him, right? The dying Judgment Knight looked at his comrade, met his tense eyes, and then shook his head. I don't know him anymore. Anson nodded slightly, understanding, and pulled the trigger of his revolver. Bang! Smoke billowed, and Marco's head was gone, replaced by a headless corpse and a spray of blood. Up! The Judgment Knight let out a heart-wrenching scream, angrily opening the briefcase in his right hand. Instantly, tentacles at least 10 times larger than the original, covered in fleshy growths and gaping maws, surged out, biting off half of the Judgment Knight's body along with its head. The mangled corpse lay in a pool of blood, the enormous fleshy tentacles finally revealing their true form, a python-like torso, 4 exaggeratedly shaped claws, wings covered in fleshy membranes, looking from afar like a headless, scaled, blood-soaked dragon, about 2 or 3 stories tall. Boom! The headless dragon roared, its gaping maw unleashing a pungent stench that assaulted the senses, faintly tinged with poison. Anson, slightly frowning, stood still, raising the revolver he had just acquired. Though it no longer possessed the ability to obliterate anomalies, it remained his most powerful weapon to date. The next second, a roaring, fleshy dragon lunged at him, its wings flapping and emitting unsettling howls. Without hesitation, Anson pulled the trigger, simultaneously preparing, undead mist, for a quick escape. Bang! The gunshot rang out, and the monster, pierced by the lead bullet, exploded into countless pieces of flesh. Anson's eyes widened. Even at such close range, he clearly saw the monster already torn to pieces before it was hit. Crimson blood rained down from the sky, instantly dissipating along with the surrounding fog, revealing Lisa's petite figure. Although it was still a familiar figure. The confident smile on her face and the look in her eyes immediately made him realize the true identity of the person before him, Talia. Chapter 875 Talia's Surprise. Of course, a more accurate description would be Talia, who is temporarily using Lisa's body. Perhaps it's a special ability of blood mages, or perhaps it's the shared August bloodline that gives them some kind of peculiar connection. In short, Talia can temporarily take over Lisa's body with Lisa's permission, and in this state, Lisa's consciousness remains clear. As for distance, time, and location, these don't seem to be issues, just that the body can't be reversed, but this shouldn't be the ability itself, but rather Lisa's own problem. Because Talia explicitly mentioned that the prerequisite for her to use this ability is the power of August, not the power of the rune bloodline, just as mages with similar but vastly different abilities due to the different laws they acquire, there are also significant differences between seemingly similar blood mages. Really, why is it that every time Anson sees Talia, he's always surprised, never delighted? Looking at the fleeting expression on her face, the dignified Talia pursed her cherry lips, her bloodshot eyes conveying the girl's dissatisfaction. Every time I see Anson, Talia is filled with indescribable joy. Really, even though we're engaged, our feelings are worlds apart. Is that really right? Feeling the deep resentment emanating from the girl, Anson, not yet fully reacting, froze on the spot, his mind blank, all plans gone. It wasn't just about appearance, after all, Talia and Lisa had identical faces, only differing in their eyes and personalities. Yet, even so, the girl who looked like Lisa but was Talia at heart displayed an overly mature expression. Indeed, Talia was inconsiderate. After only a moment's hesitation, the girl immediately realized the problem, quickly regaining her usual elegance, and said apologetically, "I forgot Lisa was here. Doing that kind of thing in front of a child is indeed quite inappropriate." As she spoke, Talia curtsied as a gesture of respect, but the extremely polite gesture looked awkward on Lisa. "That kind of thing? What else do you want to do?" Anson, not daring to utter a word, maintained his smile, his expression frozen. The girl raised her emerald eyes, gracefully stepping forward, her gaze lingering on the half-dead Judgment Knight. She gently raised her little finger, and a fleshy tentacle suddenly emerged from the muddy ground, lifting the suitcase left behind and presenting it to Anson. The cage suitcase. This is a magical artifact specifically designed by the Knights of Judgment to target blood mages. Before he could even ask, Talia began to explain, her disdainful gaze tinged with resentment. Its ability is actually a variant of the distortionary domain, capable of sealing any living being in a space where time is almost frozen. For blood mages, who have virtually no concept of death, there is no more agonizing torture than eternal imprisonment. Because of this, the Church almost always imprisons arrested spellcasters rather than executing them, leaving us forever in dark, sunless prisons, until we are forgotten by the world, and forgotten by ourselves. Anson looked at the girl, her teeth clenched, her eyes filled with resentment, slightly puzzled. Given Talia's strength and status, the possibility of her being arrested by the Church was almost non-existent, so where did her anger come from? Among spellcasters, aside from blood relatives, there shouldn't be any empathy, right? Unless the other party is willing to speak up, there's no possibility of exploring such matters, nor is it necessary. So Anson immediately changed the subject. Then what's locked inside, exuding the aura of blood magic? It's a dragon. The girl glanced at the remaining bloodstains on the ground and gave a definite answer. More accurately, it's a dragon that has been corrupted by blood magic, mutated, and twisted into this form. A dragon twisted by blood magic. Anson's eyes showed even more confusion. This is the first time Talia has witnessed something like this firsthand. She'd only heard her father mention it by chance before. Talia's gaze sharpened slightly, revealing a look of disgust. As Anson should know, the vast majority of abnormal mutated life forms in this world have been influenced and interfered with by the three great magics to some extent. Dragons, they are the most successful, or rather, the most unsuccessful, of these life forms. They gain power through mutation, but gradually change themselves to adapt to this world, becoming part of what the world's laws accept. The Church and the Knights of Judgment once attempted to tame or subdue dragons, but almost all of them failed. Weak humans simply cannot control such powerful higher life forms, even failed ones. The girl chuckled disdainfully, her expression immediately turning cold. So they took a different approach, using a hexagram array to turn dragon cubs and eggs into spellcasters. Huh? Anson was genuinely shocked. This was possible? Life forms created by mutation, further influenced by magic, are almost guaranteed to go out of control. The girl's expression grew increasingly somber. The church exploited this, then fitted them with devices that restricted the spellcasters, turning the dragon cubs into monsters that were like weapons. The ideal outcome, of course, would be for them to become completely tamed weapons and tools, but they couldn't achieve that, so they had to settle for second best, using them as weapons to be used in crucial moments. Such disrespect for life forms of a higher level, such trampling and even toying with them, is not only ignorant and arrogant, but also extremely cruel, utterly without any bottom line, and utterly heinous. The girl's tone grew increasingly harsh, and her elegant expression could no longer conceal her anger. Anson, influenced by her, also became much more somber, as if he felt a certain degree of empathy. Although deep down he was quite skeptical. Talia might genuinely think that way, but Anson had been to Boredom and witnessed firsthand how the spellcasters of the old gods' golden age view dragons, and indeed all life except spellcasters, either enemies or test subjects, kept in petri dishes and tanks, tossed around and played with at will, with no one taking it seriously. This included her father, Rune, whose test subjects had died at his hands, if not thousands, at least countless, exceeding the limits of ordinary imagination. With such a history, what right did the old gods have to criticize the church's cruel acts? Even if they were cruel, they would at least try to hide it, knowing it was wrong to speak out. The spellcasters, on the other hand, were open and above board, without any moral considerations. Of course, Anson wouldn't say such things, he would only join the girl in condemning the church's shamelessness and cruelty. Even so, these despicable people do have some qualities that Anson could learn from. The girl's tone softened considerably as she changed the subject. Especially now that Anson is a target of these villains, his life is in danger at any moment. Perhaps we could learn from their methods. Learn from them? You mean, capturing and taming dragons to use as weapons is, of course, impossible, but we have a better option. Talia narrowed her eyes slightly. Eggs of the evil gods. Don't you think that would be a very suitable weapon, Anson? The Lord of the Abyss and the Shadow Demons, whom Anson and his father defeated before, still possess a considerable number of evil god eggs among the ancient gods worshipped by their native inhabitants. If we collect them and use them on our enemies, and then control their every move with Talia's blood, my dear Anson, we could have a completely obedient and absolutely loyal army. The girl grew increasingly excited, even beginning to methodically plan the future of this army, as if she could already see Anson Bach commanding a dozen or so unfortunate souls mutated and twisted by the egg of the evil god, slaughtering the ignorant judgment knights. After a brief moment of excitement, Talia turned to look at the silent Anson, her gaze suddenly becoming much calmer and more subdued. Sorry, I was a little out of line. Anson smiled and nodded, saying nothing more. Since Anson still intends to show mercy to those damned false god followers, Talia certainly won't stop him too much. After all, their power is still considerable. Before becoming an apostle, they can still pose a threat to Anson. The girl's attitude softened noticeably. However, necessary vigilance and understanding of the enemy are still very important. As she finished speaking, the girl lightly snapped her fingers, and the tentacles lifting the briefcase suddenly parted from the top, revealing a clean and smooth interior, and a perfectly intact two-handed longsword. Saint Fiore Type 1, Year 98 of the Saint Calendar, that's what the Judgment Knight seemed to call it. As far as weaponry is concerned, it's quite excellent. Tilting her head, the girl smiled at him. From now on, it's Anson's trophy. As for the others, Lisa seems to really like that weapon called a steam rifle. She absolutely refuses to give it up, and a bunch of machines and armor that Talia doesn't understand have all been cleared out and packed into boxes. Even if Anson asked, it would probably be quite difficult. There's no way around it. Girls just can't resist these sparkly things, especially the lively type like Lisa. Anson will need to work even harder to take care of Lisa in the future. Anson's lips twitched. Although he knew Talia was joking, those sparkly things, cavalry breastplates, steam-powered weaponry, steam rifles, grenades, lead bullets, weren't they a bit too dazzling? Well, literally. Gently accepting the longsword offered by the girl, Tentacle, the weapon was about 1.2 meters long, a standard two-handed longsword, Upon closer inspection, it was much heavier than it appeared. But this was almost entirely the weight of the scabbard. Gripping the hilt, the blade, imbued with dragon fire, felt incredibly light, almost weightless. It was as if the moment he picked it up, the blade had become one with his arm. The cold weapon had transformed into an extension of his flesh and blood, a strangely peculiar feeling. After a moment's hesitation, Anson silently sheathed the longsword. He now finally understood where the Judgment Knight's confidence came from. He had initially thought the substance clinging to the blade was just some kind of magical distortion, but now... Dragonfire, the girl suddenly whispered. Talia suddenly remembered that Judgment Knight seemed to have called it that, Dragonfire? Recalling the other party's final sacrifice, releasing a pillar of light that broke through his own domain into the sky, Anson narrowed his eyes slightly. Yes, that power wasn't a magical distortion, yet it possessed the power of magic. If it were Dragonfire, that would make perfect sense, but storing Dragonfire in the scabbard and then attaching it to the blade. Saint Fiore Type 1, Year 98 of the Saint Calendar. Is this the latest technological level and achievement of the Church of the Ring of Order? This weapon, along with steam rifles, if they could be mass-produced, no army would be a match for the Knights of Judgment, according to what the junior scribe once mentioned. Due to various reasons and limitations, the knight's size has always been small, only around 1,000 men. Tonight, only 6 people attacked him, if there were thousands. Anson shook his head vigorously, banishing such overly fantastical thoughts. Now was not the time to consider these things. The most crucial thing was still the Borny Legion outside the city, and the Knights of Judgment members hiding behind this small squad, truly responsible for capturing and assassinating him. Talia, did you notice anything on your way here? No, the girl interrupted him before he could finish, tilting her head and looking up at him. Talia also said that Anson should be safe for the time being. The Judgment Knight's operational logic dictates that they must thoroughly investigate their target before taking action. Since their operation failed this time, they will spend a lot of time gathering intelligence. Very few people know that Anson is a blasphemous mage, so he is safe for the time being, but to avoid any accidents, Sister Talia will stay by Anson's side from beginning to end, just like that elf queen. As she spoke, the girl forcefully swung her fist. Lisa also needs to work harder than before to protect Anson, so Anson, give Lisa a task. Looking at the aggressive girl, the commander-in-chief sighed and subconsciously touched the pocket of his shirt. Oh, I can't find my pocket watch. Could you please ask the esteemed Sheriff Lisa to help me look for it? Also, summon the 5th Infantry Regiment Commander Julian and find out what exactly happened outside the city when we were attacked by the Knights of Judgment. For some reason, I have a bad feeling about this. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.